Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take. Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, rep black and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a cave, man. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and gold, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know, I see his movies, watching spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back. Just like that. 1 second. Oh, there we go. What's up with it? Back in the house on Wednesday. After no going live on Monday and Tuesday. Can't go all day Wednesday. Wild Wednesday. Oh, probably change the title up. I just wanted to get something up. Since that is the biggest story so far floating across the headlines. Did he get the keys to anybody? What's up, Corey? I think we got one more day of somewhat decent weather before it starts getting cold. So let's step out later. But I don't know, it's plenty of shit to do. It's still Black History Month for some. I was hoping to get some academic stuff in for yesterday. I tied up. Been some pretty interesting, wild shows the last couple shows. Couple people getting exposed. Shout out to what's that dude name? Godfrey putting Corey on Pokemon Blast. Even though you still had the defense team still in there, some of them, not most of them. What's up? What's up? What's up? Said Joe. I seen John Henry Clark go live yesterday from Chicago. It might have been the first time I seen one of those. So did Jesse Jackson get the keys to anybody? Or did somebody take the keys before he punched out? I know none of these brand new people uh, call themselves counterfeit, supposed to have keys to the black leadership. What's up with it, Domo?
What's good,
What's up, man?
man? Shit, just was we doing the we gonna be live on the chop up on Thursday, and we talking about complicated Black history and
Complicated.
complicated Black history. Yes, and niggas like Jesse Jackson
Mhm.
are the center of those conversations because I'm trying to see is niggas on the Jesse Jack. Well, this the thing. Niggas
Mhm.
bash Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Bash. Flat out throw him under the bus.
Throw that
Let's
nigga
make no
smooth
mistake
under the
about
bus.
it.
So, uh, you know, shitting on Jesse Jackson. I know that niggas ain't gonna hesitate to do that. But
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting on his plan to set up Martin Luther King to get shot. The bullet was supposed to be for him. He told him what room he was in. All them motherfuckers, come on the fuck out now. He cool. He
yeah,
gone now.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that more of them niggas ain't pulled up. Yeah,
No,
I've
pull
been
up.
looking around.
No, come on out. It's cool, man. Let him come on up. I'm gonna put the link in. We get the link in chat in a second. Go on. Come on, let's go. Yeah.
Nah, cause I've been looking around. I've been looking for them niggas. I've been looking for that conversation. You know what I mean? And then I'm even more curious. How do FBA niggas feel about Jesse Jackson? Cause Jesse Jackson, FBA like a motherfucker. True FBA history, and that's what makes his legacy complicated. Cause you know what I mean, when it came to blackness and when it came to being proud of being black, the transition from the time of the Panthers and black nationalism and Dr. King, Jesse Jackson was the one telling niggas, I am somebody,
Yeah,
even though I'm
where all
poor.
them other groups go? All them other groups, put their bullhorns down, got them taken. I mean, what happened to the drop off? I mean, were we expecting Jesse Jackson just to, pick up the Martin Luther King, legacy specifically? Maybe in some circles, but he at least, made a lot of noise and had white Anglo-Saxon uh, political, you know, let's just call it, motherfuckers was like, he is a legitimate threat. Even Democrats, do we want this guy representing us under Reaganomics? I mean, because he's had a serious chance of making a dent in some political spaces. We may have seen it a delayed effect with like they were saying with the explosion of mayors, governors, congressmen, and senators in the early '90s. So I'm not gonna sit
Yeah,
here and say, "Oh, he failed. He ran for president but didn't make it." No, I was in the ninth grade when he came to my small church in Arkansas. Like my town is about as big as a fucking mall. And I didn't know at the time that he was going literally all over the place through, real grassroots campaigning.
Yeah, I mean, and I ain't even gonna say the only problem. I mean, I think it was just a sign of the times. Cause like I agree, I wouldn't say that Jesse Jackson failed. I mean, I just think it's complicated. You know what I mean? Kind of like Barack Obama. These is complicated niggas because it's something to be said about the level of organizing, the impact of the Rainbow Push Coalition, uh, and just what it meant for a black man running for president and the type of support that he had. Uh, the problem is, can we talk about his legacy in the context of kind of like the foundation he helped build, without any discussion about the kind of the shit where he came up this, because I really don't know where the whole Jesse Jackson was the one that was supposed to get killed instead of Dr. King, or he set Dr. King up type shit. I don't know where those. I've heard that rhetoric. I don't know if it's because niggas was like, Jesse Jackson had whatever type of relationships. Because you see, Donald Trump posted about Jesse Jackson and was like, that was my dog. Like he was we was tight. You know what I'm saying? I supported his organization. He had, and Donald Trump hit us with the black friendship. Was like, I allowed him to operate his Rainbow Coalition office out of Trump Towers. But people call me racist. And it's like, what does it mean to, out of all the black people that Donald Trump that shitted on, that he fucked with Jesse Jackson? I mean, because like all the old Democrats he used to fuck with, he didn't just been like, nah, I don't fuck with none of them no more. So I don't know, and I wonder where, because Jesse Jackson been out of the spotlight for a minute. Probably Jesse Jackson been out of the spotlight since his son got caught up trying to get that Barack Obama tried to buy. Remember that Rod Blagojevich, the governor, wasn't he the governor of Illinois? He was trying to sell Barack Obama's Senate seat, and Jesse Jackson Jr. was one of his niggas that was trying to buy it.
He probably could have recovered from that since it went him directly, but he couldn't recover from the tape, the microphone.
You said when he was recorded talking to Rod Blagojevich.
Yeah, I think. No, he was talking about Obama and.
Okay, yeah, because that's how his son got caught up. Jesse Jackson Jr. got caught up.
Before that?
After. This is after, because Barack Obama had already went to the presidency.
He was already in office. Okay, yeah, so I'm saying that tape solidified him never coming back, because if Obama would have lost, okay, maybe some fading or whatever, but Barack Obama is literally God. And from 2008, to at least 2012. So even Jesse Jackson not able to recover from some of his own peers. Like they really like shut the door. Like, we used to invite you to these events, and we cool.
Yeah, because what he said, he was like, Obama was talking down to black people. He wanted to like grab them by the nuts or some shit. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to come back from that one. Obama the golden boy especially at that time. So it's hella hard to come back for talking about you want to grab that nigga by his nuts. It's like, bro, what? Yeah, Jesse Jackson was tripping with that shit. That's probably why niggas was like, nah, nigga, that was your last chance. Cause like we was talking about, people already felt like he got King set up. So it's like, oh, he got King set up. Now he hating on Barack Obama because he was in a position where that Jesse tried to put himself in, as opposed to just looking at it like, I laid the frame. Like I walked so Barack Obama could run. That's all he had to. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So having that adversarial relationship with Obama didn't make no damn sense. But
because before then, he remained relatively relevant, regardless of who was in office, what majority. Issues would come up. From an international standpoint, for me, I'm just trying to name any other black men that accomplish anything diplomatic that would benefit, quote unquote, some foreign policy. So, I mean, the hostages are still fresh in my mind. When he did that, I mean, it was like
Corey, you ain't seen the video of
the tape.
Jesse Jackson talking shit about Barack Obama? You might have to pull
That
that.
shit
I
went
mean,
viral.
I ain't even trying to. You know what I mean? The
Yeah,
man that passed away,
I mean, he got
so it
so
ain't
much
even.
stuff. He got so much good stuff. I mean, nobody's
Yeah,
perfect, but yeah, it just
So
the timing of it. I mean, man, it was
yeah,
just the
especially
wrong
dying during
time.
Black History Month is crazy.
Yeah.
Uh, but you gonna have to pull up the video, dude. you gonna have to pull up the video,
God
man.
damn, that's gonna be my first Jesse. I was at least trying to get the '88 speech in. God damn, I
I would
am
not,
somebody was
Yeah, the I
man.
answer. Nah, I was watching the or another good one is the Sesame Street video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where they was, I may be poor, I may be
Hmm.
this, I may be that. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? But I am somebody like that. You know what I mean? That was the
Hmm.
kind of neoliberal spin on Black Power. You know what I mean? Like the Jesse Jackson was responsible for not, he didn't reject Black identity, he didn't demean Black identity, but he made being proud of Black identity palpable to white people. It was digestible. It was digestible for white people. What's Psycho said? Psycho said, I feel like I predicted this. I literally just did a whole stream about Jesse on MLK Day, and I mentioned in that stream that he don't look good. It's clear. Oh yeah, he been sick for a minute. That's kind of why he been out. He ain't really been in the public eye. But really, Jesse Jackson been out of the public eye since Trump first term. Like I can't think of a significant Jesse Jackson statement. You know what I mean? Like I can't, like,
He
especially
mar-
about Trump.
he marched at Ahmaud Arbery in 21.
He did, okay.
Yeah, he
Okay, he
stood up and
marched,
walked.
but
Yeah.
yeah, he marched. Okay.
But yes, like you said, some significant blockbuster viral trend type stuff. Outside of that, like I said, I was kind of shocked to see him get rolled out in the wheelchair at the DNC.
He was at
Uh,
he was at the DNC this past year. Oh, not
uh,
this past election.
Whatever they had in Chicago, yeah. You don't remember him being rolled out in a wheelchair? I
Nah.
mean, not election season, 24. My bad. This motherfucking year went by fast as hell. During
Yeah.
the
Oh yeah.
campaign, yeah.
Yeah. During the nah. I really I was turned. I was not fucking with the DNC at all. Like,
Oh
the
yeah,
problem
I
was,
remember. Yeah.
yeah. Like, I mean, because I just didn't agree with the strategy of appealing, trying to appeal to moderate conservatives as opposed to appealing to leftists and pro-Palestinian protesters and all that. Uh, Psycho, you may have to revisit that rise and fall, because I'm trying to figure out what you saying is the fall of Jesse Jackson. Because me and Dev think that it was them Barack Obama comments. So what you think was the fall of Jesse Jackson, Psycho?
Because from a diplomatic standpoint, uh, I mean, um, What are we talking here?
I know this nigga said,
Under
Damo, you
Reagan.
not black, you African
Oh.
American. Nigga, your mama not black, nigga. How about that? Your mama not black. Go ahead, dude. I ain't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt you with that shit.
under Reagan, he literally goes into hostile territory, Syria, and drags out Patriot veteran Lieutenant Robert Goodman. Goodman, the pilot shot down in Damascus, 1990. Met directly with Saddam Hussein. Release of another set of hostages. 99. Negotiated another release of military men captured in Yugoslavia.
Jesse Jackson did?
Man! See, this is what I'm talking about.
That's the thing. By the time that I was coming into political awareness, like you gotta understand the shit you talking about. I was 3 years old.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I'm saying this all he know. Like all he know is humanity, helping people, community. The people should be priority over, administration, government, fair. He's always been like that. So, facing what he was facing, while he was with Dr. King, I mean, he not only wanted, he knew that, Black people needed, an opportunity, but he wasn't dumb. He wasn't going to be like, oh, black people are going to get opportunity and white people are going to be cool with it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to have to have some sort of balance here. So instead of not talking to, not having nothing to do with, white people, other groups, he made it accessible to talk to. I mean, I think that's the thing that a lot of people are missing. And if you're going to have some sort of movement, or, in his case, Dr. King actually put him in charge of the breadbasket movement, you got to be approachable, especially if you're in an environment. And in this environment is the United States of America. Hey, it's Anglo-Saxon. It's white colonists. It's white English. It's Anglo down like a mug. So if we decided not to go back to Africa, I mean, we got to deal with what's going on here.
Now, and you know what? We was just having this what's up, Psycho? We was just having the conversation about who was I talking shit to? I think it was on Taz platform. I was talking shit about how, cause like it was one older nigga that was on there that was talking about how the new generation this and new generation don't value this, appreciate this. And then he was like, why we always jump back to Martin Luther King or Malcolm X and Martin Luther King when we talk about leaders and all this other shit. Mm-hmm. And what didn't hit me then, that's what, because I was just more so talking shit to him, like, nigga, it was y'all, the older generation, y'all fucked up. That's why. But what didn't hit me then that's making me think about now is niggas just smooth look past like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, and I'm trying to think who else would have been like influential, because y'all the old niggas. Who else would have been the influential niggas at that time? So like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, who else?
Shit. It gets kind of thin after that because Jesse became the voice of Black people in the 80s. Like whenever white people wanted to find out what Black people were thinking, how they feeling, what's going on in the community, whatever, white people went to Jesse and asked him, right? Like, oh, what's going on with the Black community? So he became the gatekeeper, so to speak, right? Like he became the guy that all white people went to find out. If Jesse said it, that's how all Black people feel. right? Like he became the voice of the whole black community in the 80s. This is how the whole African American thing got so quickly accepted amongst white society, because Jesse said that, you know, there's some of us who feel like, you know, this has a more cultural standard than the word black, which has a negative connotation. And white people heard Jesse say it, the system changed immediately. And that's why they use Jesse to push that propaganda about the African American thing, because they know once Jesse says it, white people will take it serious and it'll most likely change, because they really wanted this to get away from the black thing. But this is the bourgeoisie crowd and everything else.
Well, because I was gonna say, like, how did y'all, as younger niggas at the time, this probably y'all wasn't great.
And that's what I was about to get to. My parents' generation fucked with Jesse, right? The baby boomers, right? My parents are boomers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Due to his proximity with Martin Luther King.
Huh?
I'm saying due to his proximity with Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that, and he lied all that. I did I talked about all this, and that's the crazy part. I literally predicted. I didn't predict this, but I feel like I did, because MLK Day, you know, last few years I've been trying to change it up. You know, I really don't even go after MLK on MLK Day. I kind of use that day to highlight. Last few years I've been doing like last year I did Philip A. Randolph. This year I did Jesse Jackson. So I've been switching it up. Like, all right, well, I'm gonna use this day to kind of highlight people that don't get spoken about, or at least that impact the movement. Like, you know, people that centered around MLK, but not necessarily MLK. And this year I was like, all right, I'm gonna do Jesse this year. Something told me to do Jesse this year and one of the reasons why, because he's been looking so bad lately. I was like, Jesse about to go, but Jesse about to be gone soon. Let me hurry up and get this stream out. And sure enough, but here we are exactly a month later, because that was on January 18th. Yeah.
You know what? My fault, and it's a random white man, but Robert Duvall died yesterday too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they said Jesse was supposed to be out of here in November.
Oh, they didn't think he was gonna make it to the end of the year?
Yeah, he was just hanging on literally for like 90 days. Yeah.
My fault, but go ahead, Psycho.
Yeah. No, but I was like, well, my generation though, not to get too far away, but my generation, we didn't look at Jesse like that. Like, I mean, like we supported him in his campaigns, his presidential campaigns. You know, everybody coded up. You know, when Jesse was running, most people was on code and just
especially in '84. Yeah, '84 was like, because we missed Shirley Chisholm. Like Shirley Chisholm came out of nowhere, and we just it went too fast. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and I wasn't old enough to vote for Jesse at that time. You talking 84, 88?
Yeah.
Vote for Jesse. So, but you know, he got moral support, right? You know, like everybody moral support. You know, everybody rocking with Jesse, whatever.
Yeah, Walter Mondale is the sitting. He was vice president under Carter.
Who's running in '88? Who won that Democratic bid in '88 again? Dole, was that?
It was the caucus.
It was the caucus. It was the caucus. Yeah. Well, I remember.
Oh, 88. Yes, that was Willie Horton. That was the Willie Horton ad.
That
on the Republican side.
That's how I can.
A Republican was Bush. My fault. Bush was running.
Yeah, Bush, but Bush ran the Willie Horton ad. Talking because remember Dukakis had Willie Horton out on that work. Yeah,
right. Now the caucus. I remember. I'm just a memory that I remember. I remember it was we was on a field trip or some shit going somewhere, and we all on the bus going to the field trip, and it was a Dukakis election bus or some shit or whatever. She had the caucus all over all on the bus and everything else. And we riding by that shit. We all looked over it and we all pulled our windows down like Jesse. And we was all like, we was loud as hell. The motherfuckers looked over and started laughing at us and shit. But yeah, but that Jesse energy was real.
Look, black kids is the same, bro. Black kids regardless.
Yeah, we was ignorant. Yeah, we ain't know nothing about politics. We just knew Jesse was running against this white boy. Fuck that white boy.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah, code.
Yeah. So that was 88, but 84 was his best bid though. That was his best chance.
Yeah, that's when
he had the most buzz. He had a legitimate shot at 84 of winning that bid until that article came out. When that article came out, that fucked everything up. Everything went left. Again. And it was a whole nigga that did it. That's the crazy part.
Hold on. What was the article?
It was a Washington Post article. He went down to do an interview for the Washington Post while he was running on his campaign. And he was doing a brother was doing an interview, after the interview was over, the brother was talking to him, off the record. At least Jesse thought it was off the record, and he was asking him questions about, like, well, are you planning on, visiting other areas that are Democratic friendly, because that's always a thing, should they visit Democratic cities or should they go to the swing states or whatever? And he mentioned something about New York or whatever, and to Jesse, and Jesse called New York Town. Right, he made a reference to Town in the whatever the case may be, and that's that's a term for small hats and shit like that. And when he said that, right, yeah. And when he said that, he was saying that to a black man off the, at least he thought it was off the record. And that nigga, after Jesse left, the motherfucker wrote that shit in the article and put it out there, and there was a big scandal. Jesse had to, Louis Farrakhan had to get involved. Well, he didn't have to get involved, but he did get it. He inserted himself in this drama because, small hats, black man, and this is at the time where the Nation of Islam was just trying to rebrand and trying to get their name back in the public consciousness. So he used this as an opportunity to do that. And he started threatening a bunch of small hats. Louis Farrakhan started threatening a bunch of small hats, saying, if one small hat lays their hand on this black man, they're gonna have to deal with us and the wrath of the nation and blah blah blah. All this Jesse that's when Jesse distanced himself from Farrakhan too. After all this, but they actually put people out to protect Jesse and everything. Like, they put up this whole thing that Jesse should be in fear of his life. I don't think Jesse's life was in danger, to be honest with you, but it definitely fucked up his campaign. And then Louis Farrakhan in the middle of it didn't help matters either. So
Farrakhan back then, I know didn't help shit.
Right.
Yeah. Damn. And it's always a brother, man. It's always a brother. Like now, if would Jesse Jackson have won in '84 if that statement don't come out?
He might not beat Reagan. He might not beat Reagan, but he might have won the ticket.
Oh yeah, he was going up against Walter Mondale, former Carter vice president. So at that time, him and Kennedy, there are no two bigger Democratic names than those two. At that time,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Kennedy.
Because I know growing up in the '90s, Jesse Jackson was like the pinnacle of black political protests. You know what I'm saying? A black political whatever conversation.
Man, he brought prisoners. He brought prisoners back from Gambia, back from Cuba.
He was
small stuff in the States, like small stuff like
he brought them Iraqi. He had hostages and all that.
He paid for some kids that went to Norfolk State, HBCU. He was doing a speech there, and people just called him up, just to see if they could get some support. He literally went down to the jail and got him out.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think. Was Jesse Jackson? Because now it's more modern time for me. When I was in high school, I think it was high school. That's when the NAACP had that they buried the N-word. Mm-hmm. I remember that shit.
Yeah.
Was Jesse Jackson a part of that?
I don't
he wasn't leading it.
Off the top of my head. He wasn't the forerunner if he was, but I'm sure he backed it. I'm not sure if he wasn't the forefront. I know that.
Because they was at like a cemetery. It was like a whole press joint that they did that I think he was involved with. And then by the time I was getting older, his name was always in tabloids and all that other shit. So it was kind of like the serious. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say he was a part of that bourgeoisie boomer crowd that shitted on hip hop, that I always went to war with. That's why it kills me to hear Negroes today repeating a lot of that silliness that a lot of these people like Jesse and Oprah is another notorious hip hop hater, constantly talking shit about hip hop. Just listen what the hip hop artists gotta say about Oprah if people think I'm talking shit. Like she has thrown hip hop under the bus. She never supported it. And this is back in the 80s. This is in the 80s. She was throwing dirt on fucking hip hop. So this is like before it became, Little Kim's and all this other stuff. Like she been had her foot on hip hop neck. Jesse ain't never really support that shit. Of course, CJ, Dolores Tucker, and all that. Like, but yeah, that was all up. That was an attack on hip hop. the burying the N-word shit. That was an attack on hip hop.
Now he didn't stay out of Hollywood. Now that didn't mean he ain't want nothing to do with entertainment. Period. Because that motherfucker did not have one goddamn fucking Mike Tyson ticket for Michael Spink.
Of course.
That particular fight, the 91-second fight, yeah. No tickets were given to Push Operation, Jesse Jackson, or nothing. But he's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you asked me when did Jesse start to fall off? I would say to the chat, it was started in the late 90s. And it went all the way up to the Obama scandal. But the late 90s, that's when that Mystery Child came out. You started hearing about that Mystery Child.
Too. I forgot about that.
Was the first. Yeah, Kasha said that in the chat.
Yeah, that was the beginning.
Yeah, remember when having extra kids and extra wives and all that shit meant the death of your political career?
Extra.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That seems so long ago now. Like that,
the world's a whole lot more secular now. That's why, because that's usually a religious morality thing. Yeah, that's a morality thing. And religious people hold a lot of weight in morality. So, that's why I would end your career back then. But now the world's a whole lot more secular. People don't really care about that as much as they used to.
Right.
Yeah, that's just society changes.
Yeah. So. Because for me it was like when niggas, I felt like that's when you saw the decline is when he said that shit about Obama, which you know what I mean. I feel like my generation was more because like my generation voted for Obama, like not me, but my generation. You know what I'm saying? We was just old enough to be able to vote. We was just in college, like you know what I'm saying. Niggas had just finished our freshman year in college,
mm-hmm.
And so. I was the nigga that would piss off a whole room. We, in college, you kick back, niggas drinking, smoking, whatever. And then these is intelligent niggas. So conversations about politics come up. And I'll be the first nigga to be like, yeah, Barack Obama, the Antichrist. Y'all niggas is tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Room go crazy. Yeah, room go crazy. And then I give them my logic. You know what I'm saying? I explain why I felt like the niggas the Antichrist. Mm-hmm. But knowing the sentiment of Obama, I mean, still the sentiment of Obama still today. Like it's niggas that you know what I'm saying, kind of be like, oh, I'm disappointed in Obama and all of that. It's a large swath of the population that's like, fuck that. Obama did the best he could. He made us proud. No social controversies. I mean, we can talk about the drone strikes and the deportations and. You know what I'm saying, the pro corporations and all the, we can talk about all that, but in the context of just like general understanding, like black political figures, like it's still to a lot of people that they're not gonna let you talk bad about Obama. So for Jesse Jackson to do it back then,
mm-hmm.
man, I'm telling you, like, and this was before virality. Like this is before
the internet.
Yeah, I mean, no, the internet was there. YouTube came out. YouTube came out in 2007.
Yeah, I'm about to say I saw that shit on YouTube. I saw that shit on YouTube. Yeah, so yeah, YouTube was there.
And right, but it was before. But it was harder to share shit on YouTube and on Facebook. Like now, everything's integrated. You can share anything anywhere. But it was harder then because if they had the level of social media at that time that they did today, it would have been worse for Jesse Jackson.
Yeah,
Jesse Jackson would be. I think he is a meme right now. I think the whole word where he was like, I grabbed him by the nuts. You know what I'm saying? I think that shit is a meme somewhere.
Like, yeah, but Jesse got smoked though. Like, don't get it fucked. Like, it's been green light on Jesse for a minute. Like, people got tired of Jesse. People got fed up with Jesse. Just like Jesse being a voice and everything else, and people like, even like people your age. A lot of them turked on Jesse with the Obama shit and everything else, but then you had the Gen Xers who was kind of over Jesse and kind of started seeing Jesse as full of shit and kind of like just started seeing him as a uppity mouthpiece for Negro, like he's viewed as a part of that Democratic plantation that people talk about. That you hear about. They think of Jesse, right? Look at the FBA movement. Like I see a silly comment in chat. I'll address it 1 second. But look at the FBA movement. One of the demons of the FBA movement is Jesse. He's one. Him and Garvey. Him and Garvey are the two, evildoers that are trying to erase Black American heritage from Black Americans by attaching them to Africa. Right? You hear Jesse and you hear Marcus Garvey. Those are the two names you hear the most from them, crying and complaining about historical figures. Now. But
Jesse is FBA. But because
he's the African American,
he popularized African American, right?
Right. And now I see a comment in the chat is Black History Month Carter G. Woodson for all ninjas or FBA. This is a stupid comment. See, now they doing the Black History what they did to hip hop's anniversary. These trolls, these FBA trolls, won't just let Black people enjoy historical events, timeline, whatever. Like y'all FBA out this. No, Carter G. Wilson didn't do for no goddamn FBA because he ain't know what the hell a FBA was. Carter G. Wilson knew Black. That's what he knew. He wasn't an engine. He wasn't running around here espousing engine stuff. He wasn't this super patriotic. We all American. That ain't what the fuck was going on. What are we talking about? It's like now, this ain't the first time I've heard this. I've been hearing this all month. I didn't get a chance to address it yet, but it's crazy. They do this to everything. Black History Month, hip hop anniversary, this, that, Juneteenth, whatever the case may be, what an Essence Festival. They just everything FBA. It's just us. Delineate. We got to delineate. Stop, son. Stop. Y'all gotta stop this madness. Y'all people a whole code over here. Yeah, now y'all trying to sit up here and region bang on freaking Black History Month. Y'all trying to region bang that out. This is crazy. My bad.
Nah, you good. We had somebody on the podcast last week. FBA niggas showed up in the chat. Cause George was consciously was beefing with them with FBA with Tariq Nasheed and all them niggas for a solid month or whatever. And so now they just pop up on the podcast randomly talking shit.
Tell them to welcome to the battle. Like it's crazy over here. People are nuts.
Yeah, because they crazier. They even more wild on Twitter.
And TikTok. Yeah, TikTok too. Yeah.
And TikTok.
Yeah. They every social media site, they just making a whole lot of noise.
But that's the thing about what about Jesse Jackson though. Well, I would have thought they would have a different perception because the whole purpose of African American had more to do with American identity than it had to do with African identity. Like they wanted to attach. He wanted niggas to be proud to be American. You know what I'm saying? Like he was one of those niggas.
He wasn't about he wasn't Garvey. He wasn't trying to get us to all go to Africa and all this other stuff. Everything else, like they look way too deep at that African American title. Like they made Jesse the face of it because he had his voice held the most weight, but he didn't even start that movement. It wasn't his idea. Just like the same thing with MLK, like MLK get too much credit, and a lot of that shit, most of that shit wasn't his idea. He just showed up and spoke. Same thing with Jesse. When it came to that African American thing, that wasn't his idea. They needed Jesse because Jesse had the voice and he had the pull. So they attached it to Jesse and made him the face of it. But that whole movement came from the bourgeoisie trying to detach from that blaxploitation, Black power. I'm Black and I'm proud and everything else movement that they deemed to be racist, counterproductive, ghetto, this, that, like they didn't want like pretty much they looked at this shit like the way you're a little bit young, but when Good Times was out, because I know you don't remember when Good Times was out. When Good Times was out, there was a whole segment of people that hated Good Times, right? There were people like myself. I was a kid, real little, you know what I mean? This, that, third. But when I turned on the TV, Good Times was the most realistic show I could find on any of these goddamn networks. All these other shows, I don't care if it had Black people in it, even Fred Sanford, right? Because I don't know nobody who lives in a junkyard. I mean, I could be wrong. It was funny as hell, and I could relate to poor Black people, but they literally lived in a junkyard. I don't know nobody living in a junkyard. In Good Times, these motherfuckers was in the PJs. They was in the PJs. I know people that live in the PJs. You know what I mean? Like, I see that. You know what I mean? So, like, that was like the most relatable show on TV for black people at the time, but it was deemed as low level ghetto trash. And you had people like the Jesse Jacksons of the world, the NAACP, and all these other people condemning this, right? As well as blaxploitation at the time. And like I said, these are the same people that a decade later will be pushing for us to change and get away from black and go to African American. These are the same group of people, right? Like, so this was a class issue. This was about being sophisticated as accepted by white America. That's what their goal was. Not just being proud of who we are and where we came from and embracing it.
Domo, you know, they changed up the way they do delegates in the primaries after he smashed Mondale in '84.
Nah, I didn't know that. I gotta look into that. I did not know that shit. I wonder if when the term respectability politics became a thing. Because I feel like that would be a criticism.
It was always a thing. Yeah, the term. I think the term probably came around. I don't know when the term came around, but I know it always existed. My whole life, I witnessed it my whole life.
Right, but as a criticism though, like a critique of respectability politics, I would think would find a lot of teeth in how people felt about Jesse Jackson.
Yeah,
because even the turn to African American was more to make the black identity more respectable. Yeah,
right.
You know what I mean? So I would think it would be that like those Gen X scholars, you know what I mean, that kind of experienced the attempt to and as much as we talk about, again, I definitely want to make sure that we respect Jesse Jackson for the work that he put in, even like agree or disagree. You know what I mean? That's why it's like we gotta, when it comes to complicated black history, I think we need to have more conversations about that, because it's like all of these black people that made history that we can't rally around, like the Martins or the Shirley Chisholms or the the Malcolms and etc. But it's like, can you deny the impact that they had? I think the only person you could deny the impact that they had is a nigga like Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas is black history, but he's like, fuck that nigga black history type shit. I'm talking legendary coon type shit, like legendary coon.
And that's where his origins came from, right? When he all black power in college?
Oh yeah, he was super.
Jesse was toting the line. He was toting the line. Yeah,
I was talking about Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas. Oh yeah, he was talking that black power shit. Yeah, he was supporting the Panthers and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, till the Republicans started putting that money in his pocket, and that nigga turned straight coon. But when we talk about, let me ask y'all this though. When we talk about like how like we got to a point where the leaders, there wasn't like a real transition from one form of leadership to the next. And again, this isn't to just pile on Jesse Jackson, rest in peace. But could Jesse Jackson's approach, that neoliberal respectability politics approach, could that be the reason why we don't see the type of black leaders in Gen X that we saw in previous generations?
Yes, because my generation became very anti-government, very anti-politics, and everything else. We rejected a lot of the stuff that the boomers was doing. And like I said, this is why hip hop became the genre it is, because it embodied how we felt at that time. Like we really was on some, fuck everybody type shit.
Counterculture type shit.
Very, very rebellious. Yeah, but we was anti-politics, anti-politicians, anti-government, anti-police, anti-authority, right? Like we was just against all authority. And because of that, the years that we would have been normal people at that age, I ain't gonna say normal people, that sound crazy, but people that aren't rebellious. Yeah, people that aren't as rebellious. Right. Let's just say that. The ages that people usually aren't, like, the early 20s and shit like everything else. Yeah, we would have been more focused on getting political power and community minded and stuff like that, where when we was in our 20s and stuff like that, we wasn't into no politics. It was one dude I went to school with. His parents were very into politics, so was mine and everything else. Our parents were real cool and shit like that, whatever. And I went the basketball hip hop / route, and but he was years ahead of his time, bro. What I tell you, he was like he was that debate team dude and everything else. This, that, and the third, like in 9th, 10th, 11th grade, everything. And he was 20 years old and ran for councilman at 20.
Yeah,
ran for councilman. Like that's unheard of. Like you really don't hear a 20-year-old running for councilman. Ran for councilman and won. Won.
Yeah, Raj Baraka was part of that original Boomer group. He was
cool with him. Same dude I'm talking about. Raj Baraka is cool with him. Yes.
Yeah.
We all around the same age. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a part of the problem is that Jesse Jackson and them made black consciousness, like corporate. You know what I mean? He made it. They made it too accessible, if you will. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
so he literally asked the question, "Why aren't you hiring black people after we pass or you pass the civil rights?" Like I'm not really seeing that coming from another organization, another area, another trend. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, despite what's going on, I mean,
speaking of that though, Dev, wasn't Jesse Jackson a proponent of affirmative action
and all that?
He supported.
I mean, I ain't finna sugarcoat it.
He supported all that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, see.
But I mean, I'm saying his intentions were to make sure that black folks, or as many black folks, had an opportunity, for progress. I mean, could he have? I don't know. I'm just saying, if you only focus on black folks, you know what I'm saying? There is going to have to be some concession somewhere. You're going to expect some support from some area, but because you did not support any other groups, you ain't going to be able to get that support, whether it's financially, security, socially, you know what I'm saying? Whatever aspect it is. So I'm thinking Jesse Jackson has this in mind throughout his movement, his push, and his agenda. So yeah, he's gonna say, yeah, it's okay to let the Latino kid in. It's okay to let the little Korean kid in, or whatever.
I mean, yeah, that's what the Rainbow Push Coalition was about, right? It wasn't the whole idea was like all oppressed people's vibe. I think that's probably where I get a lot of that shit from, because like coming up in the 90s.
Yeah. Oh, that's totally was cool. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm definitely. That's why I say, so when I be on my human rights shit, that's because that was kind of like the connection. But because the people that I saw talking about human rights was black people. No, for real. Like that's who you heard talking about human rights. Like the loudest voices was black people. So that's why it's kind of.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Jesse is why the rhetoric changed. Because in the 60s and 70s, if you went outside and you saw motherfuckers talking, they was talking about black people. They said black people. They wasn't saying all
black rights. Yeah.
Black this, black. And Jesse kind of helped change that rhetoric as far as like, because again, they was trying to get away from the whole Black Power movement thing and everything else. So they didn't want to lead with black, and they just wanted to lead with oppressed peoples, change it to African American. It was all
lead with oppressed people. Because Huey and them was talking about other oppressed people. Malcolm was talking about other oppressed people, but they didn't lead. Like right. They started with the black experience and then connected it to other oppressed peoples throughout the world. But yeah, but you're right. Jesse was the one that like coming up in the 90s, it was all about like We Are the World. It's like literally.
Oh yeah, definitely by then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
You got
yeah,
Michael
yeah,
Jackson with his songs. Mike, don't get me started on Mike with his songs. He helped with the propaganda too. Make this world a better place.
No, Jesse was all in Jesse was all in that anti-apartheid, humanity, all those causes. I'm not saying support like in a message or something. He literally flew a plane. He had resources to literally get anywhere in the world, dog. So for me, I'm saying I'm based on what he took on and what came about. I'm saying it would be probably, somewhat difficult. He only depended on black people, to support his operations. I mean, just internal, domestically. Because like I said, I don't recall anybody going anywhere else to get shit done for black folks if it came down to like discrimination or, something like that. Something that normally would not make the news. Like we're not going to hear about a black teacher getting fired, in Nebraska, on the East Coast or, even in California. But if his phone rang, I mean, he's not just shoving it off. If he's in the office, he gets on the phone. And if he's not, I mean, I just applaud his dedication to stick with it, knowing that he had various obstacles and various criticism even within.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Jesse had his ups and downs, and it started the day MLK died.
Yeah,
that's where all the controversy started. Like,
and that's what I was going to ask you. Psycho, where did Jesse got Martin killed?
That's the conspiracy, right? Yeah, there's a conspiracy out there with that. I don't really push that conspiracy. I've heard it. I don't really want to put that jacket on Jesse, but I've heard that conspiracy. I'm a skeptic, so I don't really.
It was mostly white boys that was saying.
Yeah,
that.
I think it was white boys. Though Jesse, what happened? But it's Jesse's fault why this conspiracy is there. Like he can't blame nobody but himself. There's a reason why that conspiracy grew legs, and the reason why is because when MLK got shot, right? Jesse wasn't on the same. He was there, but he wasn't around Martin when he was shot. And
he was downstairs.
He was downstairs and everything else, right? He wasn't even in the vicinity when he got shot, and then he came later. Now, when the police, the television, and everybody came, Robert Abernathy and them all was told. They told Robert Abernathy and Robert Abernathy told Jesse and some other people, like don't talk to the press like that. We don't know what's going on. We don't want to say too much and until we get more information. With this, that, and the third. Told Jesse and all of them that. Like about an hour later, them motherfuckers look outside the balcony and Jesse downstairs with the media all talking to the media. The cameras on his face and everything else. He running his mouth after he told him not to. And when he ran his mouth, he told them he just straight up just started lying. He just started lying about. He said he was there when MLK was dying, was shot. He held him in his arms while he was taking his last breaths. And MLK looked up at Jesse, and he said, Jesse said, MLK looked up at me and said, Jesse, continue to fight. make sure you this, that, and the third. Pretty much like he passed the torch on to him, right? Some
gave him the keys,
some straight up comic book type shit, right? Like he passed the torch on, like continue to fight, and blah, 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 and then he died in his arms, which is a complete lie, right? And then the month after he said this lie, he went and upstairs, changed his shirt, took off the shirt that he had on when the incident happened. Changed his shirt, took that shirt that he had on, went outside and soaked his shirt in the blood of MLK so he could use that that was his evidence to back up his story.
He
Like,
almost got killed, and here's the proof.
Yeah, yeah.
So when did all this come out though?
Oh, this came out. The people blasted them from what you call it, from the SCLC. They blasted all this. They like I played the clips on
at the time.
Yeah, when I did my Jesse Jackson breakdown, I played the clips and talked about all this. And
I'm saying at the time that he got shot.
And that's not.
You did this on MLK Day. You did this on MLK Day.
Okay,
I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah, and then let's see what happened. Oh yeah, then after that, then he got let go from the SCLC. He didn't get let go for that though. They reprimanded him for that, but he got let go because he was doing some shady shit with the funds. He was doing some shady shit.
I'm saying, Psycho. This was in the public in '68.
This when he got kicked out. He got kicked out in 70, 71, something like that. Because he was still around for a couple years. He was pulling in some decent money out in Chicago. Yeah. And but the funds, it was some funny things going on with the funds. And Robert Afenaki caught him doing, I think he ran an event or some shit like that. He kept all the money from the door. He kept all the money or something. It was something like that. I forgot exactly how it went down, but they caught him doing some funny things with the money and they kicked him out. And that's when he started the Rainbow Coalition and all that. That was like 71.
Yeah. Yeah, the Rainbow stuff was not a rollover or a transformation. It's kind of like Psycho was saying. I'm doing this because I got fired from my last job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit just seemed. Yeah, that make. Yeah, I mean, and that's why, because it's like you've always been told you can't trust Jesse Jackson. Like that's just kind of just been the even with the support for president and everything else. Yeah, a lot of niggas that's just kind of been the sentiment, and so. I didn't realize why niggas said that shit. I didn't know about the put. Actually, I vaguely remember hearing something about putting the blood on his shirt. Vaguely. Mm-hmm. But because like by the time I became like politically aware, probably I was like 13, so like 2000. By then, Jesse Jackson probably still had like institutional influence, but his cultural influence was like he wasn't one of them. Like you maybe said some shit Jesse Jackson said just because you heard like that I am somebody shit. Like it was you heard that before you connected it to Jesse Jackson. But by the time that I was really like paying attention to society and culture and it was like niggas was still going back. I'm still going back to watching the Malcolm X movie. I probably say that the Malcolm X movie and the Panther movie, the Van Peebles Panther movie, probably had more to do with me being socially aware than anything that Jesse Jackson did in real life at the time. Just because, all like his heyday of like getting niggas like hostage situations and all that shit, that was that was history at that point. Yeah. And then it wasn't even like it was like now that I think about it, bro, it wasn't even like it was Black history. Like niggas was not like in textbooks they would kind of mention Jesse Jackson, like there would be mentions of Jesse Jackson, but it was just like the way niggas run down King resume and the way niggas run down Martin resume and other like certain Black figures, like Jesse never got that treatment.
Nah,
he never got that treatment.
Yeah, that's because he was always in the Ed McMahon seat.
Yeah, he was always robbing. So it was like, he's never going to get MLK. Well, it wasn't for MLK. People wouldn't know who Jesse was today. It wasn't for MLK.
Pretty much.
Yeah, his proximity to him, that story that he's supposed to pass the torch down to him, and everything else that brought extra. He was young at the time too. Jesse was real young at the time. Jesse joined the SCLC. He was like 22, 23. And when MLK died, he was like 25, 26 when he died or something like that. He was real young when MLK died, and he was real young at the time. So he had a little bit of a youth movement with him, and he was kind of toting the fence between Black Power and going bourgeoisie. He wanted to go bourgeoisie, but but he was kind of on the fence. He was riding that fence, right? Because you'll see him with the dashikis,
the dashiki on, man.
Big afro, sideburns, and all that, and everything else.
The afro, the sideburns was classic.
But the more towards the 80s, that stuff started getting less and less and less, right? Like, it's the early 70s. By the time 1980 come around, this is when you get the Jesse that everybody remember. This is when, the more clean cut, suit, tie, wearing Jesse by the time 1980 came around.
Yeah, that was his neoliberal term. Yeah, that's when he became corporate for sure. And then I feel like what really put a nail in Jesse Jackson's name, not even just him as a person. I was telling Dev about this shit with Jesse Jackson Jr. trying to buy Barack Obama's Senate. Like,
dragging his wife into it and everything. Yeah, I'm like,
you already got this type of shit on your name as Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson Jr. did not help shit. Like,
do any favors.
Like, come on, bro. Like, you recorded trying to buy a Senate seat from a governor who ended up getting locked up.
It's
fucking Chicago, man. It's fucking Chicago.
Okay.
Real quick, I'm just saying, if he was just like some average guy, but I mean, your fucking dad is Jesse fucking Jackson.
Yeah, bro. Ruined
what
the name.
The fuck?
He ruined the name.
Yeah.
Because that name hasn't been prominent since then, since that time.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I mean, the more you mention it, I may have to agree with you, because I'm looking between that and the tape. The tape was out, but to see his own son with his tape, I was like, oh man, them two back to back. And then Obama wins. Obama is God. He's just like
1983 to the beginning of 84 was the height of Jesse.
Yeah, man.
It was a slow decline from there. Slow decline, but it was a decline. That was the height. That's when Jesse was at his biggest.
We're right in the middle of Michael Jackson. Entertainers. Jesse Jackson is heavily involved with Don King in the Jackson Vibe Victory Tour. I mean, he's negotiating tickets, all that. He's all up in there.
What the fuck Jesse Jackson had to do with the Victory Tour?
Jesse Jackson made sure his goddamn ass was in somebody goddamn fucking movie trailer. Whether you was a singer, a movie star, a singer, some entertainment. Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, whatever it was, he was there. Magic Johnson, they all tell you, hey, boom.
Real quick, not to be changed out, but they are going crazy. The old boy going crazy in his chat. Malcolm X was not an Aboriginal. Malcolm X never believed black people here was Aboriginal. I know where you getting that from. You are getting that from some cut up, edited clip of a speech he made when he misidentified Aboriginals in Australia as black, and he was saying the Aboriginals are us. Yeah, they took that little sound bite he was talking, because he was trying to say that black people was, because he was a blackologist, and he was Pan-African too, by the way, self-identified. You can't pull up nothing of him saying he's foundational. You can tell, I promise you can pull up and say he's Pan-African. I digress.
You can't pull up nothing. You can't pull up nothing of him saying he American. I am not an American.
Right. Right. Malcolm sat up there, and Malcolm was talking about the Aboriginals of Australia, because he was a blackologist, and he believed that they was black people, even though they're not. He was mistaken. But when he said the Aboriginal of us, he was talking about them being the same thing as us, meaning, like they're black people like us. He's not saying that we was aboriginal to this landmass. That's not what he was saying. Y'all have misquoted Malcolm, and that annoys the crap out of me because that's what these FBA weirdos do. They misquote things. They take little snippets and all this other stuff. Malcolm was a Pan-African. When Malcolm left the Nation of Islam, it was Africans that was trying to help Malcolm. Africans, Lumumba, sat up there and was going to finance a whole revolution for black people out here. We was going to give them guns and everything. But Malcolm didn't have the soldiers to start no revolution. But he made the offer to Malcolm. That was Africans who did that. It wasn't no FBA niggas. It was FBA niggas who killed them. If y'all want to play these little silly games. What are we talking about, man? Stop trying to FBA out Malcolm. Y'all trying to FBA out black kids. Listen, FBA should, if y'all talking about anything past 6 years, I don't want to hear nothing about no FBA, nothing. Ain't nothing FBA beyond 6 years ago. Y'all didn't exist beyond 6 years ago. My bad, 7 now. Now it's 7. My bad. Congratulations, y'all had another birthday. Y'all 7 years old now. Stop it. Anything beyond 7 years, you can't claim nothing FBA. Nothing. I ain't know what y'all be talking about. Oh, he's FBA. No, he wasn't. What are you talking about? He never once said that we always was here. Not once. You claiming Malcolm. What are you talking about? You claiming Malcolm.
I mean, and the idea that you should position black identity as juxtaposed to American identity, when Malcolm argued that American identity is antithetical to black identity, because America is built on the degradation and the destruction of black identity. So Malcolm would look at anybody like that would say that, like, I'm a proud American, I'm embracing American. He would look at you sideways. Straight up.
Oh, I remember I said it. Yeah, he is not an Aboriginal. I'll cook anybody who thinks so. Bring your little pseudo clip, because I done beat that up already. Because y'all never play that whole thing in context. Y'all play a little short from TikTok and think y'all got something. No, and that short is chopped up. Y'all ain't even play that short straight through. Y'all had to edit that out. That's how deceitful y'all are. But I'll cook y'all because I know where that speech is at. And I'll play you the whole speech so you get everything in context. And you're going to see he ain't saying we know Aboriginals.
Hey, y'all, I'm about to head into the office. I'm going to hop in the chat.
All right, my bad, Domo. All right, no doubt.
Nah, you good.
I get triggered when people start putting things on Malcolm for no goddamn reason. It's just wild. It's more than speeches, interviews. Okay, well, post it. You got a wrench. You got a wrench. Post it in the chat. Post the interview in the chat. Don't give me no short. I don't want no short that's chopped up and edited. Give me the full interview with a timestamp. That's what I would like. Give me that. Post the link to the video, the interview with a timestamp. I will watch it. I'll review it and everything. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I promise you I'm not. I promise you I'm not. That's why they killed him, because he's about to tell us that we Aboriginals? Come on. Shit. That's what they saying now? Hold up. So the rumor now is that they killed Malcolm because he was about to tell us the truth about us being really from America? Is that's what happened? That's wow. That's wow. That's the new spin. Oh man, yo. Ooh-wee. I'm glad you FBA people stay in y'all echo chambers. Oh my goodness, I will lose it. My pen who talking that crap. That is wow. So they killed Malcolm because he knew the truth about us being Aboriginal, and they didn't want the truth to come out, so the government got him killed. This is how far the conspiracy goes. This is why I said, man, like, I just mentioned this yesterday. I was on a panel yesterday, and I just mentioned it yesterday, and I got to say it again. I can't stress this fucking enough. There's a lot of niggas out here who think the white man's God. There is a lot of white deification that I be hearing. Like these mystical, magical powers that people say this white man have. I don't believe them, dog. I don't believe it. I don't believe that white man is bad as y'all say he is. I don't think that white man have these mutant powers that y'all claim he got. You know, like y'all think this motherfucker Professor X. Like he just wiped out our whole memory except for Malcolm X. Malcolm X was somehow able to escape the mental telepathy of the white man, and they couldn't get him back under his mutant power because he had some goddamn some kind of bracelet around his fucking neck that suppressed it. So they was like, well, we got to handle him. We ain't got him under control, so we gonna kill him, and then have everybody else locked under telepathy. Like, what are we talking? Like, they like this white man, this super white man that these. But I don't believe he exists. I'm sorry. I don't believe that white man as bad as y'all say he is. I don't think he got mutant powers. I don't believe it. I don't believe the mutant powers. It sounds good in the comic book. You know, I'll read it, and I might even enjoy that comic book. I mean, if you make a movie out of it, I might even go watch it in the movie if it's real good. But I am not listening to that when it comes to like talking real history. I'm sorry, I can't subscribe to that. Like, I don't believe that comic book stuff is real. I think it's actually fiction. That white man ain't as bad as y'all think he is. I'm telling you, he's not. He's not. So let me ask a question. If they killed him because he knew the truth and everything else, how come Dane Calloway still breathing? How come Dane Calloway still breathing? He talking all this craziness. How come he's still breathing?
The only people that get killed is the people that tell the truth.
Yeah, I know. Legendary Top Cats and all these motherfuckers. Like, these motherfuckers get thousands of views, tens of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of views. They reached just as many people as Malcolm reached when he was motherfucking breathing. When Malcolm was breathing and he went on TV, he wasn't reaching as many people as he would reach today. He reached a lot of people, but let's not get it twisted. It was no social media. There was only a few networks. He wasn't on TV every day. So Malcolm wasn't reaching as many people as these people online is reaching because of social media, because of access, because of proximity. So if Malcolm was a problem with no social media and they had to get rid of him, how come all these social media people with hundreds of thousands of followers, check marks everywhere, this, that, and the third, they still breathing? Apparently the government don't care if y'all run around here trying to steal Native Americans' culture. I don't think the government really cares. Y'all actually doing the government a favor by doing that. Because they got y'all exactly where they want y'all. Chasing y'all tail, not knowing what the hell is going on. That's what the government want. The government wants y'all chasing y'all tail, not knowing what the hell y'all want, not knowing what they want you, not knowing what the fuck is going on, looking for boogeymen that don't exist. You know, this mystery white man with the magical powers. You know, that cracker right there. And he breathed just like you breathe. Put his pants on one leg at a time, just like you. Bleed just like you. That's what I believe. I don't believe that white man God. I don't believe nobody God. I don't call a black man God. I damn sure ain't gonna call that white man God.
Yeah, it's more fear than anything. White man, he more scary than y'all niggas. I mean, to be honest with you. That's why he developed weapons. That's why he develops tactics, manipulative tactics. Seeing if motherfuckers gonna do shit. Well, they ain't gonna do shit. Let's keep on doing it.
Yep. And Pure is 100% correct. The government wants black people to forget about Africa. And it's been that way since the plantation. And these new niggas is showing that their plan is working. Their plan has worked. It's successful. Black people don't even forget not wanting to be called African. They don't even believe we're from there. That's how good their programming is. Maybe that white man is better than I think. I gotta reevaluate this. Maybe that white man is better than I think. Maybe I need to give him a little bit more credit, because I'd be damned if he didn't make that his plan and successfully succeed in that shit. Like, because I see niggas all the time, all day long. Well, I'm not. I don't have no connection to Africa. We not African. Africa. Just got Africa on the brain. I'm not African American. I'm copper. I'm indigenous. I'm FBA. I'm foundational. I'm all this stuff, the independent of Africa, and that's what that white man has been trying to do since he got us here, to get us to stop speaking that African language, beating Bibles into our ideology. You know what I mean? Getting us docile, teaching. You know what I mean? Trying to. You know what I mean? Like, this is what he done. Get all that African stuff out of here. Get all that African stuff out of here. You gotta be naturalized. You ain't naturalized, and you ain't American. So you gotta be naturalized. It's a bunch of naturalized ass niggas. And for the motherfuckers to convince me that the goal was to not have us naturalized is wow. What are we talking about? That white man did not want us believing we was from Africa, wanting to worry about Africa, none of that crap. None of that.
I saw Dr. Henry Louis Gates live yesterday go in on Abos on the We Was Always Here. He was like, I don't want to hear that shit. And he said, sorry for cussing in the church. That was inside a church on the south side of Chicago yesterday. Yes, they did not bleep it out. They ain't claiming him either.
Look at this. Then we got this groupie G style talking about he clashing me. You always dive in the middle of a conversation. Now you're not even wondering what the fuck going on. It's literally a dude in the chat saying Malcolm X was FBA and he was talking all this FBA shit and Aboriginal shit. And then when I respond to what the motherfuckers are saying in the chat, he comes in saying nobody says that. It's literally a dude right there in the chat saying this, and he's telling me nobody's saying that. It's wow.
Why do y'all want to defend that FBA shit?
So I'm supposed to pretend like I don't see what I see, and so you're just going to gaslight me. Mm-hmm. You're just going to come in the chat in the middle of a conversation and start gaslighting. This is wild. Like, y'all don't even stand on the stuff y'all say and what your group's saying. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at your group. Instead of you checking me for responding to which one of your group members is saying, why don't you check him and tell him he's wrong? But you ain't going to check him and tell him he's wrong. You're going to let him say all this wild ass shit, and I better not respond, or else you're going to crash out. That's what's going to happen. That's what happens. Right? That's what we doing. This is wild. This is wild. Like the FBA gaslighting is real. It's real. We literally was talking about Jesse Jackson to motherfuckers turned this to an FBA, Malcolm is FBA conversation on the chat. Literally. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
You never said the white man is God indirectly. You never said directly. Like, you didn't say that verbatim. I'm not saying that's what you said verbatim. I'm saying the rhetoric is speaking towards the white man being God. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you said that verbatim, like you literally said the white man's God. No, you said it indirectly by saying he wiped out our memory, and he's trying, and this, that, and the third, and he's trying to convince us that we're not Aboriginal. That's when I said that rhetoric is leaning towards the white man being God, because the white man has to be God in order for that to happen. In order for that to happen, he would have to be God. I don't believe he's God, because therefore I don't believe that's what's going on. That's my point.
A memory wiper?
Yeah, he has to be. Ain't that what they always say? That he literally just said they killed Malcolm because he found out the truth about us being Aboriginal, and they didn't want the truth to get out, because then we would have remembered where we came from. Because obviously we died.
Just like the movie Eraser?
Yep. Men in Black, all that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just wipe our memory.
I think Lance said something one time. I don't know if I heard somebody else bringing up, maybe Blue. It might have came up. I forgot that was a real narrative. But I was trying to see, what did Jesse Jackson do that if he hadn't have done it, if he would have just not done it, black people would have been better off. All, his whole career, go from the 60s all the way up until yesterday. Anything. I'll accept anything. Had he not done it, okay, boom. It happened. That's real history. He did it. But if he hadn't done it, overall, black people would have been better off. Anything?
Jesse, if Jesse did anything, what?
If he hadn't have done it, like if he hadn't have said it, if he hadn't turned it, if he hadn't signed it, whatever it is related to him, his action. If he hadn't have done it, black people would have been better off. Has that been a scenario, or is that a scenario, or that's what I'm trying to get to?
Is it something that Jesse did that kind of fucked us over? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So since he done that fucked black people up. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the African American shit is cap. I mean, that shit ain't about nothing. That's just a label. That's just a label. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's one. When that debate was going on in '88, and everything else, I was on the black side. So was my parents and most people I know. Nobody really gave a fuck about being called African American.
That's what I'm saying, man. Damn.
But but with that going through and being passed, that that's one of the labels was. I didn't. It's kind of like it was a nothing burger.
Yeah,
really
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
like it didn't change our life no type of way and nothing like that. Like it was a nothing burger, So like, he ain't destroy anything by doing that. He complicated things.
That ain't what I hear.
He complicated.
He in the same box as is the devil in some spaces. Shit, he fucked up every goddamn thing.
G Styles, you are not the only person that claims FBA. Did I say you said it? I never said you said
so
that.
bad.
I never. Again, you this is what I mean, Doug. Like,
Hold on, Bobby. My bad, man.
The discernment is wild. The discernment is wild. I never said you said anything other than you jumping in the middle of something that was already going on, not knowing what the hell is happening. Like you all in the Kool-Aid don't know the flavor is what I'm saying. Now you jumping up because like you still doing it. You still like you just don't like me, dog. That's cool. You don't like me because I don't agree with FBA nonsense. So anything I say is wrong. Like because he ain't not one time is he checked the motherfucker who's actually said it. Like I keep saying, a motherfucker's in the chat saying it, and you're not saying nothing to him, and he's proving my point. He still ain't saying nothing to him. He's like, do you have him blocked? Are you not seeing all the comments? Maybe he got you blocked and you don't see his comments. Or maybe you got him blocked. Is that what's going on? Because right now I'm feeling gaslit. Are y'all in two separate chats? Maybe y'all in two separate chats. Did you go live from two channels or did you go live from one? Because he must be missing. He's missing something because the discernment is off. My comprehension is bad. Okay, got you.
You did something wrong? You wrong, psycho?
Apparently, I'm making up things. I'm not responding to comments in the chat. I'm just making things up.
Damn.
I'm just making things
up.
How
the fuck you get wrong?
And again, he's not one time. He said, I never said that. I never said that. Well, why are you not correcting the person who did say it? That's my point. You too busy worried about me correcting the motherfucker. Instead of maybe if you corrected him, I wouldn't have to. If you was in the chat correcting him, I wouldn't have to. And then we could have kept on talking about Jesse. But when I see 18 straight comments saying Malcolm is Aboriginal and him laying out evidence to try to support this, and one of the evidence is that they killed him because he knew the truth and they didn't want him to get the truth out about us being Aboriginal. When I correct him on it, if you would have corrected him, I wouldn't have to. I'd have kept talking about Jesse.
Now you wrong.
See, look, he's still repeating the same shit. He's like this is why I can't do it, bruh. Whatever you've been smoking, stop smoking it, bruh. because you clearly don't understand what the hell is going on. It's funny, everybody else understands exactly what I'm saying except for you. This is a problem.
What's up, Mr.
This is a problem.
Like I said, that's one of the few black political leaders that I've actually shook hands with and met face to face. So I met him in 1984 during his first run in church, small town. So there was nobody else that was really in the spotlight as far as they're not involved in entertainment and they were respected. 83. What black man in the United States was respected that was not related to entertainment? See how short that list is?
Okay, I agree. All you FBAs don't say the same thing. Now, how come you don't correct the ones that say the shit you don't say? Again, why you only hyper focus on what I'm saying instead of correcting the ones who saying the shit that you don't say, so y'all don't be out here looking crazy in these streets? Why don't you spend more time correcting them instead of trying to correct me for correcting them? You spend more time trying to correct me for correcting them than correcting them. Because if you corrected them, I wouldn't have to. Clean up your house, and I wouldn't have to.
I don't know. Do they have y'all on retainer? Like Louberry and Goldsberg and Kleinstein, you know. What's we was gonna do it. What's the difference between a lawyer and an attorney? Maybe we'll get into that later. But come on, man. He was alive these last decade, maybe 15 years. But I don't really hear anything before the tape. Before the tape, his name was still gold. Whether you were laid off warehouse worker in Buckville, Missouri, or you were the Saudi Arabian prince, in the Middle East. Very few people on the planet that had relatively green light access to both.
Yeah, now people don't want to be called FBA because y'all about to get put on a hate group. Y'all about to be listed as a hate group. Now people don't want to claim it no more. Y'all want to talk that FBA rhetoric without claiming FBA now. That's going to be the new thing, right? Because once these motherfuckers get put on the Southern Poverty Center as a motherfucking hate group, well, that's coming. That's coming because they done got, ABC pulled that shit down for a reason. I know y'all don't want to talk about ABC though, boy. ABC pulled that crap down that they did for a reason. I think they caught wind that y'all whole hate group over here, and I think y'all gonna end up on the Southern Poverty Center. That's what I suspect is going to happen. And yeah, now y'all ain't gonna want to claim it too. Y'all ain't gonna want to claim it no more. Now y'all gonna get investigated. Now y'all gonna be getting investigated for real. It ain't gonna be no more of that play, jokey joke stuff and everything else. And y'all really gonna be like investigated. Oh yeah, now y'all don't want to claim it. I know y'all want to claim it now. I know. I bet you y'all end up on that guy. I bet you y'all end up as a hate group on the Southern Poverty Center. I promise you that. Especially I'm not even gonna say the ADL. That's we all know like that's going to end up happening there too, but we ain't going to talk about them. I'm talking about the Southern Poverty. They going, hate group. And then they're going to start investigating y'all motherfuckers, especially your Lord and Savior. Your Lord and Savior is going to be on a big time investigation. Trust me. Y'all done got the attention y'all thought y'all wanted. Y'all thought y'all wanted this attention. No, that ain't the attention y'all really wanted. Y'all ain't want that kind of attention. Y'all just wanted some acknowledgement from the white man, but y'all ain't realize y'all gonna get that wrong white man's attention. Y'all gonna get y'all feelings hurt.
What up, though?
What up, Chad?
Shit, I just came in. Did something happen, or you just talking about something else?
I'm just responding to the chat. There wasn't nobody up there.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I'm just laying it all out, man. Overall legacy. I mean, motherfuckers talk shit about Jesse Jackson, but I'm still trying to find another resume that you know, as far as directly related to the empowerment, you know, in some form or fashion to black folks from civil rights to yesterday. What other single person?
Yeah.
Anything. I ain't even trying to be sarcastic. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, if it's obvious, the name should just roll off our tongues, right?
Yeah, he outlived everybody. For one.
That's what I got on top of that. Multiple generations, boomers, Xers, me.
He started young. That's because he started young. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Afro, Zoomers. So the millennials, okay, boom. By the time millennials come along, y'all on some, you know, it's other people. But he had multiple generations. So I'm just saying, out of all the shit, okay, boom, you can put up the cake. The little Jaime come in '84, put that up. And then the list of the other shit, though. I mean, is it gonna measure up? You gonna trade one for the other? What other black man? It should be relatively simple.
What's good with it, y'all?
Bobby,
what up?
What up? Hey, Dev, I think you kind of I know you kind of touched on it earlier, Psycho, but you kind of missing the fact that the people that kind of told us to watch out for Jesse was his contemporaries. So it wasn't necessarily like, I heard Psycho kind of saying that, like, or it might have been Domo saying, like, we just always was told don't fuck with. That didn't come from us. That came from the people that was actually around him.
What he set up Martin Luther King came from black folk?
Hold on, yes. Listen, hold on.
Oh, okay.
The first time I ever heard listen, let me finish.
Yes.
Yeah, hold on. I'm saying yes, because the first time I ever heard that thing about the whole conspiracy around Jesse Jackson for my generation, I don't know about everybody else up here, but my generation specifically kind of get linked to Steve Coakley. Straight up. He was like the main one that was like, nigga, you know, I'm from Chicago, Dev, so it's like he was the main one during that time where the, you know, Taz know when the DVD era and all that, John Henry Clark and all of that, that's Steve Coakley was standing on that. Jesse was the one that did this, and Jesse conspiracy, and just like that nigga had the whole hood like, nigga, fuck this. Like, even though it was already kind of like, huh?
Yeah, I just reviewed that lecture the other day that he did. One of the
Steve Coakley lecture.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. I'm gonna check, man. I gotta go check your shit out too, Taz. All right. Yeah, my fault, man. I gotta go.
He did one. Dick Gregory got one too. So to your point you're making, that's who put the conspiracy out and framed it intellectually.
Yeah, fact.
What year was that, Taz?
Early 2000s.
Shit,
03?
2000. Yeah, it's late.
Early 2000s.
You can see too, the quality and all that is bad.
So he just brought those hostages back that was in the Navy from Yugoslavia in '99.
But see, that's what I'm saying, Dev. All of that was still like when you're dealing with Steve Coakley, that's still he framing all of that in a way like the only way he able to go do that is because he been dealing with these, like the way Steve Coakley frame it. It's like, of course he can go get the hostages because
right. And no other white man can. Yeah.
Right. So Yeah, Steve Coakley kind of the one for me that put the whole Jesse Jackson thing out there too, and Dick Gregory too. I forgot about him. Taz is correct. Dick Gregory too was that was putting them conspiracies out there like that too early in the game.
Man, that's pretty tough, man. Especially we put both of them together and say, okay, boom. If it weren't for them, black people wouldn't have this.
And you know, Steve Coakley's, you know, regardless if you agree with what he's saying or not, his credibility for a lot of black people is tied to Harold Washington being the first black mayor of Chicago, and you know what I'm saying. Him speaking on him being in a part of his office when Harold Washington was up in there, and then seeing how basically
that's the same year Jesse was on his run. Walter Mondale.
Yeah, Mondale. Yep, that sure was cuz name, wasn't it? I was young then, but you know what I'm saying? I remember looking back on it.
Outside of Kennedy and let's see. Yeah, he was bigger than Carter. Carter's name was shit in '84. So I mean, there was no other Democrat. Maybe Gephardt or some shit.
And I heard Psycho say earlier, like the Steve Coakley also referenced a lot of people that was around Jesse and MLK at the time, like Abernathy. Like it's a bunch of videos of Abernathy.
What, the neoliberal?
It's some old interviews of Abernathy and what's the other dude, Hosea from down there in Atlanta.
Yeah,
there you go. It's videos of them like slightly going in on Jesse Jackson. I think Psycho was saying that earlier, like saying like, yo, this nigga was like doing shit for the camera when Martin died. Like he was moving weird, right? So they were saying like during the last days of Martin's life, like according to the people that was around them, that like him and Jesse weren't really on page with each other. Like it was some friction there. You know, this according to the people that was around them. I don't know how true it is or not. You have to argue that with Abernathy and them niggas. Like, you know what I mean? So they was there.
Yeah, man. I think it became a power struggle after '84. Maybe after MLK, there was some sort of, okay, boom, do your thing, we do ours. But after '84 in the '80s, it was definitely a power to see who could be.
I think Jesse Jackson became the face of undermining black movements. Low key.
Okay, so yeah, give me an example of that.
His character, like from
blaxploitation.
The shit with Martin Luther King, all the way up to the shit he said about Obama. Like his whole thing just always rang off as like he's like one of the poster childs of like don't put niggas. Watch out for niggas like this in your group if you're a black person trying to build something because they're undermining. Or go for self, however you want to look at it, just a self-serving type of person, I guess.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Was kind of a consensus. Because if anybody else wanted to step out there, they had a chance to step out there. Yeah. If he wasn't representing black community, well, if not yourself, at least let somebody know, hey, boom, maybe not him. Let's look at this person or that person. Shit. After that '84 run, I mean, it's gonna be pretty tough. Just pick somebody out the blue. Okay, boom. And you come back in '88. You don't get the nomination, but you shake the system up so bad they change the rules on how they vote for delegates in the primaries, specifically off of one man. And the Democrats agreed that he can snatch
in
up dope.
the 90s ain't do Jesse no better, Dev, because he just became like a punching bag for jokes. You know,
Probably, yeah. I saw it. Arsenio
right?
Hall
You know,
and
right. In
yeah,
Living Color, like
yeah.
like he just became like
I saw it.
a easy punchline for a joke for all black
But
comics.
even still, I don't think there was no. Who else was the go-to guy for black shit? Okay, we got a problem in the black community. Any other name came before his in terms of on that list of the call?
Nope.
Since there's no social
Oh
media.
no, it was Jesse Rainbow put me. You know, I grew up in Chicago, Dev, so
I
you know
mean,
I know niggas was I know it was Jesse.
I mean,
But once he became Messy Jesse, it was like I see G put in the chat, it was like, man, you
yeah,
know, he became the face of that, like when black people start to realize, like, oh, he's just here to capitalize off
yeah.
an event.
But
Like,
so,
you know what I'm saying? Like, not saying that he's gonna, you know, do bad, but he ain't necessarily here to do good. It's like you know, it's a way to, you know, promote itself, basically.
but while he was doing it in the 70s and 80s, we didn't mind. He was capitalizing in the 70s. He was capitalizing especially in the 80s. Like Psycho just said, at the pinnacle of his probably marketable career.
But
Also the peak of Michael Jackson.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it
And
really need to be like a case study into like Jesse Jackson and just like the beginning of like the whole 501c3 non-profit organized help the black community, you know, infrastructure thing. You know, because this is how, you know, at a certain point that thing was used to just build wealth with individuals.
he
I
literally,
think Jesse Jackson kind of like low key, he become the face of like that thing. Like once black people kind of start to wake up to like what we say Al Sharpton was doing, it's like Jesse is the predecessor of that. It's like he the one that created that model.
so he literally developed and mailed out the blueprint to get the small town black teacher, librarian, factory worker to get big names in small towns. So Muhammad Ali came to my town a total of 3 times in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Should have never happened.
Right. But what I'm saying is that that's still just promotion. At the end of the day, that's still just boiled down to promotion.
Yeah, it took a lot of money to do that back then.
It's propaganda. I mean, it might not have took money. It might have been the relationship that he had with Muhammad Ali. I don't necessarily know what money it took. I'm saying, but it's still promotion for him that helps him
religious.
put himself into
help
him
he's a
put
reverend,
him,
he's a Christian.
right. It helps him put himself into a position with the people because he's promoting himself. You know, that's what they do. They somebody come speak or whatever, you know what I mean? And it created like a core memory or a feeling, like you said. You know, you would have never met Muhammad Ali, but in all actuality, what did that event do for you? I ain't saying it might not have did nothing for you spiritually or mentally.
Of course, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, to see somebody on TV and where I come from, that was huge. Yeah, y'all grew up in cities, Chicago. Yeah, y'all could go down to motherfucking Channel 5 and ABC Studio. We ain't had none of that shit, man. When nobody coming in a small town. Huh?
But now my question is,
it don't do nothing really though. Go ahead though, Taz. My fault.
No, my just simple question though, does that create the element of celebrity worship that we kind of need to get rid of though? You know what I'm saying? That because again, it's
Yeah,
not.
if it doesn't yield anything, like you said, I agree with that. If you're gonna worship somebody, at least worship him for actually providing, legal counsel to somebody that might get locked up who don't have any other means. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucker might have a direct connection to Thurgood Marshall and shit. You know,
Yeah.
financial networking, financial investors. You know, we saw a lot of real estate development in in black communities in the 80s. A lot of it kind of peaking at the same time as Jesse Jackson's political bullhorn, if you will, between 84 and
I ain't trying to say
88.
I ain't trying to say you capping, but I'm saying like, where is this at? In the 80s, where do you see
I'm saying
emerging black communities?
Yeah, I'm saying he didn't get elected to political office, but as far as being like going from the image of the black man being looked at as, what the image was on the
I
news.
say he do more. Nah, I would say he did more detriment to the image of black men than good.
Between 84 and 88.
Well,
Who else did we have? Bill Cosby.
I can't speak
Who
for
represented
84
the
to
black
88.
man in America between 83 and 88? Here's your choices: Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, or Jesse Jackson.
That's Taz. That nigga Taz said, because that's all I ain't Taz. Because I'm trying to argue with them, but that really is the choice.
As the GOAT debater, I'm running a whole library full of niggas through my brains. Like,
I got right.
I'm trying to think.
No, they ain't got to be famous. They ain't got to be famous.
No. You right though, Deb. Because when you frame it in that time frame,
right.
I'm trying to think of what other black men
just off the cuff,
as powerful as them three.
I got one.
Go ahead.
O.J. Simpson, nigga.
It's 84 to 88.
That's a cold.
84 to 88.
If that's your Mount Rushmore, 84
he coming
to 88,
up short. Yeah, he's gonna come up short. Yeah, he's gonna come up short.
That's a diabolical Mount Rushmore. That's Mount Rushmore.
Hey, I'm sorry,
nigga. OJ, Michael Jackson.
OJ name got big. After, his OJ name was bigger after
in the 90s. In the 90s, yeah. Not in the 84 to 88. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah,
now OJ had
years. That's them Hertz commercial years and shit, fam. What you mean?
No, the Hertz commercial was 70s. That was the 70s.
Yeah, it was 70s.
By the 80s, that shit was done. Yeah, the Hertz
commercial. He was done.
I thought he was running through the airport in the 80s.
No,
he was doing movies by then.
Still with the Bills. He was still with the Bills.
Oh, Naked Gun. Right. Naked Gun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was OJ. The 80s was his acting years, and he was doing TV too. He was doing like Monday Night Football. I think it was one of them shit.
Yeah, he did Monday Night. He did a couple of those.
And the only reason I say him is because he was loved though. You know what I'm saying? But maybe not for the president, but he was loved. But yeah, I can't.
He got love. But he wasn't bigger than Jesse though.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Against Jesse Jackson, yeah.
Jesse Jackson, Michael.
But that might be how far the drop off is from them three you named.
Drop off?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Right. Bill Cosby might be another one, but I don't think he hit his name until the Cosby.
Bill's a good one. Bill's a good one, but he wasn't bigger than Jesse either. That's a good one though.
At that time, I wouldn't say he was bigger than Jesse Jackson, but if you're thinking about just framing it within like the black community and like notable like top names, I'm probably like the three that you can name for that time period.
Yeah, 84 to 88. Jackson, that's it. Yeah,
Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby, Jesse Jackson.
Because you got to think, Bill Cosby.
Michael Jackson is God. I mean, everybody.
Bill Cosby
he's God.
Putting in work from the 70s all the way up to that time, Taz. And he's doing like Dragnet. He's, you know what I'm saying? He's like the black comedian that crossed over into white, the first one that crossed, like really, really crossed over into that white white audience like that.
But see, I agree, and that's why I'm saying in those terms, I think before he became TV dad, I think people was on the fence with him. You know what I'm saying? He did Fat Hour, but he did I Spy.
Yeah, he kind of got a little bit of a black eye in Hollywood when they found out he was funding a lot of those blaxploitation movies. That kind of pissed Hollywood off a little bit.
Yeah, that is true. Because he was kind of radical in the 70s. When did the actual Cosby Show air? That was late 80s?
83, 84?
Yeah.
I wish the nigga would take that debate.
Yeah, so I probably have to.
Was Bill Cosby radical in the 80s? Yeah, okay.
Not the 80s.
Okay, what radical might be a radical might be a stretch, Taz. I would say. Listen, but I'm only hold on real quick, Taz. I'm only saying the term radical. Right, I'm only using it in relevance to him, to where he was later in his career and the type of talking points he had early on. When you know what I'm saying, you go back and look at early videos, you can say like, oh yeah, that's radical. That's for him. That's radical. Like for most people, Bill, they probably wouldn't expect this.
By the purest form of the term, not the way we use radical, but if you're just going off the pure definition, it was radical because, like, you know, having a black dad married with a wife, with a lawyer, doctor, and everything else, you didn't see that on television. So by definition, it would make it radical on that. You know, that's off the purest definition, but not in the way that we use it.
I'm saying even before that,
I feel like that's a time period where they was trying to integrate that into the norm, though. And so I can't push back and say, nah, you're completely wrong. But I do think that was the desired result, was to make that popular, was to make him popular. I think they got what they wanted out of it. So it's, you know what I'm saying, it's not, I wouldn't call it radical because that was the chosen outcome. That's what they wanted.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, Taz. I'm saying if you look at, for what most people of a certain generation know Bill Cosby as, TV dad, straight laced, you know what I mean? You know, just a clean cut comedy. When you go back to the 70s, the early blaxploitation era, Bill Cosby and the settings that you see him in and the type of talking points that he had about black people being inventors and, you know, Africa, you know, Bill Cosby had a lot of stuff that from one viewpoint you could say like, oh, I didn't know he was this radical based on what he later became. You know what I mean? It's like that Clarence Thomas thing Psycho was saying, like early on when he was in college, he was with the Black Panthers and all that. Like, it's like, oh, I didn't know this nigga was radical like that based on where he ended up at.
But see, like, I know some people credit him with Black History Lost, Stolen, whatever that documentary was called. But right. I don't, because the credits say he didn't write that. You know what I'm saying? He was just the narrator of it. And you know what I'm saying? That was the white people shit. That was Andy Rooney shit. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying he didn't have anything to do with it at all because he's the host, you know, the narrator and whatnot. But he gets credit as a teacher for that. And he's really just reading a script. You know what I'm saying? I just thought that was, you know what I'm saying? At the time period, it was, you know, it's kind of sneaky to put him right there in front of black kids and make it seem like he's doing the teaching when in reality, that's their documentary and he's just the host. But the information in it was all good. It wasn't no bad info, so it ain't worth going in on. You know what I mean? I never disparaged the documentary or nothing because it is good info in it. It's just when you read the credits, they used him. They used.
Wait, he was in the credit. He was in the credits as the writer, or just the narrator? Because narrator doesn't necessarily have to be the writer, right? Like a narrator just as a person just does the voice and tells the story. They don't necessarily write it. So they have him as a writer or a narrator?
Narrator. They had him as a narrator.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's good. Like I get what you're saying. Most people that do narrations though didn't write that shit. Most motherfuckers have help writing that shit for the most part.
No, I'm not. But look, him doing I agree with you about that part about him doing a narration.
Now, I wish it was a black person that wrote it, but yeah, no, my
but still him lending his identity to it still means something. You know what I mean?
It gave it credence. It gave it credence.
Right. It gave it credence. Right.
My only issue is that they present it as if it's hid when it's not. But like I said, the info is solid, so you'll never hear me knock it too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I mean, the info's solid. I mean, it was a great info in it. It's just like Psycho said, it's unfortunate it's not us.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean, though, Taz. If you was somebody who was born at a certain time period and all you knew was Bill Cosby was the the Cosby dad, and certain comments he made moving forward all the way up until the allegation, you would just view him in a certain way. If you was to go back and then get put up on that documentary and certain movies he was in early in his career, you would view that as like, oh, he was radical, based on what his talking points were later on in life. That's the only point I was making.
Yeah, I could agree with that though. That might be viewed as radical if you, especially because even then, now that you put it that way, that would have been 68, and so coming from I Spy, that probably would have been considered radical.
Right.
He coming from I Spy. He coming from 3 Emmy Awards. You know what I'm saying? He coming from the white people's darling.
Yeah. So like I didn't know that he was getting smoke for funding blaxploitation movies and shit like that.
Oh yeah, he did it. It was a secret. He helped fund Mario Van Peebles, the very first blaxploitation movie. He funded that shit.
I didn't know that.
Melvin Van Peebles, not Mario. Excuse me, Melvin.
I know he was in a lot of blaxploitation movies, but I didn't know he was funding them too. Yeah,
he funded the very first one. Melvin Van Peebles was that Sweetback,
Badass Revenge, and all that shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never, I don't like them motherfuckers, so I didn't know that though. I didn't know he actually funded them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hollywood got mad because Hollywood wasn't getting paid for those blaxploitation movies. That was all black money, right? Those independent films, and that was cut. It was cutthroat in Hollywood, so they was pissed off at the whole industry of blaxploitation because they wasn't getting none of the money. Outside distributing it at the theaters, but that's not the studios though. The studios ain't getting no money, right? So, yeah.
You never seen none of him and Sidney Poitier movies, Taz? I know Taz don't watch nothing, man.
No.
Man, this nigga Taz, man. Come on, man. That's Black history, man.
I don't like the movies, bro. It's just something about the movies. They rub me the wrong way very early, and I never wanted to see any of them, bro. It's just something about them very early. I didn't like the way they was presenting black people, bro.
You never seen the Spook Who Sat by the Door?
I read it. I didn't watch it.
Ah, you will love that movie, man. You'll love that movie, Taz. The book was, I read the book too.
It's in black and white. You ain't gonna like
it. Ain't in black and white. Not the Spook Who Sat by the Door. Hell no, the Spook Who Sat by the Door. Nah, that came.
Good movie, I probably.
No, it didn't come out in black. Spook Who Sat by the Door came out in 70 something. Yeah, that's a color.
Oh, okay. It came out late 60s, I believe. They came out late 60s.
Late 60s? Okay, yeah. I knew it was like 67, yeah.
Yeah, like it's
like 69. Yeah, that movie cold right there, boy.
It's in color though. It's in color.
Yeah, and you can watch it on YouTube. You ain't gotta go search for it on those streaming sites.
Yeah, I think it is on YouTube. I think like a lot of that blaxploitation stuff on YouTube.
A lot of it.
I love blaxploitation myself.
Yeah, me too. Robert Downey, like movies like what's my man? Sonny Carson, Education of Sonny Carson. Yep. That's a cold one. Cooley High, that's a cold one.
That's classic right there.
I ain't gonna lie, both Bill Cosby and Sidney Poitier movies cold to me. Uptown Saturday Night.
Uptown Saturday Night.
And Let's Do It Again. Both them movies cold, yeah. Both them movies funny as hell.
That's like my mom shit right there, that Cooley High type shit. Like I
came up with,
you know, it was presented to me as a must see. When I just wasn't in that shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I was in all of that shit, man. Young.
Car wash.
Car wash, yeah. Yeah. Cause my people didn't that's all we had a VCR and that's all the movies that we had, Taz. We ain't have like you know, typical 80s movies at the time when I was young. It was all, you know what I'm saying, 70s movies.
Yeah, I transitioned straight from Atari to Nintendo, bro.
Yeah, so when I was young, in the house, yeah, I had the Nintendo shit too, but I liked them blaxploitation movies when I was young. Yeah, me and my cousin, we was in all of that shit. I don't know why.
I think too, it matters what the culture is where you are, and so if everybody talking about that movie and shit and whatnot, it's a must see. But if you ain't hearing nothing about that shit, it don't, you know, it don't register that way. And so again, I don't really start hearing about those movies outside of like my mom, right? Because I'm saying, mom, pops, like older brother, you know, he listened to the Fat Boys and Run DMC and all that. Everything I tell you I despise, my brother listened to that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like LL, like, you know what I mean? Like all that shit. But I'm younger, so I'm not, you know, I ain't fucking with that shit like that. But I'm very familiar with it. It just wasn't my shit.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I loved all that shit.
My brother loved the goddamn Fat Boys, bro. I never understood that shit, bro. Even back then, as a kid, that shit was trash. As I got older, that shit was trash. But nigga, when I tell you,
I think Lou in the back,
it wasn't lyrical miracle. It wasn't, even though they had some stuff that was considered street for that time. They had stuff that would be considered street for that time. You listen to In Jail Without the Bail, that
I remember that. In Jail.
It's some comedic value to it, but it's still like they talk is real street shit. And if you hear the story behind how they made that song, they said the original song was had less comedic to it, less comedy to it, and it was more real, but it was too real for the time. So they asked them to lighten it up some. So they lightened it up and told a funny story with it. But the premise about being in jail and all that stuff, and everything else, that was street for his time. Like that wasn't something motherfuckers really talking about in songs, being in jail or whatever at that time. I actually met them back in the day or whatever. They used to live right around the corner from my cousin out in East New York and shit. I mean, I met them when I was little and shit.
Peace, y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, peace.
All right. Interesting conversation, fellas. I just came to see if I can kind of talk Taz down a little bit, man, because he always, you know, he's one of the only people on YouTube a few years ago that I always kind of push back on the just pick up in those movies and whatever. And I do see the issues with them. My biggest thing is that like those movies was trying to like it seemed like they was trying to squeeze a lot of the content into like a small budget. So you get these movies with all different kind of like elements, you know, all in one movie, like kung fu, you know, detective, you know, like just a bunch of different motifs all in one movie. So like that's why they came out looking so all over the place. Like the Mac was a perfect example. Superfly, you know, these are street dudes with the pimpish uh, persona going on at the same time, doing revolutionary stuff. So you know what I'm saying? So
for example, though, like I ain't never liked that shit though. I never liked the idea. So that like that fake ass fur coat ass shit, that shit look corny as fuck to me. Like
women wore fur coats, not dudes.
I think in like some ways though, like
that was that's pimp culture.
Like, I think in some ways they weren't trying to just big up the culture. I think they was just trying to be honest on like what the culture was actually to a degree. I ain't gonna say.
Hey, but like, Luke,
it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to like to show it in honesty without kind of like glorifying it. But I do agree with y'all that it is the bad look. Like
But
looking back at it right now.
but Lou, let me say this though. I think letting somebody else tell the story of black and labeling it black exploitation is why I get the bad look, because although you can say, yeah, this is where the pimp movies and all of that culture derive from, that's not the majority of black exploitation. You feel what I'm saying, Lou? It's just not. You know what I mean? So it's like
That's real.
once you do that, then it's like, is that what is that the complete theme of Uptown Saturday Night and Let's Do It Again? Is that what Black Girl Lost was about? Is that what
that was about
right? Like when you think Coolie High, is Coolie High about that? Like it's so many blaxploitation is literally just movies showing black culture. It was comedies, it was it was dramas, it was all type of black movies by black directors, producers, and this was Psycho was saying. This was Psycho was saying, like they had to demonize it because it's literally black people getting paid to become.
Nobody demonized it.
No. Wait. I'm not saying. Hold on. I'm saying.
Well, it got demonized by the bourgeoisie.
Right. I'm saying the bourgeoisie of black culture kind of looked at it as lowbrow, like it's just like they put it in the pocket of why they keep showing black people as pimps and hoes while totally disregarding.
That's a legitimate question.
Hold on, wait. I'm saying, but you're totally disregarding the other aspects of black exploitation. Like you're acting like that's the only thing.
It is because they're not as popular.
Wait a minute. It's the same. Hold on, real quick, Taz. It's the same argument the bourgeoisie did when hip hop first started. Why are they doing all of this thug and this and this and that? And it's like, bro, why do you think that's only?
That's cap.
No, it was the same people. No, he's right. It was the same. It was the same.
Gangster rap. You talking about gangster rap?
Yes. Gangster rap. Real quick. Gangster rap wasn't a problem until it started making money.
Thank you.
That's when gangster rap became a problem. Because NWA didn't create gangster rap. They coined the term. They coined the term. Actually, the media coined the term based off what they said. But we all know, like, they wasn't the first motherfuckers talking about wild shit in hip hop. They was the first ones that went popular doing it, right? And once they became popular doing it, that's when the bourgeoisie started coming down on it. Because before that, they was dismissive of hip hop. They was dismissive. They didn't really care about it. They was like, it should have been gone by the time 1990 get here. By the time 1990 get here, they done forgot about it. You know, so they was just
still based on the popularity, though, right? All this is based on its popularity growing.
Right. That's why I'm saying that's why they went after it. And they did the same thing with blaxploitation. And they're the ones that put that same stigma that Bobby's talking about as far as all the blaxploitation being about pimps and hoes and everything else. The bourgeoisie pushed that narrative because of the weekend that Superfly came out. The weekend that Superfly came out, Cicely Tyson dropped the movie. I think it was Sounding. She dropped the movie Sounding the same weekend or something like that. It was like, or they was maybe like 2 weekends apart when Superfly came out, and Superfly crushed her in the box office. And the NAACP, Cicely Tyson, all them, they lost it. They all got on their soapbox. That's when they started labeling. That's when they got the label blaxploitation. That's when the whole label blaxploitation came out, and they started going it because they're the ones who coined it. And they started going in on it. It's low level entertainment. It paints us all in a bad light. And they did that because Superfly outsold Cicely Tyson's movie Sounding. And hold
on. What happened, Lou, real quick? And what happened is when they came with that narrative, blaxploitation literally just got plastered across all of those movies from that era with like indiscriminately. It ain't saying that, like, if they were specifically saying this pimp hoe motif, it was like, no, those type of movies, which just became black movies. So then it was like Coolie High got labeled blaxploitation, and it's like, well, how is this a blaxploitation movie just because it's black people in it? You feel what I'm saying, Psycho? And it's like, what do this got to do with pimping and hoeing or anything? Like, you're just labeling shit blaxploitation.
This is why I can't dismiss Taz's point, but I do see like the nuances in it. So, like, let me ask both of y'all, like, which one got more glorified, Coolie High or Superfly in the community by us?
Both.
Both.
Which one was more?
Cooley High.
Which one?
Cooley High.
Cooley High had a huge impact in the community.
Both.
I get it. That's why I chose.
Now I'm not saying Superfly didn't as well, but they both did. Like I can't say one.
Y'all got to be honest now, man. Come on now.
I would argue long term Cooley High definitely, but in real time they both had a huge impact. Both.
Come on, Psycho, man. Listen, I love both.
Bruh, Cooley High.
I love Cooley High, but come on, man. Don't nobody bruh,
Cooley High started a whole TV series. What's happening was centered around Cooley High. They created What's Happening because of how popular Cooley High was.
Now that's fair, but now let's talk about the impact of Superfly. Like, do you want to be honest about that?
I said they both was big. I said they both was big. I'm not gonna say one was bigger than the other, but I could make an argument that Cooley High was bigger.
No,
right.
So what you going off of, Lou? Everybody went out and bought Cadillac.
I'm just trying to pull out like the nuances because I can't say I didn't see firsthand. Listen, these things was in the community before these movies was even made and stuff like that, so maybe that got something to do with it. But I definitely, I can't really say which one is more, but it definitely wasn't. Obviously, Cooley High was more glorified, more than Superfly. So
Superfly outsold in the box office. In the box office, it outsold it. Cooley High made 13 million. Superfly made 20 million.
Right, but this is the same argument that you making when you talking hip hop about going to the numbers as far as record.
My bad. Wait, that's a real Superfly movie. Wait, that's a real Superfly movie.
Let me ask you this.
That's a lot of money in 1971.
What's the difference?
That was the Superfly movie of the newer one.
What's the difference between Eddie Murphy playing the police in Beverly Hills Cop and Fred Williamson playing the police in Shaft?
Police.
The difference is Beverly Hills Cop was a white big budget movie, and Shaft was more of a black low budget.
That's what I'm saying. But Shaft generally get considered, and you right, Identity. I know that Cooley High is not a blaxploitation movie. That was the point that I was making, that all that shit got labeled as black. Like if you look up blaxploitation movies, Cooley High go be up in there. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, they're gonna label it with the blaxploitation shit.
No, I can't let you do that because you've been using Cooley High as your argument for blaxploitation movies.
No, listen, Taz, listen to what I'm saying. Taz, listen to what I'm saying. If they would have just made a specific argument about blaxploitation movies and made it that, I'm saying at somewhere in the history, all of those movies through the 70s that just had black people in it got considered blaxploitation. So that by the time I'm born in the 80s and we're looking back on it, they're just labeling shit blaxploitation. Everything was blaxploitation when I was growing up, and it had a black cast, and it was from that era. It was all considered blacks, whether it had pimps and hoes in it or not.
Yeah.
Right? That's the point that I'm making. So it's like they demonized their whole era of movies with this stigma of blaxploitation, and it was really going after a certain sector of movie. Like, what do Blackula got to do with blaxploitation? You feel what I'm saying, Dev? Blackula is just a nigga low budget attempt at making a black horror film. But that gets considered as blaxploitation.
No, not a black horror film. No, hell no. A black Dracula film.
Black Dracula film.
Yeah,
Black Dracula film, which is a black horror film.
It was a horror movie, It was considered a horror movie,
So
that's what Dracula is a whole empire by itself at this point.
No.
When you say Blackula, I don't know how you. You know what I'm saying? Like, again,
no, I'm not disputing it. Yeah, I'm just.
It's a black Dracula, but it's still under the genre of horror. It still is considered.
So Bobby, your point is.
I'm just saying.
Your point is that Bobby, your point is that you're not lumping in.
Right, but he said, hold on. He said, Shaft, come on, Identity. You got to hit the link because now you saying Shaft ain't blaxploitation. And I'm saying when you put these movies up, they're gonna get labeled as blaxploitation.
Bobby, before you get on that, let me ask you this. So you saying your point is that don't lump penitentiary in with mahogany? Just going to separate those.
No, I'm saying what in the motif of mahogany and penitentiary, what about those movies fits the what they tried to label the definition of how detrimental blaxploitation is with pimping and home? Because that's what blaxploitation kind of boiled down to. It showed, they said it showed black people in a degrading sense through showing black women as only prostitutes and shit, and black men as like this caricature of pimps and all of that. And I'm saying, but what about those
Penitentiary did all that. Penitentiary did all that, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. They did do that.
It was a jail movie.
Yeah, and one of the storylines was that too sweet, quote unquote, Paul's got locked up behind messing with a prostitute, defending the prostitute.
Okay,
like, that's why he got locked up.
Right. Okay, that's why he got locked up.
But that wasn't about that. I mean, that was just the premise of why he got locked up. The premise of the movie is jail life.
Right. Like that's what Pretty Woman is about, a prostitute. That's what I'm saying, Psycho. Like, so why?
But it did get into that though. It did get into that though. Like those was black women that was coming to the penitentiary for conjugal visits, man. Black prostitutes.
Well, who was this supposed to be? White women coming to the fucking brother?
No, but I'm not disagreeing that y'all like. I mean, I'm not disagreeing that it didn't fit into the storyline. But like to what Bobby was saying, like was the reason why they called it blaxploitation. The penitentiary would fit to a T. What he just explained.
The mahogany.
I know y'all not up here. No, mahogany doesn't fit.
The shaft fitted.
I'm just saying, like that's why I asked you. Is that your point? Like, it's to try to separate.
No, I'm saying the shaft fitted.
Am I black enough, Taz? On the King of New York soundtrack.
What is it? What is it called?
Am I black enough?
Am I black enough?
Yeah.
Song. What about Am I Black Enough? What about it?
He was asking for some Schoolie D.
Schoolie D.
Oh, I would have said 6 in the morning, but I would have said.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I want to see if these some gangster ass lyrics.
Well, you got to remember for its time too. But yeah, it was yeah. You got to put it comparative to what was out at that time. Oh no, 6 in the morning was Ice-T. No, Schoolie D, right? Yeah.
Well, Ice-T got us.
Oh, that was Ice-T 6 in the morning. What was the Schoolie D joint? Not 6 in the morning.
Didn't he have some similar lyrics though?
PSK. That's what it was. PSK.
Yeah. Okay.
PSK. What does that mean? What does it mean? That's what I was saying. I don't know why I said 6 in the morning. Yeah, PSK.
Yeah, y'all died.
I was just coming to just holler at Taz real quick because, like, I know, like, every time we get on this subject, I always got to remind them, like, that it's difficult, like, when you go back to them times and quote unquote Monday morning quarterback it a little bit because, you know, you're dealing with the issue of representation versus exploitation. And, like, you know, like, so, like, that's.
No, fam, this ain't no gangster shit. I'm saying this is 1989, bro. Like, come on, fam. What are we talking about?
What was 89?
Schoolie D.
PSK.
Well, the one that am I black enough? PSK is 85.
Oh, Black Enough. Yeah. Black Enough is that. That's about 89. That was on King of New York, the movie.
Because I'm looking at even the PSK lyrics. It's like, I mean, I see why you saying that, but I still don't, because he said he copped a pistol. But that's about it.
But this 85. This 85. Show me somebody 85 that was talking about cocking pistols.
In the song. Yeah.
Oh, no. He's
played on a white radio station. Yeah.
Put my pistol up to his head and said, "You suck ass nigga, I'll shoot you dead."
People weren't talking like that at 85, bro.
Yeah, on a white radio station.
No, okay, so I got you. So I'm saying because you make one or two references to it, that's not gangster rap, bro. Like I'm saying, like what you saw with NWA was a consistent, nonstop attempt to show you how we're killing motherfucking every lyric. Like not every other lyric.
We're not saying they was doing it to that. Like NWA went and did that shit on steroids. But what I'm saying is, like, it didn't start with them. They just took it and kind of just like I said, they put it on steroids. They just, every other word was like some outlandish, wild stuff. Where is, you'll hear some wild stuff every so often from Schoolie D, where that was their whole gimmick. So yeah, they the ones who took it and kind of put it on steroids.
Yeah, because I see, I do see the direct reference. That motherfucker say he put the pistol to your head, nigga.
What up, yo? What up?
What up, Joe?
What up, Biden?
Yeah, that's Schoolie D, bro. Nobody was talking like that when he dropped, bro. That was hardcore. It was like the first time you heard cussing in a video game. Like that impact was like nobody's doing this. So that's definitely like the birth of a lot of the crazy, like, at the time it was more shocking. It was a lot more shocking to hear that back then.
Ice-T said that was his inspiration, his breakout song that went popular on the West Coast.
Yeah, PSK
hit big.
Like he was another not shock jockey type MC. Like he talked a lot of street stuff. Huh?
Fam, this shit, it's a lyric in here where he said nigga name is Chief Keef.
Damn.
Maybe that's where Chief Keef got his name from. That could be where he got his name from.
His PSK song, fam, it say his name is Chief Keef, but we call him Bone. No, let me say the other line first. Then my homie called my phone. His name is Chief Keef, but we call him Bone. Wow, that's funny.
Yeah, he probably got his name from there. That's probably where he got his name from. Yeah.
Chief Keef.
Nah, that's just an interesting coincidence. Chief Keef definitely, that young nigga don't know nothing about no PSK.
No, I'm saying people, the young dudes, they go back and they listen, dog. Like,
his daddy might have been listening to it.
They go back and listen to the whole music.
Y'all don't know.
It's not like PSK. It's not like PSK ain't a known song, like especially.
No, I'm not saying it ain't a known song, but I'm saying Chief Keef was a ward of the state basically his whole life.
Songs as much as the motherfucker.
Yeah. You want to know like that was a young wild.
Don't forget, Saturday Night was big too.
Salute.
From Schoolie D, Saturday
But
Night.
Identity, you say Shaft is not blaxploitation? How, brother?
So I don't consider it that because I look at blaxploitation as like that mocking, the mocking of like the black culture. Like how do you tell the story of black culture without, there were pimps, there were hoes, there were. Okay, you can tell the story, but to make that as like this funny, like a mocking of it, that to me is more. I think that's a fitting term for the blaxploitation. Okay, it's not just geared towards black audiences. I mean, that's a typical. I don't care about that. I'm more saying like the Willie Dynamites. Those are like, come on, man, like that. That's not supposed.
Hold on. I would agree with you on the Willie Dynamite aspect, right? But my point is when that term came about and they were trying to demonize that specific thing, at some point in history, the whole genre of what it is to have a black movie at that time became blaxploitation. That's the point that I'm making. And they kind of
that's because it flooded the market, right? Like a bunch of movies like that where like black people were just pimps, hoes, maids, and like that. It started becoming like a theme. So I don't think Shaft. I think you still have to tell the story. If there's a pimp, how do you tell the story of a pimp without putting a pimp in it? Like, how do you do that?
But
that to me is like that fine line of where does the artistry stop? Because I don't think that once you start getting the clownery, I think it's different.
I don't think that necessarily. I think it was like Psycho was saying earlier. Black movies flooded the market. So black movies needed to get demonized and generalized as that whole thing of blaxploitation. Yeah, you had the pimp and the whole movies, but at the same time, where Superfile's coming out, like Psycho said, you got Cicely Tyson movies coming out at the same time. Like this is a damn near like a peak for black movies and just independent black filmmakers and being able to put out your own movies at that time. Everything that was independently funded or necessarily got pushed under that blaxploitation banner wasn't necessarily feeling that motif of we're telling a pimp and a whole story. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying?
I get it. Like I said, it was a mix of. So I think we're dealing with similar times now. Like we can talk Black Power all day, but the raunchy, crazy stuff gets more attention. So it's like part of it, but I don't put all the movies from the 70s in blaxploitation. That's ridiculous. But you can actually see that on the internet.
Because look what we real quick.
Go ahead.
Because when we talk this, we're gonna like if we talk about like the pimp and the whole movies in the blaxploitation era, where we talking about, like you said, Willie Dynamite, Superfly, Foxy Brown movies. What else? It's a handful of movies for real that got that level. The Mac that got that level of attention.
Yeah, most of it wasn't pimps and hoes.
Most of it was like the whole of that era wasn't that. So it was like that's my point. It was like they focused in on this thing, just like the point I was trying to make with the hip hop. Like you wanted to focus in on this one thing and try to make it the whole in order to demonize the thing.
Just like when they first came out to NWA, gangster rap wasn't the main focus of hip hop at that time in '88. Exactly. That wasn't even. It was just a sub.
But it hit big, right? But it hit big.
It hit big, but I'm saying when they first went, but they're the reason why it went big, because but at first it was just a sub-genre of hip-hop that most people didn't listen to outside of people like myself who were just hip-hop heads, right? And most people at 1988 wasn't hip-hop heads. They listened to hip-hop casually, right? If it got played on the radio, they'll listen. Maybe they'll like it, maybe they won't, right? This is that era of hip-hop. When NWA got all this news attention, all this media attention, everybody shutting down their shows and everything else, this drew attention to them, and this is when people were like, well, what are we missing? We missing something over here. Like, I don't even know who they are. Who are they?
But that's the reason why the demonizing should have been more on why is this as popular as it should be. Again, the same argument of why is the raunchiness always the it, like the it thing? Like that's the one that gets the crowds, but that's the issue, not the movie or the
88 and 89. That wasn't the it thing. That's what I'm saying. Like they made it the it thing by giving it like it had a counter effect. What they was trying.
88. To do. Oh no, I disagree. By 88, 89, you have. Oh, I'm saying by 88, 89, you already had to stop the violence movement though. I don't know. I'm saying you got to factor that in.
Right, but that was because of violence itself. Right. But that was the main focus of the music. Music wasn't about going out here. I'm not talking about the violence in the streets. I'm talking about the music itself. I'm saying like the music, it wasn't being represented as we out here doing X, Y, and Z to each other. That ain't what the music was. The music was more like you said, stop the violence out in the streets and blah, 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 blah. That was the narrative, right? Conscious hip hop was really running hip hop at this time. Like gangster rap, that was some stuff that we ain't supposed to be listening to. And, we couldn't hear.
I thought Stop the Violence was the response to that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I disagree because Stop the Violence is not only is the response to it, but them niggas on the goddamn songs.
No, you thinking about the other shit. You thinking about We All in the Same Gang. You thinking about that. That came a couple years. That came some years later.
No, they came
Stop the Violence movie was the East Coast motherfuckers. That was KRS-One and all them and everything else.
87, right. And they had gangster rappers on it too.
What gangster rappers? Well, Just Ice. I guess you could say Just Ice. Who else besides Just Ice?
What's the nigga name? The nigga with the hottest verse.
That's the
third. No, I'll say KRS. Let me go look at who on it.
I think you're thinking about We All in the Same Gang. We All in the Same Gang had that had all the gangster motherfuckers in the song. Like that was different. That was in the 90s. I think that came out. I think that came out.
Identity. But even that across the board though, like with a graphic and the stuff, most like the detrimental stuff is gonna go viral. Like even like outside of the black community, because The Godfather was the #1 movie when it came out. Look at John Wick right now. That's gonna make more money than Schindler's List or something like that. So like that's gonna be.
But the Cicely Tyson movie outboxed office Shaft though.
Yeah, but they outbox off his Superfly.
This is where I'm saying it's a hard.
It was the #1 black selling movie that year, and they wasn't happy about that shit.
This is why I said it's hard to kind of draw that line, because where does the artistic side, like we can't tell the story because it's a pimp in there. I don't know where that line is drawn, but I think there's movies that are like overly, like definitely in that pocket of black exploitation. But we got a lot of ones that are just, hey, this is just a story with a pimp in it. Like that's not the focal point, but that's just how, you're telling a story about a love story in the hood, and hey, somebody's gonna have a crackhead in there, somebody's gonna have a pimp in there. Where do you draw the line and say, nah, this is film, this is us
Because
doing
that's
what
the
we
movies
do?
is made to make money, man. They're not financing these movies to not make money. The producers and all those people.
I almost look at like black exploitation sometimes as like it's the over exemplified character of like that overly pimpy pimp, like that
Antonio
it's
Fargas.
not real. Yeah, it's not real. It's just it's in there and it's meant to be over the top. It's meant to be, just exploit this whole character and just make it bigger than the stage type. Like that to me is that more black exploitation. But can you tell a story with what's the one with Pam Grier? What's the one with Pam Grier?
Foxy Brown.
Foxy Brown,
Yeah,
right?
Foxy
Now,
Brown.
is that black exploitation? Like, I mean, I wouldn't consider it, but the pocket of time. I mean, it's hard to separate it. But how do you tell that story without it being some sort of degrading hit to the black community? Like, how do you,
You
she was
talking about the
overly
original,
sexual.
right?
Okay, yeah, the original. But that's what I'm saying. It's hard to separate. But I think I agree with Bobby that a lot of this stuff got lumped in all in one, this 170s, late, early 80s pocket of this is all black exploitation.
Oh,
I think it's unfair.
That was Warner Brothers going against 20th Century Fox. Cicely Tyson movie and Superfly.
And again, identity, like once you factor in like trying to like double and triple the budget in revenue, like you know what I mean? Like you definitely gonna have an issue.
So I'm saying that didn't hurt the community though, portraying those negative images of pimps and hustling and whores and beating people up and shit. Are we saying that was good for the community in the time of the Black Power movement?
I would say good.
That's
That's why I always ask you guys, like every time you say that, I always go back to it, like which one is more important, representation or exploitation? Like that's what we're dealing with.
If it was pimps and hoes in the community at the time, were they not supposed to talk about it?
No.
See that's the exact question. That's the exact question I'm asking.
Now we get into the same argument about gangster rap. Should these people be talking about the stuff that's going on in the community, or should they just stay quiet about it and talk about nothing but good things? Should we kill?
But let's be real. Let's be real, Psycho. Most of them rappers talk about popping off, ain't popping off. I mean, you're gonna have a handful in there that's doing it.
Drill rappers are.
Drill.
I mean, I would like to get a poll on that. How many of them actually doing what they say they doing? I mean, obviously
they videotaping it, man. They
a high percentage. Man.
Again,
a high percentage of
it. It's enough of them to say they pretty much made a mark on that shit. They doing it.
But you see how rap itself got wrapped into that whole thing, though, right? That like rap itself got wrapped into that whole. Hey, it's killing all of us. I mean, that's what happened. It got wrapped into this whole thing of drill. If drill is doing that much to the community, if they really doing it, how does it have everything to do with rap? Not the whole picture, maybe, but yeah, that's where do you draw the line? That's the question. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seems like the line hasn't been drawn until drill rap, which is the problem because niggas been drilling on rap 30 years before that. You know what I'm saying? Like it just wasn't an actual name and an actual incident being used, but the idea of doing it was made perfectly fine, only to be upgraded by later generations by saying, nah, you got to keep it real when you rapping. That's how we got here.
But don't forget the social media aspect to it when you talk about drill versus what was going on 30 years ago. Like without that social media aspect, I could argue that drill rap wouldn't exist.
I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't even disagree with that. Because a lot of that is definitely centered on people knowing you did it. You know what I'm saying? You know, the ending the speculation with you being able to come out and say, no, that was me, fam. I did that, and I do it to you.
Well, it's more like, look what we did to your people, to your dead homie. You see this? Now we at the grave site. That's what I'm
Now,
talking about.
it's less about we though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more about the individual. Like, you know what I'm saying? For example, Von rapped about standing over shit, clapping shit in them type of situations versus Dirt rapped about putting niggas out there to do it. See what I'm saying? So they're all talking that same shit, but it ain't all the same. Like, it ain't a we thing. Everybody want their own individual credit for being him.
Right, but I'm talking about the lesser ones. I ain't talking about the big ones like Dirk and them. I'm talking about like the ones who's like going live at the graveyard and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, but see that's a common occurrence at this point because it did kind of start with niggas saying, you know, hey, I spit on your gravesite, I spit on your dead body, I pump 25 bullets into you while you laying there dead already. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just an upgrade of that shit, bro. So niggas looking for more disrespectful ways to do it. But keep in mind, the two that come to mind, YBC Duel, that wasn't a real incident. He didn't really go to the graveyard and dig nobody up. That was fake. And Fulio was not at the grave site of them three niggas that got smoked in Jacksonville. So all of that is kind of capped in terms of going to the grave site, but it does present that image. But they didn't really go and shoot those videos at a grave site. That was all for social media. No different than the girl up there in the Bay who got clapped, and you know what I'm saying? Remember they said she said she clapped her ex-boyfriend and got away with it and all that shit. Then some people got up with her or whatever. Just like that story. So all that shit be having like a little background to it, but the cap is added on to get people to keep following that shit. The motherfuckers went at no actual grave site, but they be actually doing dirt, which got them niggas murked, you know. Because neither one of them ain't here now.
But let's move back a few steps, those tabs. I do want you to answer that question though. Like which one is, because you asked the question, like, was it bad for the community? And my question is like, is the representation more important when you're gonna get just a degree of exploitation included, or just to get rid of it all? Like that's what, like, you know.
I would say get rid of it all. I think at this point it is like degenerate, but my issue comes with the conversation that it becomes a black thing. And I think that's kind of the issue is like, this is American culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, we talk about drill rap because we talk about YNs or whatever, but like, nigga, they just perpetuating American culture on wax. And so if American culture is cool, then what niggas talking about? You know what I'm saying? Because like, niggas can't watch Scarface and then try to come at some YNs, and you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas been celebrating all this gangsta ass shit all these years, but now suddenly we act like we brand new to the understanding of some gangsta shit. Nah, fam, niggas was I grew up with niggas promoting drive-bys, nigga.
My only pushback on that Taz, is that, like, where does the escapism come out at if you take this away? Like, where it is, because it's gonna go some other place.
Escapism?
Yeah, because that's what most of this stuff is doing, anyways.
That's the challenge, is to face it. Maybe that's the issue, is that we not facing it. That, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, we are looking for ways to escape. And I'm not saying that it doesn't work sometimes, but the overall messaging seems to be going downhill. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that, you know, society ain't just moving the way it would, but at some point, fam, our messaging has gotten lost in terms of what we wanted hip hop to be. Like, I mean, this shit has been got.
Then, like, it's like, if you eliminate it all, then you're getting rid of the tools and fuels that do get the proper messaging from it, or whatever that's positive that you can take from it. Like, if you take away all of it, you're gonna take away whatever percentage that is, you know, using it for the
I'm saying that's 0%. I'm saying all the way with Kendrick and J. Cole and all these type niggas, like none of that shit, bro. We don't need none of that shit.
I wouldn't say that it's 0.
We all that shit, bro.
I get your point.
All these fucking weirdos. But that's how niggas like Kanye West become more important than they should be.
So you saying get rid of hip hop?
Not necessarily get rid of hip hop, but I'm saying some of the acts that like I feel like the issue ain't hip hop. The issue is how we view these motherfuckers after they make a goddamn song.
Well, that's personality worshiping. That's the issue. Now I agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. That's what I'm referring to. Because I ain't saying the music is the problem. How we receive the artist is the problem.
I would agree with that. Personality worship is the issue. It ain't just music, but we do it with athletes, everything. Like, yeah, the personality worship is insane. I would agree.
Like Taz, because you said it was a problem when people was glorifying Bill Cosby too much, but then now we on the other end of the spectrum. So
how? Nah, Bill Cosby is a TV.
Because you saying we're glorifying like degeneracy more now, like.
But see, I view Bill Cosby as degeneracy though. Like I get the image he painted for people and whatnot when he was drugging women and all of that, but like the dude was at the Playboy Mansion and all of this shit while being America's dad and all of that. Like that shit wasn't hidden. He was an open degenerate. But then when he get on TV, you know, niggas love him.
Right. Most people then would you know, like especially like, you know, the younger people who was fans of that show and stuff, like none of my friends was talking about, damn, Bill be at the Playboy Mansion. Like that adults may have knew about it, but
right, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It didn't work against him. But that's my point. Is, you know what I'm saying? He was able to benefit from this false imagery of him being a good person.
So where the reports at back in the 80s he was at these places?
The reports? He got pictures.
They went out in the 80s.
He's in Playboy in the 80s.
In an issue?
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Wait. Is Playboy the issue? Is that a problem?
Hugh Hefner was an issue. Yes. Hell yeah.
Oh, Hugh Hefner. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just talking about somebody going to the Playboy Mansion.
But if you go into the Playboy Mansion, you go in there where, you know what I'm saying, all of these, you know, sexual assaults and all of that are claimed to have been happening.
No, the Playboy Mansion was never associated with assaults or something.
Yes, it was.
Not in the 80s, it wasn't.
That's because y'all was ignoring
it. I would say that it had to be going on. I mean, like,
I ain't saying it didn't go on, but I'm just saying how the perspective on the street. Wasn't nobody walking around saying, "Oh, don't nobody want to be associated with a Playboy Mansion." Nobody was saying that, yo.
No, I would agree that everybody wanted to be associated with it because that lifestyle was okay. So sexual assault was normalized through places like the Playboy Mansion.
Another thing too, though, Chaz, is that black people, we look at that as that's white people stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, what do we do with like if it's just the adults doing what adults do? Like if everybody is of age, I mean, I'm not saying take advantage of somebody, but if everybody is of age and making decisions they want to do, that's where I'm asking. Like, where do we? When was that a problem?
Well, if everybody was of age, I wouldn't mention it.
Everybody wasn't of age?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I did not know there were underage women or either underage people. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Or were allegations from the Playboy Mansion on underage girls?
Those are the breeding grounds, man. It's always in that kind of industry.
Yeah, I didn't know of any of that stuff going on, like as far as that level. To where that was coming out as a spot where like underage situations happening.
Those when 30-year-olds in them pictures and stuff, man.
I know they were like young, relatively young, like 19, whatever, but still, I don't know. I mean, I was a kid. I wasn't really paying a lot of attention to it, other than just the fact that like every kind of little boy was like, "Oh man, that'd be cool to be up in there." Like that was what I saw it as growing up. Like that's the spot. But I mean, adults doing adults do. If some kid stuff going on there, obviously there's a problem. That's a problem. But I did not know that side of it.
Yeah, it's hella allegations came out the Playboy Mansion, fam. I did mass content on that shit when dude died, fam. Yeah, it's a lot of allegations, bro. Ain't no reason to not believe him either. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of thing.
I'm mainly talking about at the time. I'm back in the '80s. I wasn't really trying to fast forward and say, well, eventually.
Yeah, I mean, in the '80s, though, again, that's when all of these allegations come from.
Right. So, as it was happening in the '80s, though, it wasn't like it was on front page mainstream media.
No,
that these things were taking place.
No, not because they wouldn't report it.
But that ain't up to us. That's not us ignoring it.
Yeah, that's like hindsight. In hindsight, you see, oh, that's what was going on. That's, yeah, your reaction might be different once you learn some things about it. But I did not know anything about that stuff.
And that's my issue, like with these conversations too. Identity is the hindsight aspect. So it's hard to really like, but it doesn't make Chad's point invalid. It's just you always got to nuance the conversation.
Shit, I was looking around with motherfuckers wearing Kangos and shit. It was plenty of motherfuckers had the Playboy Kango on. The rabbit ears, man.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
No, we put the
yeah, I'm sure a black movie maker back in the 70s wasn't thinking about like the way we're seeing it now, like the totality of the 70s. Probably in that pocket is like, look, this movie's gonna make money. I'm gonna bring people in because they got sex, they got violence, they got pimps, they got hoes, they got like it's a different. I would assume it to be a different mindset back then when you're in it versus now.
He's trying to put a lot of content into one movie, like sometimes way too much, and that was the issue for me.
Yeah, the first lawsuit is Jane Fonda 1966 against Playboy. So that, you know what I'm saying? Again, that's, we talking way back, fam. And then so you got your second one in 1992 about an incident where a woman said she was drugged and R-worded at the Playboy Mansion. You know what I'm saying? So people knew this shit was going on. And Bill Cosby was still hanging out with him. That's what I'm saying. He was tripping, fam.
Cosby was living off that fame and like he was definitely capitalizing getting them white women as easily as he was getting them. That fame definitely put him in that pocket to, hey, he can kind of do what he want to do. And there was no social media really capturing it and then blasting it out. I think around that time you could probably have some money to hush up some of that stuff, which I think he did. I think he did send out a couple of payments, didn't he?
Yeah, he paid the woman that he got accused of at the Playboy Mansion in, 1974. Let me see what he paid.
You don't do it with Bill on that level, then you gotta point at Sammy Davis Jr. too with those Rat Pack dudes, because all of them is doing the same shit.
Yeah, he gave her a half of M. 2000.
Probably why you didn't hear a lot about it.
Yeah, this one of them civil suits Bill lost. 1975 at the Playboy Mansion, fam. That's crazy. And see, that's what I'm saying. Again, like why is Bill at the Playboy Mansion in 1975? And then at the same time, we not even acknowledging, that like this this black exploitation and all this shit at the same time. Like, which one is it? Does he get credit for supporting the black movies, or does he get credit for being exploitive of black people? Which one is it?
Well, that's the reason why all of his shenanigans got dug up after the proliferation of the internet and social media, because the news cycles and things back then, and actually having to pick up uh, newspapers and read stuff. You know what I mean? Message ain't gonna spread as fast.
Yeah, but we can't be affording to giving white women $500,000, bro. Like, the black community can't afford L's like that, bro. That's what I'm saying. Niggas ain't had no business at the Playboy Mansion. That's an L, bro. And that's kind of my point. Is just, I don't think they're held accountable for being in those places, which sends the next group of, or generation of stars or future stars to do the same type of shit. And I would say stay away from these white folks, bro. They do different shit. They party different. Y'all niggas start adjusting to how they party and y'all become weirdos. Y'all niggas wasn't doing that type shit before y'all start hanging out with them white boys, bro. Like, y'all tripping. That Diddy ass shit and all that type of shit, but that's white boy shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Where y'all getting this shit from?
What, popping pills and doing mosh pit?
I mean, not just that. I'm saying going to the next layer of, 75 people orgies and, you know what I'm saying, all that weird shit, bro. Like, come on, fam. Like, they said that nigga was sitting in the room while his girl was getting done up, bro. Like, what are we doing, fam?
Yeah, that part of it's wild, but honestly speaking, growing up, man, you only dreamed of having multiple. Like, as a kid, like, when you start realizing what that meant, that wasn't a bad thing in your mind. Like, it doesn't make you like weirder, and I don't think that makes you weird. I ain't down with the whole watching people do your lady like that. That's crazy to me. But let's say you're 15 years old, you thinking about multiple partners. Like, that is not a issue mentally. That's
it is though, fam. I'm telling you, it is though.
If well, okay, I'm speaking anecdotally then, because I can't even imagine that, like, demonizing that thought. Like, wait a minute. Like, obviously I wasn't having that at 15, 20. I wasn't like getting that all my life, and it's like, but I thought about it, like, oh, okay. Like, that wouldn't, if it presented itself, hey.
But see, I think the issue with that is it becomes the pursuit of for some. Now, maybe for you, ID, you was mature enough to not, not that make that your life mission. But you got niggas on a 20-year mission trying to get a threesome.
Yeah, they still on it to this day. Yeah.
Like, I'm definitely not saying that what you say don't have merit, but there's that other side of it where it's like, bro, some of these cats, they be sexually driven. Because they're literally driven.
Now you're taking it back to Superfly times.
Nah, they want to be pimps for real, man.
I ain't never seen it. I ain't never watched that shit, bro. I don't even know what that shit about for real. I just know it's like some pimp shit.
That's what it was about.
That is kind of, that is like label pimp shit, right? That is the level.
Yeah, see, and I mean, I think it, like, with all the YouTube ass conversations I done heard, bro, it sound like niggas in pursuit of that type of shit, though, like smacking women up and, you know what I'm saying, eating hoes and, I mean, that type of shit. I don't
Lenny
know,
from Good Time. Yeah, from Good Time.
Hey, Chaz, was you saying this when you heard ain't no fun unless my homies can have none?
Yeah, I wasn't really, like, I think that beat was hard as fuck, though, but, like, it's that's one of them Paul songs, fam. Like, you listen to that.
I always talk shit against that song, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you, man. I ain't never. And you right, the beat was
one of them songs today. Like, bro, you listen to that shit, fam, you're gonna be like, damn, bro, hell no. That motherfucker.
And it's kind of paused too, because they centering in on your homie. I ain't thinking about my homie when it's time to have fun. You feel me? Like, so it definitely was a problem for me. But I always got got shouted down if I try to push back on that song. And I was doing it ever since that shit was out. Well, I'm like, wait a minute, it ain't no fun. That's a lie.
Yeah, that's wild for real.
Oh yeah, I ain't never bumped that song.
Yeah, that's wild.
I don't know if I really hung out with motherfuckers that was bumping it at the time. They might have, but they didn't play it around me.
Niggas was
That's West Coast, right? Is that Snoop?
Yeah, that's Snoop. That's off of Doggy Style.
Yeah, it ain't no fun. Yeah. I remember that.
The beat was crazy though. That's what drove that shit. That beat was the shit was different. But even then, like if you think about that whole, like that's a sexually driven, charged album though. That shit is about some hoes every song, and like even on the cover.
Right.
I mean, all that
yeah, with no pushback from the public. Like, I mean,
but that was Snoop. That was that whole pocket for that vibe. It was all about the pimp culture. I mean, they had pimps in the videos, like that. You know, Don Juans and all that. Like that was the thing.
It becomes a problem when you include my homie. That's what I'm saying. Like that pushes into a whole nother lane. Feel me? Like that's the problem I had. That's the issue I had with that song.
I thought it was just degrading women, saying you a throwaway. Like I don't care what happened to you as long as I get mine.
You can say that without mentioning your homie though. That's what I'm saying.
That's true.
Think about
that's true. That's true.
And I used to question niggas like, do you really hear what this shit is saying, bro? Like, but hey, no, that's just me.
Hey, just to kind of touch back on the blaxploitation. Every movie that Hollywood Shuffle was taking shots at, I think would probably be in my category of blaxploitation movie. That overly done. The way they sort of had those little skits with the zombie pimps and all that other stuff. Like that, they were taking shots at it. So I think there was some level of understanding. Like this is some bullshit. So let's go make some fun at it.
Do you think the blaxploitation ever ended? That style
of overly done, stereotypical. Is it? You mean today? Is it done today?
Has it ever ended? Because it's still
is it ever ending?
Like I'm gonna get you sucker. Like those is parody movies and everything, but like the whole Wayans brothers stuff they do.
Yeah, now we're talking comedy, so this is a little different because the window's a little wider open for comedy. Like you can kind of poke fun at whatever, even if it's like not even if it's not funny to everybody. It's just going to be the case. But it's not meant to be serious. It's not meant to be representation of real life. So it's a different pocket for that.
I don't know though, fam. Like, cause it seemed like comedy gets the benefit of being based on real life. You know what I'm saying? Like people typically give comedy the benefit of having a real life foundation.
You mean give it a pass?
Well, for parody though, for a parody, that's a little different. Like somebody, a comedian talking about real life shit. Yeah, okay, that's based on some real life shit. But a parody meant to be over the top about some subject that you probably shouldn't talk about or is taboo to talk about. Like that gets a little more leeway to just say, okay, go ahead, do whatever you think is funny. But sometimes they get in trouble. They get caught up in like, hey, you went too far with that one.
Or injected.
Yeah, I agree. But kind of like the fruity skit. Who do you?
Is it happening today with what's the movie with Robert Downey playing the blackface? Now, was anybody offended by that?
Tropic Thunder. Hell yeah.
Tropic Thunder.
I ain't like that either.
Yeah. It's fucking disrespectful shit.
So the question came to him, would he do that today? He was like, hell no, because he knows the environment now is not what it was. It was like coming out of that phase back when that movie was released. It wasn't as sensitive as it would be now, rather like playing that character. Like now
What
you can get
about
canceled for some shit like that. Like you can't just blatantly just do that. Not even in. I can't even think of a movie that
Identity?
would do that after that.
What about Vince Vaughn and Be Cool? Now he didn't actually put on blackface, but he was playing a whole black stereotype as a white man.
I don't remember that movie.
Be Cool with John Travolta and
Yeah, I don't
what's
remember.
her
I don't
name?
remember. I don't remember the plot of that movie. I can't place it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. He definitely put on a whole black character. Meanwhile, The Rock in there playing the whole fruitcake. It was a lot of issues in that movie, man. But yeah, he
Now, I felt like Tropic Thunder was actually over the top. To me, it was over. It meant to be over the top, even with Tom Cruise playing the guy with the glasses and that whole character he played. I guess the owner of the movie, the producer, whatever. Um, I felt like that was meant to be over the top. Even them taking shots at like mentally disabled kids and stuff. Like they really like pushed the envelope. But I thought that was the purpose to do that. Now was I offended by like the character? I thought the character was funny because I thought he pulled it off well, but on the surface of it is like, nah, you can't do that, bro. Like you still doing blackface.
Nah, I never liked the idea of even doing some shit like that. I think that's crazy for real. And I think once we kind of celebrated that and was cool with it, it opened up the door for some more shit. You know what I'm saying? So now we find ourselves trying to call out racism, and it's not as easy because niggas was cool with blackface, in the right moment. When that shit should be off limits, period.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But that's what I was speaking of was like that the idea of it being a parody is like almost it's not giving it free reign to do whatever it wants, but it does have some leeway of I can go a little further with this than like a serious movie, it's just a different pocket. That's just the nature of it.
But do you have an example like a black person who got canceled over some comedy shit? Because I can't think of one.
If Eddie Murphy came back and did Raw, he would not last. Like that because now, granted, I love Raw. Like back when it was in the pocket, it was great. Listening to it now with like the times changed a little bit. Like that ain't gonna fly today, buddy. Like that'll get canceled from the rip. I think the only one getting close to like I don't think you can cancel him because he's too popular. Chappelle. He pushes the envelope big time in this day and age. But most comedians stay away from those topics because they know if I go too far with this, you might not hear from me again. It's just what it is.
I don't know. I feel like black comedians don't really have to. They don't have to worry about getting canceled for real. Like the Corey Holcomb thing. They know they don't really have limits. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like even with Corey Holcomb as an example, you damn near gotta crash out to be different than other comedians, and so they're willing to do that.
Yeah, Corey came out like that. Like that's Corey, right? Like we accept Corey because Corey's been Corey since Corey hit the scene. Like that's him. That's what he does. So it's almost like softening the blow a little bit. Like you allow some things for him. He says some controversial stuff to this day. He does, but that's him. That's how we see him. At least that's how I see him. That's how I've known him since he started doing comedy, stand up, and all of that. I mean, he's known to talk about some taboo stuff, abortions, and but he makes it funny because it's funny because you can almost see it, but it's like you're not supposed to talk about that though. That's his style. So he's going to say some off the wall stuff, and sometimes it may seem like he went too far. Like, oh, nah, you shouldn't have did that. Like that it was funny up until that point. But, does he get leeway more than like the average comedian? Yeah, because that's how we know him. He's never been anything but.
Yeah, but Okay, so when does that become a problem? Because again, this is how you get your Charleston Whites, who just simply say, "Yeah, I'm a comedian too."
Yeah, well, he's playing a character too. He's playing a character too. Everything he does, I know it's for sensationalism. I don't listen to anything he says as he's definitely in character mode. And I'm not saying it to soften it. I'm saying that's he knows that gets him views, that gets the impact, that gets the audience, that it just draws him in. Controversy draws him in. Everybody ain't willing to do it like that, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I don't take him too serious personally. But where do you draw the line? I hear you. I don't know. That's why I'm always asking. Where is that line drawn? When is too much too much? I don't know how to define that personally because it's wrapped up in the nature of what it is. How do you tell Corey, yo, stop doing what you're doing, even though we know you? That's how you became famous, and we've accepted that to some degree. And then, which makes you do it even more. When do you say is enough enough? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's definitely been accepted all these years, and now you want him to change his style of comedy. I don't see why he would when it's been so successful all these years. He would literally have to get canceled and be forced to change it because ain't nobody at them shows no more. And I don't see that happening because nobody had an issue with it before. This is just, sudden smoke.
Yeah. I don't think he's big enough to worry about it right now. Like, he's popular, but he's not, like, if he lose everything, like, what's everything though? Right? Like, I don't think there's enough to be held against him to lose it. There's really not a fear because he's still going to have that core audience. They're not going anywhere. They're just not going anywhere. There's people that love that level of comedy, and he's big enough to have that audience. And I don't think he could be canceled, like you said, probably because just of the nature of his comedy. I don't think he could. Like, what is too far?
There's going to always be somebody that want to hear that over the top shit. That again, because I'm saying, dude, he's crossed the line way too many times. In my opinion, Corey Holcomb he should be canceled for some of the stuff he said. And it's just bad because it's old. By the time I heard it, it's old. So the cancellation would almost be kind of fake. Because, if he said something 7 years ago, you know what I'm saying, and people been listening, heard him when he said it and was cool with it then, don't make it seem like now you want to get in on canceling him or some shit. Like, you were a fan. You was cool with that.
Yeah.
He said too much, fam. I can't fuck with him no more on any support type level, just based on some of the things I heard him say years ago. But I'm not going to, be fake outraged about it today like I heard it back then. I didn't. And so, hey, fam, he said this is what it is. I don't know why y'all fucking with him. And, I kind of left it at that because, he be saying some way too wild shit. It's one thing to try to get the crowd going. It's another when you start talking about women and children and shit, bro, and saying weird shit.
Corey always give he always give credit to Patrice O'Neal for giving him like the green light to go ahead and like stay wild or whatever. I don't know, but like that was his quote unquote mentor. And like if you listen to some of his old stuff, Patrice O'Neal, it's in the same ballpark. I ain't gonna say that this is fucked up as Corey, but
Yeah, I mean, I think Corey's definitely a little more like, what's the word, raunchy? Like he hits on topics that you just don't talk about, like out loud, like really personal stuff. But it could be like life traumatizing stuff, and he's like putting it out there as a joke, like there's comedy in there, I guess, to some degree where you have an audience. Right. Like I said, I don't think his core audience is going anywhere, no matter what he does. No matter what he does, he gotta he got a certain pocket that's like, okay, this is good enough for me to. I don't think he can lose that piece. I don't think you can cancel him for that piece because they're not going anywhere.
I agree. I agree with that.
It's like it's no different than any Trump stuff. There's people that are like, you can give them flat out facts. They don't care. I'm rocking with this dude. That's that level that like you can't move that. You cannot move that.
It'd be different if he tried to like balance it out with some type of moral to the story, but because like even Richard Pryor would do that, like balance it out, like with you know what I mean, like some type of point. But Corey just throw it out there and leave it like that. But
now, as far as the damn, what were we talking about? Bill Cosby. I think the problem I had with him is when he tried to use that image of him as that being him. Like, that's not you, bro. Like, you play a great dad on Cosby Show. Like, the dad image is cool, but he started trying to use that level of respect across the comedy world. When he started trying to get like, he tried to get like Def Jam shut down. Like, he didn't want Person and all this stuff. It's like, wait a minute, man. Like, you know, stay in your lane. Like, and then to find out, dude, you got a really dark past, bro. Like, you probably should sit your ass down. Like, don't come out here with this moral stuff, and then you got drugging people in your pocket, bro. Stop.
That's why Eddie Murphy did that joke on Raw about Bill Cosby trying to preach to him and stuff, morality police him and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys seen the DL Hughley interaction he had with Bill when he was interviewing, I think, Monique. Somebody he was doing, maybe not Monique. It doesn't matter. He was doing an interview, and Bill Cosby called in and telling him that he didn't like his show because he cursed too much, like he don't like his comedy, whatever. And DL came back to him saying, well, at least I don't have anybody drugged up with their panties on their ankles or something like that along those lines. But it was like, yeah, that's deserving. Like, don't come in here with this old holier than thou and you sitting on that. Come on, bro. Stop. So the image of Bill, great. I think it was a great look for the black community. Put some lawyers and doctors on the screen. Look, we can do that. We can become that if that's what you want, you know. Mother, father, family, like that. I thought that was a great image. It was just like, no, you learn later. That wasn't him.
The internet took him down, man. The internet took him down, man. Like, what was that comedian who went viral?
Burris.
Yeah.
Burris. I forgot his first name, Burris. But yeah, he's the one who said, look, Google it.
And people got mad at him for that.
Yeah, I think. Would you consider him being canceled for that?
I actually took him higher for a little while.
Yeah, his name Hannibal Buress. Hannibal Buress.
Right, but didn't he? But see, ain't that the issue? Because it was a joke, right? It was a joke.
It was a joke. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like that, and I guess I'm saying that should never be a joke in the first goddamn place. That's, and again, it turned into that case. And so I think we kind of forgot about that part of it. But like, it started off as a joke about Cosby.
It did. And
it
snowballed.
He really had smoke, though. Like, he really didn't like Bill Cosby.
Nah, he ain't like him, nah. And I think it was intended to, make him look bad or whatever. But I don't think he knew he was going to get that nigga a case, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he knew that he was going to stand on stage and that shit was going to turn into an investigation going back to the original deposition. You can't convince me he knew that part.
Nah, he was just trying to do a joke. But what he did was told the audience, y'all think I'm lying, go Google it.
Go Google it. He actually said that, yeah.
Yep, go Google it. Don't, you think I'm joking about this. He has cases, So the information was there. To Taz's point, the information was there. I would say it was ignored. If it wasn't mainstream, obviously it had to have been ignored. At some point. At the time, you don't really have access to that so readily. But now we got Google. We can look up case numbers if we get the right case number.
And then the victims just came out of woodworks.
Yep. They did come out on like roughly like really close to, like it just was like a wave of them. Like, hey, me too.
That shit was like 2-3 a week on that nigga.
Yep. So is that black people taking Bill Cosby down? Is that would you consider that to be like destroying
black people? It wasn't just black people.
I wouldn't say black. If we gonna group some shit, you know what I mean? I would say women took his ass down. It wouldn't be black people. It was women of all races up that motherfucker, bro. They got his ass.
A lot of those white comedy writers and performers was in the background too, like Judd Apatow, some of the people that write for Saturday Night Live, and they was name dropping Bill Cosby every chance they got.
Yeah, even Bill was trying. He was telling Eddie Murphy this back in the 80s. Didn't Eddie do a joke about it? Like, yo, fuck you. Like, you telling me how to do my comedy.
The same people you hear that use OJ, the fact that he got off innocent or whatever for that case, it'd be the same people that would be shooting at Bill Cosby, because according to the mainstream, like you wouldn't know that OJ actually beat the case. So it makes me wonder too, like about like the censorship and all that. Like it was less censorship about this type of stuff back in the 80s and stuff like that. So that now, the overcorrection, you know what I mean? People push back on that too. So.
But you think? Cause I don't think it's an overcorrection. For real, I really think like where we at right now is based on a lack of correction at the time. You know what I'm saying? So now, I think now there's a necessary, seemingly overcorrection, because you have to undo a lot of shit that was made acceptable or silence deemed it acceptable. Because that don't necessarily mean that people was cool with date R word and all of that. But it took Rick Ross and all of that shit for people to come out and say, hey fam, what you on, bro? Like ain't nobody co-sign no shit like that, bro. But like until that moment, people have been slipping them type of lyrics in and saying shit. And not all of us agree with that type of shit, but certainly, we know that wasn't the first time somebody rapped some shit like that. But it took that shit to go mainstream for people to say, nah, in mass, nah, I don't support that.
But then, like, when you say, okay, so, like, when you get that correction, then you got the LGBT movement sliding in underneath it. That's when you would call that overcorrection, right?
No, I don't know where they slid in that pause.
As far as that, you like, if you critique them a little bit too harshly, you fool around, get canceled type in that direction.
Oh yeah. No, I do agree with that to an extent, though, because I do think there's a way to critique them harshly without crossing over into what would be considered toxic too. I think like people like me prefer the toxic way, but I've heard them harshly critiqued without it being toxic.
and some of them got kind of.
You don't think you can critique that community without being toxic?
I mean, Dave Chappelle is a good example, and they trying to counsel him, but like Identity said, I think he might be a little too big. Pause.
But ain't
But
some
he
of
would
these
be.
cats trying to get canceled? Like I don't look
Yeah,
at
because it takes it's attention. That's why it doesn't matter. It's better than no attention.
Yeah, he's trying to get canceled. To me, that's a different conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to get canceled, so to speak.
Yeah.
Hey, they can't stop people from coming to see your shows and shit. All they can do is get on Twitter and CNN and Fox and complain about what you said. But like he's too big to be stopped. So yeah, fam, like why not try to get canceled? I mean, look at the cancellation process. It's about talking about you. Right. So I don't know if that works works against a comedian when it's somebody that big, like y'all was saying. Like he way too important to be canceled. They want you to
Chappelle is like more anti-machine, right? When he went through that whole $40 million this and that, it's like he's almost that poster child for going against the grain. I do it my way. So that to me, I think took him to stardom. Like, yo, there's some people out there going to love you for this.
But
right. So now you can see him doing his own thing. He does his own thing. He clearly talks about what he wants to talk about. I give him credit for being creative with it, though. It's not just disrespectful. It's definitely, he put some thought in a lot of the things that he's saying that he's almost insulting. Almost. He's like right there if you take this out of context.
But look what happened. What happened with Kevin Hart when he tried to like say something and then they stopped him from doing the Oscars and everything. He had to come back and apologize.
Oh, the joke about his kid beating the kid with a track or something.
No, he actually said something about the LGBT.
Yeah, if his kid came home, I think somebody correct me, but if his kid came home like saying that they're homosexual, he'll beat them with a like a race car track, something along those lines.
Oh,
and he wrote that in a tweet years ago when it was okay to say those things with no backlash.
Oh, they went and dug him up.
Yeah, that tweet was like 10 years old or something goofy. So he came back and apologized quick. He came back like, look, I apologize. I wrote it, but I'm sorry I offended anybody.
Yeah, he took an L for it, though. I do remember that. He had to step down.
Yep.
Joy Reid had a similar statement too, that she almost got canceled behind and she had to come out and apologize. Something they dug back up.
Yep. Now this is why I said the level of stardom is much different for like Chappelle. Nobody knows when he's coming out with anything. He ain't even got to advertise anything. The moment that you know it's out, that's it. That's the advertisement. Like he doesn't. It's like a Beyonce album. You get so big that you don't even have to really tell anybody when you're dropping an album. It's going to sell. And that's why I said I highly doubt anybody can cancel him. Even if he went straight disrespectful, I still think he's just a machine right now that's operating he's doing what he wants to do. He pops up. He did this recently, this last year in Philly. He'll pop up at comedy shows and bump comedians. Like he just who's going to say no to Dave, right? If you got a comedy show and you got some locals on the stage and Chappelle walks in the door, you're not going to tell him no. So that's what he does. He goes around the country, different spots. He'll pop up anywhere, do some sets. And, that's just him. He can do it. He carved that, piece and he got it. So I highly doubt anybody can cancel that dude, man.
But to my point about the overcorrection, like the fact that you got like people who would otherwise, speak their mind or whatever. Now they might, sanitize themselves or not say nothing at all because of situations like with Kevin Hart and things like that. That's why I'm trying to figure out like where's the
Well, Kevin's dependent his whole family, his whole scenario, everything about him. He's depending on that image to be he's got to be pristine, to be honest. Like he's in that pocket. If he gets canceled, he's gonna feel it. Because most of his success comes from an audience that could be easily triggered. So he's walking a fine line. So, you know, I think the audience sort of dictates whether or not you can even be touched. So, but Kevin Hart's his whole fame is based on him being like, this image of him is just, yeah, you can't taint that. It's gonna mess with your money. Look what happened to Will. Like, he definitely ain't no box, you know, drawing the numbers. Nobody's fighting, breaking down the door to get him in the movie now because that image is now tainted. Like, damn, you smacking niggas on stage. That was real? Oh, Will, you hurt yourself there, yo.
But to be fair though, most of the box office actors from his era, most of them is taking a step back with the modern way movies is did now, man. I don't think they really use like big names like that no more. Just to push big budget movies and stuff. If you notice, like the people that was from his era making that 20, 25 million, most of them is not there. But y'all got it.
What? Who? Tom Hanks and
Yeah, exactly.
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't have to make as many movies. Like they're in that lane. Like if I show up, it's a payday. Like if I show up, it's a payday. I think that's what Will had. I mean, even Chris Tucker had it for one movie or two movies, but still, he had it for a minute.
Tom Hanks is still making movies, but he ain't.
Yeah, see, he's gonna die with that. He's gonna die with that level. He can. Yeah, he's earned his stripes.
But he ain't making that 20 million though.
I mean, does he? I don't even think he really. I don't think. I mean, obviously they get older too. They're not going to do as many movies as they possibly can. But
I'm just saying that era, that era. Like you got some younger ones that can draw, but it's not as many as it was at that time. Like look at Jamie Foxx, man. Like you know what I mean? When was the last big payday he got off of making a movie?
This 1973 Chicago, Illinois. Only 3 people in that photo have car keys in their pocket.
Damn. Who was in this photo, Dad?
That's a portrait, a throwback. It's not my family, but
I was about to say Dev in the shades.
That's what I'm saying. It's not my family, but there were different publications that were out besides Jet and Ebony. They used to distribute, you know, local press. This one of the photos.
The white frames is crazy.
Yeah, motherfuckers didn't think that was out back then, but this is clear proof.
Yeah, I feel like there's a level of black growth that needs to be had.
You see black exploitation in that photo? This is the height of Superfly and Shaft.
This is why I said I think that the whole idea of like we gotta if we just now hitting the genre, like let us grow, let us get our feet wet. I'm sure a lot of white movies was trash when they first came out. Like you don't start at the top, you know, we grow into some stuff. Give it some time. I mean, when was it what was the first black film? Like all black cast film? Like what mainstream media? Like that, this is rather new. So I don't expect perfection. Me personally, I don't expect perfection.
That's the thing though, identity when you're dealing with Hollywood, like it's like there's a business element to it. Is like when The Godfather came out and made all that money and stuff like that, like that community wasn't too happy about that, like that movie was dealing with.
I thought we celebrated those type movies.
It was the whole country. That movie won Oscars and all of that. It's kind of a blueprint on even just movie making, period. And also, that movie was one of the ones that resurrected Hollywood. Hollywood was not doing too good at that time.
At what time?
When The Godfather came out.
Yeah, we it's like there was a part like how do you strip Scarface and Godfather and all those type movies out of like early hip hop? That was we were celebrating that type stuff, even though it wasn't black movies, but that image became a thing. Like the whole idea of even calling it gangster rap. I mean, that it's funny. Like we were celebrating it, even though it wasn't ours. But there was not really an alternative, though. There wasn't no black gangster movies. There wasn't no black, not back then.
I wouldn't say early hip hop, but I would say like around the golden era. Depends on like what you consider. But the early stuff was more of the Afrocentric and I would even say like 5% type of stuff being pushed, like mostly.
Y'all still talking about blaxploitation?
In and out, back and forth.
Get chance to like concede that like there got to be some type of like happy medium where it balances out to like what's salvageable and what should be thrown out. Because he's still standing on throw it all out.
Well, only reason I can't stand on throw it all out is because I seen the same thing try to get down to hip hop. So that's my.
Is that Chicago Avenue?
Is it? Well, I don't know what Chicago Avenue looked like way back. Shit.
That's 1974. Yeah,
man, I wasn't even a twinkle in my daddy eye during this time.
Yeah, we should be able to look up that restaurant right there. What's that? Amanda's.
Oh, okay. All that grass coming out the concrete. Well, you know where you at.
What you mean?
Chicago. That's narrowed it down to only a couple of streets.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Lou.
Huh? Lou. That's a main street.
Hey, Lou. I don't see enough Arabs. It don't remind me of Chicago.
I mean, it look like Madison. I don't know though.
Yeah. I don't see where the Arabs at. This ain't Chicago,
This 1974.
Arabs wasn't there yet, bro.
I see that. 1974. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I was born in '82. So
yeah, look at that car. That's parked. That's a station wagon. That's parked right there.
That's what I'm saying. I don't remember this Chicago Ave. This is unrecognizable to me.
The Arabs came in the '80s, bud. Like them was.
That's what I'm saying. That's the Chicago Ave I remember going and haggling down the shoe price with the Arabs.
You talking about Madison and Pulaski?
Yeah.
Where did they get that watermelon at though? That's a laundromat that he just walked past. The guy with the shovel.
Is that baby wearing a 3-piece next to the guy with the shovel?
No, they're not together. The babies with the watermelon are with the woman in the doorway. They're not with the man. Yeah.
Hey Dev, is this AI, bro?
No, this is an actual photo. No AI.
Running through perplexity.
His stomach don't look right. Yeah, he's drinking beer every night. Identity. Don't let that shovel move. Well, as soon as you get through
the shovel's throwing me off with the little
right. He's gonna get that out the way because when he get through, it's gonna be a goddamn Coke fucking 45.
Oh no. Wait. Is this AI? Wait a minute. I gotta zoom in on
this. Huh?
Check the spelling on the sign.
That nigga look like he about to go to, man.
You about to go to where?
Go deliver a baby. That nigga look pregnant.
Speaking of Bill Cosby, right? You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
The reflections in the mirrors and shit look real though. That's the only thing that ain't.
Yeah, that's why I would have to. Yeah, there will be no reason to make a reflection of a house. Yeah,
you know, I can't tell the name of the sign,
You
but
should
it
be
don't
able
look
to
like
tell.
it's jumbled up. It
You
don't
should be
look
able
that.
to tell close to the year based on the models of the cars in there.
yeah. Yeah, there should be an actual sticker. You should be able to zoom in on the Chicago City sticker, Bobby. Shit, they was out there, wasn't they?
I can't see that. It don't look AI. I don't know.
Somebody did they put the sticker on the driver's side?
That leg look crazy though, but it might just be the way it's
Yeah,
painted.
he just walking. That's the way he walked. Yeah, that's the way he walked. That's the way he walked.
He going to hustle and find some money doing some yard work.
This could be an opening scene of somebody fucking with his car. Like he about to go handle some business. Like, hold on, get away from my goddamn car.
He's gonna go make some bill money out
If
there.
this was a pimp movie, you'll watch it. Identity. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, is this exploitation?
Right, this nigga, damn, come on, man.
No, I'm just at 1974. Y'all said it, right?
Don't answer that, identity, please.
I ain't answer that. That's the setup question.
You know, in the early spring, black people's always turn over their yard to put some fresh grass out there. So he going to get some bill money.
So you finna go put fresh grass in the projects?
They'll turn over a couple people's front yards.
I can see that.
Railroad worker strike.
That's where they made most of their money. Bobby know what Cicero look like.
Man, that's a tight afro, bro.
That might be downtown.
Might be.
It look like Coca-Cola.
See, it's white people now.
Okay, that's a one-way street. Yes, from in their windows on the left-hand side, behind those people waiting on the cab to go by, there's number shoes in the window. Yeah, Hotel Linux should be an automatic giveaway. There's only one place it could be.
We know this ain't the same block.
Right. No grass coming through the
yeah.
That black building been up a long time. The one who called.
Is that the first Mayor Daley?
Yeah, he personally told him to go in and get Fred Hampton.
That man was in office for how long there? About 30 years.
Who was that?
The original Mayor Daley.
Wait, he's the one who called? Put the call in for Fred Hampton?
That motherfucker. Yes. Excuse my language. His name has been seen in text and mentioned in videos, but they never show his face.
Who was president?
Lyndon B. Johnson.
Was it John? Oh.
No. Was it Nixon?
He was on his way out. That was 69. December 68? Was that 68 or 69?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was changing, yeah.
I think it's 69. That would be Nixon.
You're right. It is Nixon. Just got elected, identity.
I thought I heard a different name on who made the call from Fred Hampton, but the name is escaping me right now. It wasn't this guy, at least what I read. It was somebody maybe above him. I don't know. That's why I was asking who he is.
It wasn't Hoover. It wasn't Hoover. No.
That was the name I did see in like some.
Nah, this is local.
Just some reading some papers. Okay.
This was local. Yeah, this was all a whole local operation. I'm saying they set him up for real. So, like, cause you can't never discount the FBI's role in any of that shit. And I think when we start talking about counterintelligence, of course they probably had an eye on him too. But this was a CPD operation. They did that.
It's funny. I was using AI to I wanted to see its response to like FBI informant and all that involvement with like Malcolm, and like it was giving me some stuff I didn't know that I had to go look up again. But at the same time, it was funny. Like you're telling me that all these corrupt things, and like, hey, you want any other periods of time where the FBI was making corrupt decisions, and like I was like, damn.
You gonna make your AI be an Afrocentric?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be. It's probably going to be because I was just trying to see how far it'll take it, and I'm like, give me the top 10 black leaders that were unjustly, unalived or whatever wording I used, and it gave me like some names I never heard of, but like it gave me 10 names. There's 10 prominent black leaders. Obviously, you have like Malcolm on there, you have Martin on there, and then Fred Hampton was on there. There was a bunch of names I never heard of. I guess they started just going like the smaller towns, I guess, but it was giving me what I was asking for. I was like, that's interesting. It's like, yeah.
Referencing Ivan Van Sertima after a minute.
Say it again.
So if you keep going, it's gonna start referencing Ivan Van Sertima and people like him and stuff.
Yeah, it's just funny. Like, we talk about all the things that happened back in the day we didn't have access to, but now, like, you can almost ask the question and get, I guess, a useful answer. I'm not 100% certain it's going to give me everything I need to know or be accurate with some of the information. Sometimes it'll get it wrong. So I always keep that in the back of my mind.
So that's Randolph, and you see the State Street sign right there at the top left. That's the Woods Theater down there, and also Ronnie Steakhouse and Giordano's Pizza.
Is that a movie theater or like a?
Damn! I don't even remember. I don't remember Chicago looking like none of this right here. This is crazy.
You know what I'm talking about?
That's out here.
I know where this at, but this crazy just to see this.
70s.
Yeah, they got that motherfucker out here now, y'all. Y'all know that, right? Giordano's.
They got what out there? Giordano's for real?
Yeah, Giordano's out here now.
Yeah, two of them in Phoenix.
Italians taking over, boy. It's a lot of Chicago people in Arizona, amazingly. I know that.
You see Pam Grier name on that board, right?
Okay, so that is a movie theater.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you it's a karate picture somewhere on there too. Guarantee. Stay going down there.
Now the original Foxy Brown. Yeah.
Back to you, Taz, man. So you standing on it, man. Ain't no redeeming.
I don't. Hey, wait, but you want to know what I don't like though? Another thing I don't like about blaxploitation is that even in the realm of them doing just like Hollywood, it's like it's all Hollywood at the end of the day, right? And not to like juxtapose the shit to white people, but it's like these motherfuckers go out here and just play any and everything and just get revered just for like being able to just portray the character. You know what I'm saying? It ain't necessarily just.
It's not a juxtaposition. It's not the juxtaposition with white folks. It's the making money aspect. So that's why I agree with you when you say Hollywood. So like when you factor in that this stuff's got trying to make money, you feel me? All the morals go out the window.
Well, I ain't trying to say no. They should, but I'm saying they should try to make. I mean, the making money aspect is even more reason why it should be promoted, because it's still giving jobs to black people. Like the majority of the people that's making money is black.
I'm gonna have to get Taz on the clock, man. I might jump down and get Taz on the clock with this topic, man.
You know what I mean?
If
Even
you
if
get
you
me up
go
there,
to
if you get me on the panel every time, man, about the black exploitation versus the
being negative.
versus the representation, like which one is more?
I mean, but Taz, but I'm saying, but Taz to me seems to lean on the side of film entertainment, period. So even if he's running down a black exploitation, it ain't no alternative to that. So if he can't point to no time where black people been portrayed on film or anything like that, then it's to do away with all the shit, period.
Nah, Bobby, I go back with Taz for years about this, because like he not just talking about the movie, he's talking about all black entertainment was a detriment, like back then. Like that's why he told Bill.
No, I'm saying he's saying that about all black entertainment, period, right, Taz? I ain't trying to put no words.
Specifically talking about in that time though, like because like he's his point is that like it's taking us away from being more politically astute, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying?
No. Hold on, hear me out, Luke. I know the conversation has been framed around this specific point in time right now, but I'm saying I've never heard Taz not have that standpoint on no point in time when it comes to black film. Is to do away with all. You see what I'm saying? That's his point about. That's his stance on entertainment.
I
period.
agree.
So I'm saying so I'm saying if that's somebody's stance on entertainment, period, even if they were to juxtapose their position about how they feel about the 70s, I do think it like we should note that's how they feel about all black entertainment.
Right, but my argument is that if you eliminate the whole thing and like, because culturally, like I think that that's some benefit. I would have to take some time to figure out that position, but what I'm saying is if you get rid of it, then what is we replacing it with?
You gonna
and
put
then,
that
like,
shit? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And if you replacing it with like, but if you replacing it with like political education and STEM or whatever, that's cool. But then how do you escape then? Like, where is your escapism at?
You ain't gonna have no goddamn escape.
Ain't no escape with Taz. I knew that was the answer.
That's my point. Then you talking about some robots.
Hey yo,
you could have come into a debate with me talking about we need to escape some shit. Okay,
I'm just saying because
before he could get it out, I knew that nigga finna say, "Nigga, we ain't escaping shit. We dealing with it."
And human existence, like you can't find like some form of escapism, even on the plantation. So
I will agree with this. Hold on, real quick. I think
the pursuit of escapism is a problem.
I don't think it's a problem. Hold on, Taz. I don't think it's real quick, Luke. I don't think escapism is a problem, but I will agree with Taz to this point. Without that form of, without like entertainment and certain things to kind of like be an easy crutch to your escapism, it kind of limits your imagination, your ingenuity and creativity, and your, you know what I mean, your ability to invent, so to speak. You see what I mean?
You wouldn't be creative if you didn't watch movies.
No. I didn't say that. I just said the way that just like see how they sit down at that TV right there, that thing.
Yeah, just like 1972.
Yeah, just sitting down for hours. It's been studied.
Regardless of what it is,
screen time, all of that shit. So I think a lot less of that will go a long way. I can't even debate nobody on. Like,
no, I would agree that like it ain't necessarily like the best things, like those mediums and stuff. But what I'm saying is like, what are we gonna replace it with? Because if not, then you're talking about like a community of people with psychosis. Like, because like even on the plantation, they had forms of escapism. You know what I'm saying?
They knew how to create though.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. We just gonna have to get back to creating stuff.
Nah,
What's up, Chad? Y'all ain't never seen a TV with a goddamn handle on the top of that mug? Yeah.
I'm saying before TV, I'm saying at a certain point in time in our youth, well, I know in my youth, TV was not more entertaining than what I can go outside and create on a day to day. Do that make sense, too?
I hear what you're saying, but like
the fun
it's like going
and
outside
the
and building
entertainment that I could create going outside was way better than watching some shit on TV.
What was they doing on the plantation, buddy? Like you
They
know the answer.
was going and making their own entertainment.
It wasn't just right making their own entertainment, right? Whenever they got their little
But they
30
was
minute
making their
talk
own
or
communities.
whatever.
They did a lot more in terms of progressing the black community. And it's
Right.
because they
religion.
I can't argue that point right there. Being less distracted would go a long way. I can't argue that. So, if you framing it like that, Taz, like just getting away from all of that shit, period. You with sports too, right? Because I know you're a sports nigga. Standing on sports too.
Yeah, sports and while sitting in one place. Yeah.
Don't flake when it comes to sports. Stand on it.
Again, I don't mind adding sports to it, but I don't think sports applies. But I don't mind adding to it.
Come on.
I think like
professional.
Now we go. Now I'm willing, but you nigga, you lucky I ain't in the state league. I'll be
It literally says NBA entertainment. Yeah.
You saying sports is not entertainment? You saying the sports is not the same form of entertainment and or propaganda as like movies and shit?
But I would say a better argument from Chad's position would be like less time, like cut down the participation time. Now I would definitely agree with that, but like you talking about just eliminating completely, then like now we talking about like what is it gonna be? Because it's gonna show up in some other, behavior.
I think it's gonna show up in creativity. I think that's your best case.
Because that's still working. I'm talking about like something that ain't going towards working.
What you mean?
Like as far as recreation, like that time has got to be
a lot of recreation. Listen. It was people who got off work like when recreation. Hold on. Yeah, because like my step out. Hold on. Fishing is working technically, right? And there's people who got like my step outs used to like play softball. He got off work and went to go play softball and shit. Like it's still, you know what I'm saying, exerting yourself, being creative.
Once they figured out, once you can go buy fish at the market, then now it's becoming more, unless that's your job. Now it's more recreation. Like I wouldn't argue that it's working.
No. I'm not saying that it ain't a recreation. I'm just saying for things that you can create as far as like that to be recreation. It'll expand in that. I'll just look at it like it'll expand more that way. The niggas just being, idle with their minds. Black people way more genius than that to like now that we don't got TV and shit to entertain us, what do? I think we'll just start being more creative,
it was before TV, like people all stood around the radio for their programs and consumption that way. So like it ain't just
I know that was like the image of the white home. I don't necessarily remember.
I'm sure the Negroes had radios in their house.
I know. I'm not saying it wasn't Negroes that didn't have it, but I'm saying just like everything, I don't think that was like the normalcy of a black.
You know us,
you could just sit around the radio all day listening to the radio. I don't think that was a normal thing.
Again, like, and then at y'all point, to y'all point, I definitely agree. But I would say the better argument is to like, if we could have found a way to cut down, like, I would say like 65% of the consumption. You feel me?
I want to ask Taz something real.
I'm pushing back on to just get rid of it all, space. Get rid of it all. That's the only thing I'm pushing back.
What would be your argument that sports is not in the same box as entertainment in America? What is What's your position on that?
So it depending on like the centerpiece of the argument, right? But just what we arguing today, I would actually argue that sports predates the movements in question. And so the distraction that we're referring to actually wasn't a distraction when they were playing these sports. These sports were to Black people's benefit. It wasn't a distraction when Jackie Robinson integrated Major League Baseball. That was an upgrade versus niggas starting to do stupid shit in movies and diminishing our image after people have marched, after people have gone onto the streets, after Black people have fought for a better image for ourselves. It just, it's a different period, it's a different conversation. Jim Brown and them, they standing up for black people, while you got these degenerates, calling themselves mushmouth and fat and weird on Bill Cosby's cartoon.
Well, when you put it like that, it's kind of hard to argue with you, my nigga.
See, I would just bring up that, like, even some of the times when they had some of the biggest protests and push back against, like some of the racism and stuff, movies were still being made at those times. What got them out of the theaters and on the streets? You feel me? Like, I don't think it's necessarily
No. Hold on. I'm saying but hold on. How I'm framing this conversation is, if I were to agree with you there about what y'all saying about the 70s, right, Taz, and the images that were put off with the, the quote unquote coonery, and we fast forward that with what goes on with the 80s, the 90s, on up to today, with what we can call like the same type of coonery with the Tyler Perrys and so forth, right, Taz? And if we saying we need to get rid of all of that, then do we now juxtapose that with what is modern day sports, right? Because you can't have the same argument about the modern day sports star that you had about like the Jim Browns and the Jackie Robinson.
So my question would be, what would be their detriment? Like, what is it that they're detrimental?
Jackie Robinson wasn't no. I ain't gonna say it, but you already know, like some stuff.
No. I'm not. Listen, I'm not like anybody position on Jackie Robinson. I'm not arguing what he did for the past, whether somebody opposed to that or not. I'm saying that when you look at what's going on with all sports today in America, and juxtapose that just with ownership and the outlook on it from the people looking at how I guess propaganda or whatnot that go on to sports, that would be the detriment.
Okay, so yeah, I just don't see where that crosses over into like anti-blackness, like you had with these movies and whatnot. Again, there's no negative imagery that comes from a basketball game. There's no imagery that comes from a football game or nothing like that. Now, when we start talking those people as individuals, and when people look at them as individuals and follow them that way, I think there's a point there. But the sport itself, I think it's only been a benefit. I don't think we can point to a sport and say that sport has been a detriment to the Black community.
Can you separate the individuals from? Go ahead.
My bad, Bobby. I was just gonna say, not letting Black men be the quarterback. That wasn't no.
But again, I will argue you. Well, this I feel what you're saying, Lou. But to answer Taz, I will argue that any benefits that you would look at to the Black community, I could argue the same benefits would be from these movie industries and black exploitation films and the films up until today.
Say it again. My bad. Say it one more time.
I would say that if you're arguing that it was a benefit for the Black community, I would say that I can argue that any benefits that you can say that they're given with sports, I can argue that the same benefits are being given with the black exploitation films and the film industry when it involves black cast and
benefits,
production.
right? I agree. We can match each other on benefits. I agree. We can't
Okay.
match each other on detriments, though. Because I'm saying there's more detriments that come from a Foxy Brown, you know what I'm saying, and those type of images than comes from a football game.
But you said, but again, and my point is, so you completely separate the individual because the marketing of the individual, in my opinion, is on par with the marketing of the sport in a whole, right? So I don't think that you can separate the individual away from the sport itself. Now I understand what you're saying that the game being played on the film is on the field or the court is unbiased, but the actions of the individuals do reflect on, you know what I mean, these leagues, or people wouldn't even get suspended for certain things and things like that. So I think it's kind of like you can't really separate the individual and their actions from the sports themselves, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, you have to. I mean, especially again, these sports leagues are not loyal to individuals, and we don't see. Again, because like I said, if we saw black people going out and crashing out for the sports owners and whatnot, I would say you're right. But what we have seen is black people letting us know that this is a business and they're not tied to any particular owner or any of that. They play basketball, they make money, and then they get up out of there. So it's no reflection negatively of them to just simply do their job and get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? They're not part of the structure overall of the NBA. They're just there to do a job and leave. And as long as they don't embarrass us while doing that job, what are we talking about?
I could argue too, Chaz, though, that
Okay.
integration TV is worse than black exploitation. The integration stuff like different strokes, silver spoons, give me a break. I could argue that type of stuff is worse than the black exploitation.
Yeah. I would agree.
I would agree with you on that too, 1,000%, Lou. But I'm not arguing against black exploitation, so I'll buy
I
it.
thought Chaz was gonna take the bait, bro.
But yeah, I can't argue against that last point you made there, Taz, about the sports and shit. I'm trying to find a way to
I'm just saying the sports themselves
find
though,
an angle.
like they it took a long time before they started letting black people like actually be the face of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Until it just became impossible, you know what I'm saying, to get around it. And
Mm,
they still holding on to the quarterback position. But
I mean, the issue becomes like, for example, when you have somebody like Ernie Banks who stood to gain $500 a game if he'd continued to play in the Negro leagues. And, instead he goes and joins the Cubs and now he's Mr. Cub. And so while I would agree that, again, sometimes it did work negatively in terms of, black people getting their face out there, Ernie Banks is the face of a whole franchise as a black man.
the man Fergie Jenkins, but like
Nah,
that's
ain't
a
no
whole
Fergie
different.
Jenkins. Nah.
Yeah,
No,
Fergie Jenkins
Fergie
was
Jenkins is fucking Mr. Cub.
he
Mr.
wasn't
Cub.
Mr. Cub. He wasn't Mr. Let's Play Too. But listen, I ain't got no smoke at all for Bernie, man. I mean, Ernie was a real dude, bro. Just to put that out there, you know. What I mean, my ex, like he he used to come to where she worked at in the pharmacy and stuff like that. And he'd sit down and chop it up, and one day she came home and showed me some pictures. And she just didn't know who it was. It's like I'm like, this is Ernie Banks. What are you talking about? Negro leagues and all that. And then that got her to start looking into him and stuff like that. And now she got the pictures all on Facebook and stuff like that. So yeah, Ernie Banks is outside of just that image as Mr. Cub, was down brothers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no doubt.
yeah, but the face Yeah, I mean, for them some couple of years he was there with I mean, for his career, because you're right though. But I would say that the Cubs too was a little bit different than Major League itself. I think they was more progressive than a lot of other teams and stuff. Because you had other black athletes in town at that time, like Gil says, and but I'm trying to see how is that a fact though? Was he the face? Because you talking about their biggest year was in '69 when they lost to the Mets in the playoffs before, so yeah, also had Williams, what's his name? Billy, is it Billy Williams or it's something like that? But
And I'm trying
yeah,
to figure out what
that would be a point.
to do though,
That
bro.
would be a good point. That would be a good point using him. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, like he's the entire face of the Cubs, like forever. Like if they ever do decide to change that shit, it's gonna be a problem. You know what I mean? Like they ain't like he's the black man is Mr. Cub, bro, and he came straight from the Negro leagues. You know what I mean? And did something with himself in the majors. And again, that should matter. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I think we kind of just diminish that shit, but that shit should matter.
Yeah, I think baseball jumped out ahead of the curve, but yeah, but I wouldn't include it with football and even basketball and stuff. A lot of this just said it came about around the same time when they just realized that they had a lot more to gain than it was to lose. And then I was talking to Dev about this too. Like, we was trying to figure out like the last white dude to lead the league in scoring before Dirk and Luca, and how far back we had to go to find that. I'm talking decades, Taz. Like, so that tells you that something is going on in the NBA right now to where like that happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that is crazy where we at on that part of the game right there. That's wild for real.
You might be able to say Dirk. Did Dirk ever lead the league in scoring? I don't, I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think Dirk ever led the league in scoring. Can't say for
So
sure.
now you're going all the way back to something like Rick Barry or somebody like over 40 years. So like,
Yeah, I was trying to match up y'all convo with the. I thought they had a picture in here. But just the party scene in the '70s. So Soul Train did move out to LA, but it was in Chicago for a minute.
Psycho don't like that Don Cornelius boy. Don't get him started.
Yeah. That's a whole nother section.
By the bay, down by the bay. By the bay, down by the bay. The bay. Water cannot do what if I do. Have you ever seen a cat wearing a hat down by the bay? Down by the bay. All right, I'll be back later on, Dev.
All right, man. Oh shit. Yeah, there was a legitimate YouTube outage yesterday. So. There's a few people being kicked off. I think the other thing y'all was talking about was the Anton Daniels Mika video. I don't know what's going on with that. Stay from the underground. What's it? Yeah. Y'all banging on Queen's foot now? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know if somebody talking about the Michael Jordan video. Trying to say he was doing something. Man, clearly his shirt was wet and he was like wringing it out like a towel. But they don't want Jordan doing nothing but basketball, man. That one Washington Redskin head coach Joe Gibbs, yeah, he did real good at racing. Yeah, I guess Jesse Jackson Bash Club must have took the day off. I was expecting way more volatility, even though it's still early. Still early. I'm trying to check to see, did we go to war yet? No, not yet. Not yet. Need to a whole bit of it. Okay, what's that? All right, y'all. I was about to play another video earlier, but he had no sound on it. Did they talk about Corey? Oh yeah, they talking about. Yeah, Godfrey did review, but he only played a couple clips. A 14-year-old clip and a 5-year-old clip. He did show the punch. I think I missed the punch first time it was going on. So he got a pass for the punch. That's crazy. What's up, Paul? So they gave Corey Holcomb a pass for punch, being caught on that video after lying, saying he didn't punch him. And I did not watch the Mika video. Anton Daniels, former whatever. I don't know what she is. Who is she? Did she do something by herself to make her relevant, or did it have to do something with Anton Daniels? Mika, Micca. I ain't never seen anybody spell it like that. How do I never watched it? Or you said 1782. What happened in 1782? Because most black folks were slaves in 1782 in the United States. It was legal. Was it a war or something? Uh-oh, my bad. Who was celebrating African American Month in 1782? Let's see. So who was they talking about? Who were they talking about in 1782? If they were celebrating it, they were celebrating who? Who was being celebrated in 1782? That was black. I don't want to hear black people. What is this? Must not be in. Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with them Dr. Umar videos. Yeah, them hip hop. Yeah, that seemed like forever. Forever. Okay. They didn't ever did answer the Jesse Jackson question. Oh, what's up, Abaddon. Don't nobody remember that picture? I'm saying, man, you got a double breast suit on. Y'all not familiar with that. Who you talking about, Abaddon? You talking somebody in the chat? All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. You can't see it that good. Damn. I was trying to find an interview, but I can't find it on this computer. Let's try something else. We can always do Black History though. Ain't nothing.
Yeah, I didn't figure out who he gave the keys to. Yeah, these mugs is wilding out. Too tough for me. I can't keep up with all the goddamn minute by minute action. All right, so this 1990. That's Jesse Jackson. Coming back from Iraq after personally meeting with Saddam Hussein. So that's supposed to save the war. You're not supposed to go to war. Shit like that. You see him taking a cell phone. It's a flip phone. So it means it's costing a lot of money to talk. They couldn't wait for him to get inside. You know. In 1990, it wasn't so easy to talk to anybody anytime. Y'all, that's what y'all don't understand. See Iraq in the background. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the sound, but yeah. He said the perm. I don't know about that, man. Not a perm, is it? It's another video. Al Sharpton had a perm. No, Al Sharpton. Now he had a perm. So this is January 1984. Some say this is the beginning of his motivation to even go after the highest office in the land. Well, you see the naval lieutenant from Syria. Man, you gonna argue with that? Abohair. You can see the media festival. Yes, I'm afraid that's his white girlfriend. I look like Donald Rumsfeld. You see all the big names. You see what their office look like. Got that girl working in that office. Yeah, he's married at the time. Now, what they doing with that money in their basket, man? Mm-hmm. What that sign say on that wall? We all have a dream. Mm-hmm. Great. This is campaign manager. think that's who he was running against. Is that the big number? Brzezinski? This is a positive story. Like everybody was talking about it when it came out. One FBA saved another FBA brother. Just some clips. The CBS stuff off. Can anybody name another person that was designated the official hostage negotiator for the United States of America? Like he was the go-to guy, or she was the go-to guy. CEI, military, whatever. Go ahead and use Google. It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. Just don't go back to ancient history, like 4000 BC or some crazy ass bullshit. Keep it relative. He did some stuff in 2015. Yeah. 84, 1990, 1999, 2015. I mean, it's a pretty good list. I'm just trying to look at somebody else hostage list. I mean, how many did they do? You know, one ain't gonna be good enough. You know, like if you went over and freed somebody one time, you know, from another country or something like that, you know, to do it multiple times. That's all I'm saying. That's only 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna take a break from that. Y'all can come up, post some in the chat. Well, he sold out black folks. You know, he cooned out. I don't mind. I just need to hear the arguments. That's all. That's all I'm trying to get to. I mean, come on, man. I don't forgot the Navy guy, Lieutenant Robert Goodman. I mean, his name was Goodman. He was a black dude from Syria. Y'all didn't watch the news that day? That don't count for doing shit for black folks? Going over to a hostile environment in Syria and grabbing a black dude that was in the military, got caught up into some bullshit. No, remember that shit. Personal diplomacy. I don't know what made him get criticism from the Reagan administration. They was all friends and buddies up there. Reagan didn't go over to Lebanon and do nothing about them 200 Marines that got killed in Lebanon in 1983, just a year before. Oh, okay. Well, he got some more hostages too, so. All right, shouldn't people be able to look up how much coon shit he done
Give me the list of sellouts that Jesse Jackson sold out, and how much was the total sellout? Every time I hear about this, he set up Martin Luther King for him to get killed. It was supposed to be him. I'd be like, okay, now walk me through the plan. What was going to be the plan after they, you know? Yeah, it doesn't look good, man. You probably don't remember that. And most people, they associate the 80s with the crack era and just write it off. It was the crack era. You know, everybody was doing crack and that's it. No, nigga. Motherfuckers was saying the word AIDS like it was a goddamn black plague around this mother. They weren't doing that in the 70s, like 78, 79. And all the time before that, it only took you 3 letters to get you to stop. HIV. Somebody got so bad. If you were fighting or if you're in a tight space, someone says, yeah, I had HIV, they'll stop fighting you and move. Yeah, you could probably rob a bank in the early days. That's how bad it was. I need time just for Black history. Get my other mic.
So we got a couple hours in, you know. Reflect on current events.
Yeah, my bad, yo. I think this up. Yeah, so YouTube. Yeah, I grew up in the South, so pretty regular. Pretty regular. It is going to depend on where you grew up at, though. But might have had another name for him. I might not necessarily been called cool, typically. Mm. Real cover. Yeah, white folks call us a lot of shit. I'm trying to think. What do we is there something that we label or call each other that white people don't? Yeah, I'm trying to separate the white man out of this equation here. I'm having trouble. Yeah, a lot of things depend on geographical location, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, good. Let's blow that up. Second. Is that two real power couples was what? Forrest Gump. But you still represent hip hop? Not the white lady. That's crazy.
I don't like to see that picture there. So who's that little boy right there? Is he related to Dr. J? And what Dr. J doing sitting next to Obama? How did that work out? That's somebody's grandkid. Yeah, it definitely wasn't no movie for me. That's Dr. J on the end. And Obama's the little boy, he Obama too? With the Tennessee jacket on? A student. It look like some Patrick Mahomes shit, but I don't know. I ain't gonna say it ain't. I don't know about that. They sitting too close to be just some random motherfucking kid. I mean, damn, you sitting next to goddamn Obama. Shit. All right, we won't lose sleep over it. Try to figure out who they was. Okay. So not the boy with the twist, but the other little boy that's looking straight. Is that Carmelo Anthony's son? That's somebody's son right there. You see Dr. Jaden got up. Hold on. Yeah. He probably won't get. I don't know. Why is Obama at the All-Star game
with no socks. Yeah, but he can't walk around with no socks though. Yeah, don't you see the legs crossed right there? Ain't nobody sitting over there. Even Michelle got on some goddamn stockings or something. Damn. He just straight out there. It may not be Carmelo Anthony's son, but it's somebody's son. Them goddamn seats. No. Okay. Now whose son is that on the left? Whoever their dad is probably on the goddamn court. Yeah, see, Dr. J, he got some. It ain't yours? That ain't your son? Well, they definitely together. Is that what's that boy name? From the Cleveland team. Donovan Mitchell. Is that Donovan Mitchell's sons? Trying to see, I might have another picture of him. Mm. And a close up on the hairstyle. See Martina Navratilova in the back. Mm. And we saw Steph Curry earlier. Aisha. That was a nice picture. So, yeah, them are all the pictures from the weekend, I think. Well, at least some of the main ones. Yeah, I'm never gonna watch none of them games. I don't give a fuck what the format is. You gotta actually be there, just like a baseball game. You can't watch a baseball game on TV. Man, it's boring as hell. I don't care if it's game 7. At some point, you're gonna get the fuck up.
Yeah, it's cold as fuck at the hockey game. Any black folks who want to show up there. I know it's cold at football, but that's a little bit more tradition. It's way colder at a hockey game than a football game. That's why they promote alcohol so much. Make sure you don't leave. It must be a cold front coming through. We got 23-mile-an-hour winds. Nah, I don't like winter, man. You got no benefit. It knocks out power, freezes everything up. Can't go outside. It's just I don't see the benefit of it. Who? Oh. Oh no, I didn't see it. Come on, sitting behind them? Nah, man. Look around. What do you call that? Frostbite. Yeah. And we was trying to figure out who that boy was. You talking about that lady behind him? Cause they're not little girls no more. Remember when they was cute little girls in 2009? The Obama girls. Your name can't be Lil and Young, forever. Oh, okay. Oh, you saying that's Sasha? Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to go back to the part. Let's see. Damn, I lose it that fast. Oh, 1 second. No, I didn't. Yeah, she interesting. So right behind her. Is that Navratina? That's not Martina Navratilova. I am curious on who the other little boy is. Both of them little boys got the same daddy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here was some other pictures too. I mean, not of from the game, but I couldn't tell who was who. All I know is she had black hair on Friday, and then by Monday, yeah, gray hair. That's it. It's after 5 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, it's happy hour. Hmm. Yeah, you supposed to do that way back in November and shit. So what's up with the Mika chick? The Anton Daniels? I don't know what's going on. I don't know that part of history. Is that history? I don't know. Let me see. YouTube. Who's reporting this? Oh, yeah, mad pop-up ad. Uh, put the link in the chat.
So it looks like YouTube was down last night, actually. So the outage started at about 7:50 Eastern time last night, with about 280 to 300,000 reports in the U.S. and 30,000 in the U.K., which lasted for about 90 minutes. Google later confirmed that the issue was with their recommendation system. The issue. Google. Prevented videos from appearing across surfaces on YouTube. An issue. Okay, so we see that, right? YouTube went down yesterday. Yeah. What up, She Woods? On mobile. No, it wasn't the internet that went down. It was only one website. I know, so you're still incorrect. And it wasn't really the entire website. It was just the features that you wanted to work on the website. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. I'm looking to see if we went to war.
Mm-mm. Is that supposed to be hot? Oh no, I didn't see the baseball story. Mm-mm. Well, it's going to be one of the main talking points in midterms, and especially by the time the 28 presidential election rolls around. Data centers and environment. No, it won't be Anton Daniels. What interview? Oh. Nurses still on strike out west. Kaiser, 31,000 workers still on strike. I'm not sure if people remember that they were still on strike. Damn, that's crazy. New West Virginia Senate bill would remove PE from being required for high school students to graduate. Mhm. Yeah, it's over. Time ain't forever. Let me see, can I get this nurse nurse straight? Oh, I got you. Yeah, see, the nurses gonna strike. Members of the United Nurses Association of California, Union of Healthcare Professionals participate in strike outside Kaiser Permanente San Diego Medical Center. As you can see, they started on the 26th. See everybody from physical therapists, midwives, not just the ER department. They tried to put some restrictions on it. They gave them fair warning they was gonna strike, so that's all to it. No, the whole internet is not going down. Russia destroying their satellite with a laser. No, did nobody even know they had one up there? You want to come in and talk about Tariq Nasheed? Hmm. I guess flame him up, I guess. Test it out. All right, I was testing it out. Let's see. Who was lame in the hood? Tariq Nasheed. Mm. You said do laundry. Tariq Nasheed grew up in the suburbs. I ain't never heard that. Oh, boy, now I gotta Google this motherfucker shit. Do you have a published definition? Something I can lay out and read? I don't know what no race pimp is. The Mexican versus black. When was it Mexican versus black? And then when was it Asian versus black? I don't remember them years. Motherfucker, nigga eat a taco just as fast as a goddamn fucking Mexican. Shit. And as much goddamn Chinese food as niggas eat and order up, when have black folks been separated from Asian people? I don't know. Y'all be talking crazy, man. Motherfucker love tacos, boy. Shit. Chinese food is like, that's like 5-star restaurant to black folks. They put extra goddamn motherfucking I seen motherfucker cook had Chinese food for for Thanksgiving one year. Christmas, one of them motherfucking holidays. Well, I was tripping. Mm-mm. But I'm still trying to figure out the year that black folks was against Asians in anything. Or the Mexicans or Latinos or Hispanics. Either of those groups. Actual letter. Or you mean somebody to nod their head? Yeah, it look like two different posts right there. First part I say Cincinnati, the second part I say Georgia. I'm not sure. Which part you talking about? Have it black empowerment. Yeah, we supposed to be on black empowerment 24/7. 24/7 up and down all around. Mm. Cause it said Georgia, Illinois, uh, California, and Ohio, I guess. No, I didn't see Ohio. I just seen Georgia. That's it. One. You said Russia, huh? Are you gonna file charges against Putin? Is that boss? Let's see. What's up, boss? My bad. On some recent current events. Yeah, we kind of scaled back from Jesse Jackson a little bit, but it's kind of difficult to write him off. You talking about Galaxy, the cell phone? Samsung? Damn, I missed it. Who did many great things well as bad? Jesus or Jesse? Or both? Yeah, because you waited till everything else closed, yeah. And you heard a lot about. Yeah, I'm trying to find that comment. Not that. Oh, who's Jesse BD? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look like y'all got corrupted. Look like she corrupted you. Oh, uh, uh, it's almost 6 on the East Coast. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, so we done with news. Let's see. Yeah, we've been doing Jesse Jackson clips all day. We're gonna come back to him. Let's see. I'm waiting on the people that come in that talking shit about Jesse Jackson and throwing him under the bus like mainstream media did in 2007. Yeah. No. They said they'll let everybody know. Okay, what's up with it? What's up with it? What's up with it? K squared minus K squared. I mean, K cubed equals 12. Okay. All right, so what's K? What went the sound? Y'all can't hear me? My sound went out. Yeah, I know it get low when time to use your brain come up. Oh, okay. So what's the formula for this? Did anybody bring any scratch paper whatsoever? Preacher? Oh yeah, a lot more organizations than that. You must got the express version, the rundown version, real quick. Yeah, how do you find the value of K? Mm. Let you know. Okay. 1 second. You forgot how to write? Fried? Oh man, you're supposed to eat healthy. You're supposed to turn into a vegan. She's making it even. What's up, Akasha? Yeah, you got your own scratch paper. You ain't got to follow her. You can skip step 2, I guess. Least common denominator. Now we're getting somewhere. This is the meat and potatoes
of all this, I guess. How you know you're supposed to look for a denominator? That's the rules. It's something you got to remember. I ain't trying to make you feel like no dummy. I'm doing the same. I'm doing this shit at the same time as y'all. Shit. You want frying fish, whiting and shit. Hell. Nah, you had it right the first time. He's going off of the exponentials 2 and squared and cubed to the second power to the third power. You know what I was talking about. Is that gonna balance out? I mean, that's why I was 8 and 4 and not 6 and 6, right? Because of the K to the second and K to the third. 12. Let me go back over that if somebody missed that. Let me know if you don't understand why it's 8 and 4 and not 6 and 6 in the chat. Not you, BD. You gonna play a video game?
You see why he's flipping it? I'm gonna just leave it. So you can see where he balances the equation out. Yeah, it is a lot. That's why I said get your scratch paper. Not some corner or some small edge of you know, a subway coupon or something. Because when you bidding for those contracts, you want all of the money, don't you? So they're gonna want you to know all of the formula to get all of the problem fixed, right? You said all that for K. We may have to go over the basics, equational science. Yeah, I think it's still better to see it illustrated and laid out versus just hopping on the panel or listening to an audio recording. Uh, that's just me. I definitely learn better if somebody drawed it out. Yeah, that's supposed to be a plus in there. The one at the top, I think.
You gotta simplify the second parentheses first. Yeah. Nah, I know what you mean. Is that a B? Yeah. Yeah, like she writing a goddamn a play from Shakespeare and shit. I don't like that shit. Uh can't nobody solve it because the identity ain't not around. You gonna pop up in a second. Is he saying K equals -2? Yeah, she better run out of that scratch paper, boy. Up in the I guess the third one from the bottom, fourth one from the bottom, over to the right. You see where she balance off -1 plus or minus. So you use ABC for that. You see plus or minus. That's 2 times 1 on the bottom, at the top right. What is that? Is that a 2? Uh, oh, that's pi. So that's pi over to the right, over 2. Yeah. All right, we even got a little bit of space here, so let's make it count. The square root of 15 over 2?
Okay, what do we have here? Let's what I mean, is this scribble scrabble to the average American? What's going on here? Why is half the people looking for their glasses right now? Are they able to read that handwriting? Scribble scrabble to you. Okay. Y'all said that at the bottom left. So you had what, three possible answers? Um, let's see. Damn, what was the original problem, right? Solve for k squared minus k cubed equals 12. Solve for k. Let's see. Add two irrational and transitional numbers. See at the bottom. Is that pi? That ain't pi. That's something else. Nah, I gotta fucking run it back. So I can see what it is on the regular screen. We might have the video up. Let's see. Make sure. Oh, that should be okay. Okay, boom. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right, so we're gonna come back to the original problem.
As a result, on the left side, we have k square minus k cubed, so the same beginning. Yeah, k square minus k cube, but we have minus 12. So we subtract 12 from both sides. So we have minus 12 equal to minus 12 equal to 0. Okay, what are we going to do next? This 12 we can write as a sum of two constants. So we have 12, yeah? We can write this 12 in a lot of ways, obviously. Yeah, 6 plus 6, like 1 plus 11.
Okay. All right, so do we have a communication issue right here? That's a 12 over there to the right, right? Where he wrote that one line and it looked like a goddamn string. It looked like a goddamn greater than sign. Don't worry, we're gonna cover all the most of the major equation signs in a second here. But yeah, that's a 12 over there to the right. All right, all right, all right.
The best way to express this 12 is to write it as 8 plus 4. And a lot of students might be asking why we express this as 8 plus 4. And in a few seconds, I will explain you it. Okay, so first of all, let's express this 12 as 8 plus 4. So we have k squared minus k cubed minus, instead of this 12, we're going to write this one, 8 plus 4. Yeah, so we have 8 plus 4 equal to 0. Okay, really great. What are we going to do next? Let's open parentheses real quick. So as a result, we have k squared minus k cubed minus 8 and minus 4. And a lot of students might be asking, what we're going to do next? We have, in the beginning, we have 12. Right now, we have 8 and 4. So what we can do with it? But a really important moment. This 8 can be written as 2 cube, and this 4 can be written as 2 square. So we can easily work with cubes and with squares, considering the fact that we have like squares and cubes in the beginning. So right now, let's change this 8 by 2 cube and this 4 by 2 square. Let's do it right now. So we have k square minus k cube minus, instead of this
So you're not now you see why I use 8 and 4 and not 6 and 6. It didn't really have nothing to do with denominator. It was just easy conversion. So now he's laying it out a long way on both sides of the equation. Yeah. All right, here we go.
8, we write 2 cube, yeah, minus 2 cube. And minus, instead of 4, we're going to write 2 square and equal to 0. And right now, as I said before, we have k square, we have 2 squares, so we can group it. Yeah, we can group these squares, and we have k cube and we have 2 cube, and we can easily group it. So right now, let's do the thing. Let's group squares and cubes. First of all, I want to group squares, so we have k square minus 2 square. So k square minus 2, k square minus 2 square. Second thing, minus, right now let's group our cubes. So k cube plus 2 cube. Yeah, so we have k cube plus 2 cube equal to 0. And right now, really important moment. Okay, we have a expression, we can easily call it as difference of squares, and we need to know the formula. Okay, difference of squares. So we have x square minus y square equal to x plus y, and times x minus y. This is our all-known formula, and we're gonna apply this formula to this first parenthesis. In the second parenthesis, we don't have like a difference of squares. We have a sum of 2 cubes. This is like a different formula from this one. So right now, let's remember this. So we have x cube plus y cube, x cube plus y cube equal to. So we have x plus y. Yeah, in another parenthesis, we have x square minus xy and plus y squared. This is our formula. Maybe this one is the most popular formula. This one, you need to know, you need to learn and understand the sum of 2 cubes. And right now, let's apply these both formulas. Difference of squares, sum of 2 cubes. First one right here, second one right here. So let's do it right now. So what do we have in the beginning? We have k minus 2, k plus 2. It doesn't matter. According to this formula, we can write it as k plus 2 times k minus 2 times k minus 2. And we have minus. Right here we have this formula, sum of two cubes.
Okay. All right. So keep in mind k plus 2 in parentheses, and then k minus 2 in parentheses. So that they multiply whatever the value is. That value is multiplied. So k plus 2 times k minus 2. That's how I'm saying it.
So we have k plus 2, we have k square minus 2k, and plus 2 square, we have plus 4 equal to 0. And right now, really important moment, because we have a lot of parentheses. We have 1, 2, 3, we have 4 parentheses, we have subtraction right here, and you need to know that we can factor from here k plus 2. Extremely important part, because we have k plus 2 right here, and we have k plus 2 right here, so we can easily factor these.
Yeah, you got to email me your scratch paper to my email so I can double check it. You have to show all your work. You just can't skip to the answer and say, "Oh, k equals -2." No, that's not gonna work. You won't get credit for it. Okay, you see in the second part of the equation, k squared minus 2k plus 4 is all in parentheses. So he's multiplying it by k plus 2.
K plus 2. We have a common thing from on both sides of this subtraction sign. We have multiplication, extremely important part. So we can easily factor this k plus 2. And in another parenthesis, what do we have? From here, we have k minus 2. I'm going to start with this big parenthesis. So we have k minus 2. And right here, we have this one. From here, we have only, from this part, we have only this one, considering the fact that we like factor it. Yeah. Minus, so we have k square minus 2k and plus 4 equal to 0. Okay, so we factor it, but we really need to simplify this expression in other parentheses. So we have k plus 2 right here in the beginning. And right here, let's open our parentheses. So k minus 2 we can easily open because we have a positive sign. So this is k minus 2. Right here, we need to change all the sign to the opposite.
Your book has Swazi. Can't come in without your book, man.
Plus 2k and minus 4. Minus 4 equal to equal to 0.
And you must have your
Anyway,
scratch paper and your scientific calculator.
we need to change an order a little bit because it looks like this is a quadratic
All right,
equation.
bet. I'll be back.
Power, this is like this power. So let's write this expression.
Damn, he had to go get his book and his calculator. I ain't just gonna buzz up on the panel in the middle of a problem with no scratch paper and no scientific calculator, whether it's a Brother, Texas Instruments, or Casio, one of the three brands.
On the first position, we have with k, we have two expressions with k, and we have two constants. So right now, let's group everything. So we have k plus 2 in the beginning. Right here, what do we have? Minus k squared. So we have minus k squared. 2k plus k plus 3k plus 3k minus 2 minus 4 equal to minus 6 equal to 0. And right now we can easily solve it without any problems because we have a product of two parentheses and this product equal to 0. So it means that the first parenthesis is equal to 0 or the second parenthesis is equal to 0. And I suggest you to multiply both sides by minus 1 because, in the second parenthesis, we have a negative sign. And a lot of students don't like it. They prefer a classic order. They prefer a classic thing, ax squared plus bx plus c. So they prefer this coefficient not with a negative sign, but with the positive sign. Yeah, they prefer this expression. So when we multiply it, we can actually get rid of this negative sign. So we need to change all these signs to the opposite one. So we have k plus 2. And in the another parenthesis, we have k squared minus 3k and plus 6 equal to 0. And right now at this point, we can easily solve it. So a product of two parentheses, we have a really cute in terms of math, like we have really cute expressions, yeah, in terms of math. So we can easily solve it. So first of all, k plus 2 equal to 0, or k squared minus 3k plus 6 equal to 0. Real quick right here, because k first equal to minus 2 without any problems. We're going to check it a little bit later. So k first equal to minus 2. What about this expression? This is our...
Yeah, that's the one all I said, so we're gonna check it later.
I would say this is a quadratic equation, yeah, but I'm going to solve it with the method of coefficients. A equal to 1, b equal to minus 3, and c equal to 6. Okay, these are three coefficients, and we're going to plug in it in a discriminant formula. So b squared minus 4ac equal to, so b squared, so minus 3 square minus 4 times 1 times 6. And from here, what do we get? We get 9 minus 4 times 6 equal to 24. So our discriminant equal to minus 15. So it means that in this part, our discriminant is less than 0. So it means at this part, we're going to have like two complex roots. And this one is only one real number root. But let's solve it without any problems. We can easily solve the second branch with two complex roots. So we're going to have like k second and third equal to, we have a classic formula, minus b plus minus square root of d and all over to a. Okay, this is our formula. And as a result, what do we have? Minus b. So we have minus 3 plus minus square root of discriminant square root of minus 15 and all over 2 times 1. Let's simplify this real quick. Minus 3 equal to 3. So we have 3 plus minus square root of minus 15. We can easily split it because right here we have like imaginary unit because our square root of a negative value, we can't get it because square root cannot be calculated with the negative value, yeah? This expression should be like greater or equal than 0. So we can write it as square root of minus 1. We can easily split it times square root of 15, yeah? And all over 2. And right now, this is our imaginary unit, square root of minus 1. This is our imaginary unit. We have 3 plus minus I square root of 15. So we can't express this 15 with the two values. Yeah, we can't express it, and all over 2. So this is our maximum. Of course, a lot of students prefer splitting by real part and imaginary part. Of course, we can write it as 3/2 plus minus I square root of 15 over 2. This is our real part. This is our imaginary part. This is up to you. How do you prefer solving this this type of question. So as you can see, we solve it. We have k first, k second, and third. Right now, let's check real quick our k first, and let's write our final answer. First of all, I'm going to write our final answer because I don't have enough space. Yeah, so our answer, so k first equal to -2. K second, let's go with the positive sign. So 3 half plus I square root of 15 over 2. This is our k second. And k third equal to 3 half.
You heard him right. That's I square root over 15 over 2.
Minus I square root of 15 over 2. And of course, our last step is like to check this k first equal to -2 because basically we don't need to check these complex roots. No one do this, but in our case, let's check k first equal to -2. I don't have enough space. I think right here I'm gonna check it. So in the beginning we had k square minus k cube equal to 12. Okay, k square minus k cube equal to 12, and let's plug in this -2. What do we have as a result? We have minus.
Okay. This is what happens when you get uneven and you don't plan your workout. You get kind of conflated and your work starts to bend. And then you notice at the bottom, it look like a -12, but it's not a -12. That's just the way he writes his ones. He wants to be fancy like William Shakespeare. You know, we're not writing a play. This is a complicated formula. Make sure other people can read it. Don't get too fancy with your numbers. You know, I think we have Swarty coming back. Hopefully, he have his scratch paper.
I got the scratch paper, scientific calculator. I
Yeah.
got my pencil. Yep, I'm good.
All right. So we at the bottom. The original problem was k to the second power minus k to the third power equals 12. And we basically simplified and branched off the equations to solve for k. And we're at the bottom now, just showing you the way he writes his ones. It almost looked like negative, but as just the way he write his one, he got a little hook on his one. But him writing with a pen or a pencil, that's still kind of foreign to some of our students. So I would just want to try to get to the people to get used to seeing something written down. So if you write something down, make sure somebody else can read it. And if you're reading something, make sure the person that wrote it down, make sure you can get in contact with them to say, what in the hell is this chicken scratch? If you start getting to some spaces where the way he writes his ones down there at the bottom. So we're almost done here. We're going to wrap it up here.
2 square minus -2 cube. -2 square equal to 4. 4 minus this minus 8, I would say, because we have -2 cube equal to -8. Minus is plus, so everything is great. So our root is absolutely correct. So 4 k first equal to -2. So our root is absolutely correct. So here's our final answer to this question. So 3 roots: k first, k second, and k third. Okay, first we check it right here real quick. Yeah, and of course, I'm sorry about that we can't expand it, I would say, because we don't have enough space, but I really hope you get it. This is one line. We check this -2 and everything is great. So we have 4 plus 8 equal to 12. And of course, my solution, I really hope you understand it. Also, write your response, write your thoughts in the comments below. And of course, I'm going to give you a few hints to this question because, in terms of algebra, you really need to know about a fundamental theorem of algebra. So how does this theorem looks like? I'm going to say in very simple words, okay? If, for example, here's our equation. We have k squared minus k cubed. Oh, okay, let's do it right here in the beginning, yeah? So here k squared minus k cubed equal to 12. And fundamental theorem of algebra tells us that you need to scan what is the highest power on this to this equation. So, for example, the highest power is obviously 3 because we have 2 and 3 square and cube. The highest power is 3. So, according to a fundamental theorem of algebra, it means that when you have 3 as the highest power, it means that you have 3 roots in total. These are a maximum amount of roots. In our case, 3. So it means 3 roots in total. But the combination can be different. You can easily have like 2 complex, one real, 2 complex, or only 2 complex. So it's a lot of stuff, a lot of combination. But according to a fundamental theorem of algebra, you can easily check your answer, because when you see, okay, I have k cube, so it means that the third power is the highest one right here. So what I mean, it means that I can have only 3 roots, no nothing more, like not 4 or 5. I can have like three roots in total, like 2 complex, one real, 2 complex, 2 complex, 2 real without complex. A lot of this combination. And in our case, it works perfectly. K cube, it means 3 roots in total. In our case, we have 2 complex root. Yeah, we have 2 complex root, and we have one real number root. Yeah, 2 complex and one real number root. So I really hope you understand. Also, write your thoughts, write your respond. What do you think about this part? What do you think about this? About
All right. So the first one, k to the first equals -2 is the one real answer, and 2 k to the second and k to the third, where he's got 3/2 plus I square root over 2, and plus or minus actually is the complex for all you algebra heads. So I know we kind of lost a couple people here with the pencil because there's a large amount of people that don't know how to write, and if you don't know how to write, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have difficulty reading and comprehending. So we'll give the learning curve enough time to adjust. All right, break time, break time. When we come back, we're going to get into some of the symbols. Like somebody put up a equation in the chat. What's up, Alert? You say you gotta show your work. 2x plus 7y minus 4 equals 0. What are you asking? Is that what you? That's something you found. What's up? Well, y'all want me to get in the nerd hour, man. Yeah. We'll be up here all night. And look how long we spent on that one problem. Shit. That was almost an hour by itself.
Shalom, Dad. What's up, Bob?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
I had to step away for a minute, but yeah, man, I went and grabbed all the materials, and I'm looking up right now because I got the initial equation that y'all had in the chat.
Yeah.
That you had up on the screen, and I'm going through right now because I was a little late. I'm going through step for step how you solve it. It's been a while since I had to practice and actually do algebra.
Yeah, no shortcuts, man. No shortcuts. Don't worry about it. If you
Right.
can't get it. We had another person try to get it also.
Power. Yeah, I don't got my workbook with me, man. I bought a couple of books in just basic math, algebra, geometry. I got a couple of workbooks, so I just don't have them with me. I would have some equations to share with everybody as well.
Okay, so we heard the Indian man up earlier, but
I think it's a black woman right here. Yeah, folks still on the problem because of what? It says at the top. Some white man school, right? Yeah, we was taking a break from Jesse Jackson. I didn't think people wanted to start crying yet.
Look at that! Look at that handwriting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all gonna have to get with the program, man. Shit. I already told you, weeks ago. There's a lot of people that just they don't know how to write. Some people never knew how to write from day one. Others forgot how to write. Others thought they knew how to write, but nobody ever told them that they, didn't know how to write. They just let them go. So it's a whole bunch of mess out here.
Takes a lot of practice, Dev. My
To
mom read
write?
cursive really well. Well, I mean, to write legibly, to where it's clean and it's clear and it's easy to read, because some people have terrible handwriting because they don't take the time to practice writing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, for me, me being an artist, Dev, it makes things a lot easier because I can paint and draw. So I naturally have good cursive and calligraphy writing, but even then, I still had to practice to get it like that.
Yeah, this is the same problem. Just a different lady on the case.
I'll be right back. I got the sequence up on my computer too. I'll be right back, Dev.
All right. This is how I type it out on the computer screen. Let's see. See what she did? She did her 4 and 8. The difference between them is 12. Oh yeah, that's kind of obvious, right? When does 1 become greater than 0? As soon as you cancel it out, I think. I'm not sure when you asking when does 1 become greater than what? Me?
Yo, Dev.
What's up, man?
Peace, I
Got us,
mean.
got us in the middle of nerd hour, boy. Says some people showed up without their scratch paper.
I see some number and words, so I'm like, hey.
Yeah, man.
Go check it out. Hey, Swarty, what's good, bro?
Man, I had to go get my scratch paper and my scientific computer ASAP. As soon as I came up here, Deb was like, Swarty, you got your materials? Well, then you take your ass back home and you come back until you got your materials.
No, I seen somebody actually get sent home for that in my class when I was going to class, bro. So like real motherfucking talk.
You definitely need a pen and paper, but I think the first one I was looking for my calculator to keep up.
Nah, this is the same one. This is the same.
It's the same one.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you see it? K squared minus K cubed equals 12.
Okay.
What's K? She's going longhand though. Yeah, she's gonna go all the way out, I think.
But the first one, you had one where they had like the square root of something.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the real numbers and the complex? Yeah. Okay, at the bottom. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, this one is a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think when they do that, the K2 minus K3 equal 12. Then the second part, they do the K2 minus K3 minus 12 equals 0. So they pretty much turn it into a quadratic. And they're going to use some form of quadratic formula to solve it.
They figured you already know about quadratic formulas.
Yeah. You gotta already know about quadratic.
That's crazy.
To even make that switch right there.
Mm-mm. Yeah, it's plenty of people that go to other schools other than Harvard that have this mandatory solve this problem, Miss Lena.
Oh, this is a Harvard test problem.
Some people say if you can get this, you can get into Harvard. Every 10 people that's given this problem, they're saying between 8 and 9 almost all the time, no matter which 10 you are, whether you're in Canada, Mexico, Middle East, 9 of them are gonna fuck it up.
Shit.
Yeah, even with scratch paper and what's it called? Mostly based on how we look at math, perspectives, and by being disconnected from writing, which is my theme. I think that's most important.
I guess in that case, then you got to solve it without a calculator.
Oh, if we're going step by step like this?
Yeah, you can check it with a calculator. I don't mind that. That's fair.
But in all reality, though, there is nothing you really need a calculator for.
Nah, if you got all the if you know how to
Because
convert.
the arithmetic
If you
is
have the
pretty
right,
much basic.
if you have the
Like,
right methodology for solving the problem, if you follow the
yeah,
steps correctly.
pretty much. It's just following the steps and knowing the laws or the rule.
Yeah, that's gonna be the key.
At this point, I have no idea what he's doing.
So you don't see how
wait. No, I'm used to the a square plus or minus b square. No, a square minus b square, a square plus a square minus b square plus c.
By itself?
Yeah,
Not
a square minus b
2C,
square plus c.
not 2C.
No, not
No.
c square.
No.
But again, this is probably above my head.
No, we're still in basic algebra here. Remember, she made everything go to 0 by putting a minus in front of the 12 in order to flush out the components for K. That's the only way we can find out what K is. We had to flush out 12 in order to make everything 0 on one side of the equation.
Yeah, you make it 0 and then you're gonna use the algebraic formula to solve for the unknown.
Thank you, Lennon, and $2. I hope that won your last $2.
Okay. I like the setup now.
Not this is why I drink.
You see those 31,000 nurses went on strike in California, Lena, for contract issues. They started January 26th, so they're in their 4th week, going on a month. If you get it right, you should be able to go to Harvard. Yeah, they're probably already in Harvard. She double jointed, alert. That's called double jointed. I think Lena might know about that. That's her field. Part of her field. She can recognize people that's double jointed, and so she won't mess up their finger. Shit, I went to school with 2 girls that was double jointed, boy. That shit was, man. I never got used to that shit. Yeah, math down to the joints and shit. Yeah. Big ups to the ballpoint pen, man. Make sure other people can read your handwriting, yo.
Well, people don't know how to write.
The last dude, he made his ones look like a negative one. He had like a curve to his fucking.
It looks like an eye.
Yeah. It's like.
I was wondering what the new symbol is this?
Yeah.
Some people don't have legible handwriting.
And look at her K. Her K is not consistent. That's not consistent.
No.
Yeah, my K was consistent.
Okay, the K equals -2.
That 3K looks like an H to me. If I was on some shit.
For her to just be able to write all the steps out like this with this type of consistency, she practices often. This is somebody who's practicing math consistently all the time.
No, she didn't go around for nothing. She's laying it out to illustrate why you have the value.
Okay, there's my ABC.
Yeah.
C equals 6. All right, I'll be back, fellas.
All right, man. See, Lena, she double jointed too.
Okay, that's the standard quadratic formula. She just laid out right there.
All right.
That's when you're gonna get two answers.
Yeah.
One for the plus, one for the minus.
Fine.
In most cases, we use the one for the plus. Well, I'm saying that's
society. Yeah.
Yeah. In math, they usually value both the one for the plus, the negative, and the positive value. They usually consider both of those in math. In reality, though, you usually use the
practical.
For practical reason, you use the positive value. Even if you got to use both, you would ignore the negative. So you use the value, like if it's a 4, -4, you're still going to use a 4.
Yeah.
But you're going to ignore the negative.
I'm giving people a chance to lay it out. We had a couple of people trying to wrap up dinner. The person that cooked the food may be the same person that's busting the suds and washing the dishes. So you can give them a few extra minutes. Yeah, that's where we are right now, and I'll run down with her sound to make sure we validate what we're looking at here. But as you can see, it's no messing around on the scratch paper. We're not using a little bit of it. It's not a corner. It's not a sticky pad. It's, as you can see, it's one whole entire fucking 8 by 11 inches fucking entire sheet of fucking paper. And that's still not enough. As you can see, she's on the edge at the bottom and she's not even done yet.
Yeah, that's really how it is.
Well, yeah, we used to take up 2 chalkboards in the classroom.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, man.
I hate quadratic equation. one question is a page.
That's it. That one thing took up all that.
Yeah.
That's the most practical answer.
Yeah.
She's doing the -2.
She's proving the equation. So she's proving that k equal -2 by plugging it in back into the initial question, and the answer should be 12.
What's the rule for 2 negatives in a row? Chat. The rules are, what's the rules? 2 negatives equals a positive.
Well, that is why I trust Matt, because people tell me that 2 wrongs don't make a right, but Matt says a negative plus a negative. A negative and a negative is always a positive. Negative times a negative is a positive. There we go. Identity. You just popped up.
You're not convinced of what? She just laid everything out for you. We're gonna run everything back.
Well, that's the part that convinced everyone. The last part, when she proved that she could have just told us that the answer is -2 and leave it at that. But she go one step further and plug it in the equation and prove to us that it is -2.
Yeah, we filling the nerd hour, man.
Yeah, we should do this more often.
Yeah.
Bring it back more often. People act like they're not interesting, but they're lying. They're lying to themselves. You know why? When I look all over YouTube, pretty much everyone is doing what we were doing last year, and not last year, 3 years ago.
He said 2 years ago.
Yeah, before Trump was a thing. Before MAGA was a thing and Trump was a thing. We were doing asking people to prove with substantial amount of evidence that their God is real, or whatever shape of the earth you believe in, whether it's be pyramid or flat, you're gonna prove to us that it is what it is. Prove your maths, prove your physics, prove your science. We used to debate stuff like evolution, how life emerge and evolve. And we kind of fell off. We stopped doing those things, doing other stuff. And when I look on the internet now, everyone is doing it. Every single live stream is doing it. And they're being very consistent about it. And I'm like, we kind of fell off because we're like, people don't want to watch these things. But that's what people are watching. And it's not just the quote unquote conscious community. It's like everyone all over YouTube. That's a new thing. I kind of take pride in it, knowing that we kind of started that shit too. Even the long hours of streaming. No one was streaming for 16 hours straight. Be honest. Let's be honest. The most you would get from a big time streamer is an hour. 2 hours.
Yeah,
2 hours.
max.
2 hours would be like an event. They either they're doing an actual debate, or they have some special guest speaker that they paid to speak.
Yeah.
So they're getting every penny of their they're getting every penny of that, every penny worth of their time. But we were the only one that running streams for over 12 hours, just talking about whatever, interacting with pretty much the public, because anyone could hit a link and come and interact with us. We kind of started that trend on the internet, and now most big streamers, that's what they're doing now. you know.
I don't see it consistently. I've seen a couple people do some 12 hours, but they're not doing it every other night, shit like that.
Nah, they're not doing. You get it maybe once a week. I realize, but again, it's not easy to do. You know, unless you're. And I'm not talking about gamers. Gamers are that different. That's like different.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know?
not even counting that. Yeah.
I'm talking like real.
People that you talk on the microphone.
Yeah. Or you either call them like orators, people that actually talk and have dialogue. Maybe debating, arguments, lectures, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I never used to see people going in for that long. And the kind of topics, the randomness, I kind of, you're not going to convince me otherwise that we aren't the one that started that. Yeah, other people were doing their thing, but it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. You know, even just putting out the link where anyone could hit it, pause. That's kind of that we kind of literally started that, because other people used to reserve their links for members only on some paid subscription kind of thing, or you got to either know them where they send it to you on your phone or through your email, and then you get to go interact with them. So this kind of openness, randomness, I think we kind of started it. It was kind of, yeah, it's still kind of
my man Lurk Squad. Hey, my man Lurk Squad in the chat 730. He said even gang members on Great. What's up? Shout out to Great Stream Live. That nigga said on Great. Hell no. We ain't relapsing like that, brother. Hell no. Shout out to the brothers though and what's up? That's what's up.
Yeah, but that's real though. Even everyone want to be on live for hours now.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Hey, Deb, the equation, the k to the second power minus k to the third power equals 12.
No. You said it wrong. That's not the way to say it.
How do you word it?
K to the second power, or k squared. Square is 2.
Okay, k squared. Well, then what would the proper? Well, then it would be k squared minus k to the third power.
Yes, or the 3. That 3 is also cubed.
Okay.
K cubed.
K
that's
squared minus k squared minus k cubed.
Yeah.
Equals 12.
Yeah.
Okay. It says number 1, set the equation to 0. So I got it. It gave me a whole layout as to how to step by step solve it.
Yeah, we just did it without the sound. I was getting ready to run it back in case you wanted to hear
that
it.
kind of sound dope still, you know, k squared minus k cubed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right mathematical.
It's very intimidating in the format that it's in. It's intimidating, but if you could factor that, it's a little easier to see.
That's what we were doing. We were called factoring. 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 Factor.
I wish I was the kind of genius who could look at it and skip 80% of the factoring stage and get to the answer.
And have the correct answer just by looking at the problem.
That part, just the repetitive, doing it over and over and over, breaking it down. Yeah. That's intimidating.
It's a lot of work.
But
that's how you get to the point of knowing it when you see the pattern, though. That's I don't know any other way around that. Like when you immediately, for me, I see k squared times k minus 1. That's where I see. I factored out a k squared.
Minus what?
K squared times k minus 1.
times
K squared. Like if you factor out a K squared, it'll be K squared on the outside, and in the brackets, it'll be K minus 1. So when you multiply it through, you get this answer. But if I can do it that way, it's easier to see whatever K is, one number down will be, that K minus 1.
Yeah.
Because now I know that whatever two factors I have, it's going to be K squared times K minus 1. K has to be really close to the other factor. So 4 and 3 is the first thing I think of.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever K is, which would be, or K squared is, the other number would be minus 1 that. So I see it different. It's just a little different way of seeing it.
Yeah, and that's what it is. That's all it is.
So you're not looking at the 12?
It could be. Well, you can look. Well, because you factor that too. What are the factors of 12? 12 times 1, 4 times 3, 3 times 4, 2 times 6.
You said 3 and 4. That's why I think of 12.
You can go either way with it, but it's like matching up the pattern. So, like I said, in its format, that looks intimidating.
Yeah.
You're talking about the power of 3.
Power.
So it is intimidating the way they do it, but that's on purpose. That's
why they
to see if you know how to break it down.
Yeah, that's why they got Harvard up there. No, damn well.
This is an actual entry exam question? Oh.
Yeah, I see the link too where it says, "Can you solve
popping up
this?"
on the internet as a Harvard question.
Internet.
Yeah.
But probably it was. They probably update their database by now. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still there.
Yeah, just for GP.
Kind of start back practicing more consistently.
Mm-hmm.
There's a million ways to do this.
Question, which is k to the power 2 minus k to the power 3 is equal to 12. K is equal to what? How to solve this interesting maths question? So I solved this question easy method. Our math solution, our question, which is k to the power 2 minus k to the power 3 is equal to 12. This is our question. Now, at this moment, you can easily it will be k to the power 2 minus k to the power 3 minus 12 is equal to 0. I just move on this positive 12 in this side, it will be negative 12.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
all right, so yeah, I'm gonna have problems throughout because he says k to the power and then the number. So my whole goddamn comprehension is gonna be delayed, I think.
There is a language barrier there.
Does it bother anybody else? I'm a detailed guy, so to me, I'm probably making more of it than what it is, but it's just small things like that.
I'm a visual, so I kind of look at it and register it in my brain already. So
yeah,
when he's saying k to the power, it doesn't really bother me. I kind of
okay.
register it already.
Well, I got
this
it
is
pulled
actually
up right here. Yeah, so as he's explaining it, I can see where it says set the equation to 0, and then it gives the example, and then it also says to make it easier to work with, keeping the highest power positive, multiplying the entire equation by 1. So I can see step for step on my screen what he's doing right now. So that's helping me understand.
Yeah.
So there's like a sneaky way of approaching this. So 12 is positive, right?
Yeah.
So just mentally thinking about it, k something squared minus something cubed is a positive number. That means the left side, the k squared, is larger than k cubed, minus k cubed. Otherwise, that would be a negative integer on the right
number,
side.
yeah.
Right. So that gives you an indication that a sign is going to pop out. There's going to be a negative cancel or something. Like these are things you just expect to see. Like it's like a little sneaky way of checking your own work as you go through it. So just thinking of it that way, again, the approach could be anything. The way you approach it is there's no one unique way, but there's like sneaky signs when you kind of understand the something's going to pop out negative that may turn positive, and then or vice versa. So you keep an eye out for those things. But yeah, but this way, that's another way to do it as well. Move everything on the left side, sum it up to 0, and then you can use the FOIL system, first, outer, inner, last. You can. There's different ways you can do it, but I'm curious how he's going to do it.
Well, he did it already, and the answer was
Oh, I missed it. My bad.
Yeah.
The answer was -2.
-2.
Yeah. But again, just looking at it, it's not hard to predict that the answer is -2. The trick is in the negative, the minus.
Yeah.
Right.
The power of 2, the square minus a cube.
Yeah. Now that number will always be positive, but k cubed could be positive or negative, depending on the sign.
Because remember, -2, -2. So
every odd power, the sign comes out. That's a rule. If the number inside is negative and the power's odd, it always comes out negative.
Yeah. All right, then you got me right there. That's what I was looking for, because it ends up being -2 times -2 to the power of -2. So it's 2 times 2, which equals 4. Then -2 to
times
the power
4.
of -3, which is 2 times 3, which is 6.
No.
Oh, no.
It's -2 times -2 times -2.
Times 2, not plus.
Yeah, it's all -2 times -2 times -2. So every time you see an odd number and the inside number, the base number is a negative number, that minus sign comes out, and you could just do the math normally.
Itself, multiply by itself. So,
but every odd power, the sign follows. But if it's even, it's going to always be positive.
Yeah. So it's so the K's end up being 4 plus 8, which is 12.
Yeah, Mike, you should be able to do this in your head, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised, bro.
To be 4 plus 8, that means K's were -2 to begin with.
Yeah. So again, the whole approach to this, I don't know any other way of plug and chug and just try and figure out what the pattern is. So the next time you see it, it's a little easier to notice. But then you start learning other tricks and you start building on it. I tell people this is a language, and some people laughed at me when I first said it, but this is a language. It literally is a language.
I can understand that.
And when he break it down like this, it actually it makes sense. But it's just a long way to get to figure out that K is -2.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it and I'm like, I should be able to predict that, given that you get the answer as 12. You get the power. 1 is a square, 1 is a cube.
Yeah, so let's see.
You're gonna multiply a number by itself 2 times, and then you're gonna multiply that same number by itself 3 times. And the fact that you see a negative, a minus, you multiply that minus by itself 3 times. Well,
hey, Shalom, Mike. What's up?
I would still be mixed up. I would still be confused.
I keep track of those signs, man. Just keep track.
Yeah. I would still be confused.
Now just break it up.
Yeah, don't try to lump everything together at once in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the
Yeah.
long factoring, but if I do that, I'm gonna
You trying to avoid the factoring. No, man.
the freaking camel in the rainforest.
Yeah, nah. Let's see, hold on.
2 minus k to the power 3, then minus 12. So this 12, you can see it will be 4 plus 8. 4 plus 8, this is 12. Now, here, k to the power 2 minus k to the power 3, then this minus this, it will be negative 4, plus minus, it will be minus negative 8 is equal to 0. Then, I can say here, k to the power 2, and this negative 4 I take here, and this is k to the power 3, I take this negative 8 here, is equal to 0. Now, k to the power 2, and this 4, it will be 2 to the power 2. 2 to the power 2, this is 4. And I take here is negative sign is common, so it will be k to the power 3 minus minus, this is plus. But this 8, it will be 2 times 2 times 2, I mean 2 to the power 3, this is 8 is equal to 0. This 0 here. Now, at this moment, I apply here is mass formula, which is a squared minus b squared, I mean k squared minus 2 squared, which is a plus b times a minus b. Then you can say here Others formula, which is a cube plus b cube. You know that this identity will be a plus b times a squared minus ab plus b squared. So if I apply this math formula here, so k squared minus 2 squared, which is k plus 2 times k minus 2. Then this is a cube plus b cube. So here a is equal to 2 and b is equal to a is equal to k and b is equal to 2. So you can say that in this expression it will be k plus 2 times k squared minus ab, 2 times k, this is 2k, plus b squared, so 2 to the power 2, this is 4, is equal to 0. Then here k plus 2, this is k plus 2. So you can say easily here is k plus 2.
Okay, so are we clear on this line right here with the k squared minus 2k plus 4? The reason why he's doing a squared minus b squared equals a plus b times a minus b. That's part of our factoring in our simpling process. We're not clear on that in the chat?
Is common. So if I take k plus 2 is common. So these divide this. This is k minus 2. This is negative sign. This divide this. It will be this. It is a nice quadratic equation. K square minus 2k plus 4 is equal to 0. Then this is k plus 2 times, then here k minus 2, and this is plus minus minus k squared minus minus, this is plus 2i's k plus minus, this is minus 4 is equal to 0. Now this is k plus 2 times, and this is minus k to the power 2, 2k plus k, this is 3k, and this is minus 4 minus 2, this is minus 6 is equal to 0. So we'll find out here is a 2 case or first case.
All right. So are we seeing how we get the simplified numbers? From k minus 2 minus k squared plus 2k minus 4. You see where he got the negative k squared from? He just multiplied the 2k's, and then the two negatives became a positive.
Yeah. Yeah, where he has two negative, it became a positive. A negative and a positive remains a negative.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's the rule. That's a rule. That's a rule.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be like second nature. It's gonna be like boom. It's boom. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of many, many, many second nature type of things. It's gonna be like bam, 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 bam.
Which is k plus 2 is equal to 0. Here k plus 2 is equal to 0. Then you can say easily here k is equal to minus 2. So we'll find out our real answer, which is k is equal to negative 2. But here k is equal to what? It is a nice quadratic equation. So at this moment you can see easily this is negative k squared plus 3k minus 6 is equal to 0. At this moment, if I multiply both sides by negative signs, it will be positive k squared minus 3k plus 6 is equal to 0. Now, here, a is equal to 1 and v is equal to minus 3 and c is equal to 6. Now, if I apply this math formula, which is x is equal to minus b plus minus square root b squared minus 4ac over 2a. If I apply this math formula here, so minus b is negative 3, and this is plus minus square root v squared, so minus 3 whole square minus 4ac. A is 1 and c is 6 over 2a. 2 times a is 1. Now this is x is equal to, at this moment you can say minus minus, this is plus 3 plus minus square root, this is 9 minus 3, power is even number, it is always positive, and minus 4 times 6, it will be 24 over 2 times 1, this is 2. Now this is 3 plus minus square root negative 15 over 2. Now this is 3 plus minus square root 15 times square root negative 1 over 2. Interesting, it is a complex number. So you can say that this is 3 over 2 plus minus square root 15 square root negative 1, it is I over 2. So we are find out here x is equal to 2 solution. Both solution is complex number, which is 3 over 2 plus minus square root 15 over 2 I. And here is the real solution, k is equal to minus 2. Let's verify our question, which is k to the power 2 minus k to the power 3.
So
yeah,
one of the things, the easy answer was minus 2, right? That was the easy one. But because the power is the third and you're looking for solutions, there should be 3 solutions. So you might get partial credit for this on an exam if you just said minus 2. You might.
But that's what you can do in your head, though, right? And then that's the real solution. What he gave you there is a complex solution. And of course,
but it is once they ask for solutions, you got to find them all.
Yeah,
like
we usually find them
it didn't
all,
specify. Yeah, it didn't
we know
specify.
that we're only gonna use the real solution, but still you got to show all.
The complex.
Well, no, you can still use complex. Different in this. It depends on the system. You still use them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially if you're talking about
sine, cosine, polar plots, all that stuff. You still use them.
If you're talking about electricity, that imaginary part would be your reactive power, the reactive power element.
Yeah.
Right. Where the real power, the real number that are 3 halves would represent your real power. If you look at your house, I don't know if you know about house curves, But if you look at the horizontal axis, when you draw out the power triangle, where you have real power, reactive power, and apparent power is your hypotenuse. That reactive power element is the imaginary, the root 15 I over 2. But I mean, the bottom line is you can look at the numbers. His first equation he gave you, I mean, the only way that makes sense is you have the real root of -2. That's the only way that.
Yeah, but on an exam, the moment they say solution, if you don't get them all,
if I was taking an exam, then I would do that. But I wasn't going to go through.
Yeah, all it is. Oh, well, you would have to. And to get those other 2 solutions, because it's a power of 3, so there's 3 solutions. So if you only get one, there's still 2 out there that you haven't found. That's usually an indicator of how many solutions are for this
and that's a complex
equation.
Solution. That's a complex solution. That's both real and imaginary parts. Just off the top of your head, if you look at that, right? If you look at that, the only way that equation would have a real solution if K was equal to a -2. That's it. Now of course, you'd have to find the other 2 roots. That's only one.
Yeah. Now, as far as circuit design, the complex. So think of it this way: and a resistor gets hot, it dissipates heat, right? That's real power. That's what they call real power. It's converted into some more form. But if you put energy into an inductor, that's where things get complex. Now, even though an inductor doesn't store energy like a resistor, it still stores energy. So that's how you actually track it in a circuit. Like it starts going complex. Now, anything coming to your house, that reactive power, yes, comes in as a sine wave, 3-phase sine wave, and it gets to your house, breaks down to single phase. But all of that,
reactive power can be capacitive or inductive.
Yes,
so
that's yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So it definitely has a use.
Electric circuits, AC circuit analysis. But anyway, the reason why I came on, man, is because the last time I was. Now you guys here on the panel here, good guys, I like you. But the last time I was on here, man, I had a hell of an experience. And I thought about. A couple of days after, I thought about just not coming back. But I do want everyone to know that, quest for knowledge is the key in life. And so that's what we all got to be about. Stand for what's right, do the right things. But I was talking to some freaking morons the last time I came on here. So
you gotta pick your spots, Mike. Pick your spots, bro.
I gotta survey the landscape, man. I can deal with when we're talking good information. I can deal with that. I'm all for our people who want to do the right thing, who want to increase in knowledge. Make the sacrifices you need to make in order to be better, become a better human being, and continue to grow. I'm all about that. But that shit that I ran into the last time I was here. I don't. If I don't come back, I want everyone to know that I appreciate all the good guys that have been on here and the ladies that have been on here, and I appreciate the time that I had with you. And good luck to you, whatever your endeavors are in life. That's if I don't come back on here, but that's what I'm gonna leave everyone with. And then I think Q's got my number too. So if there's any time that he wants to reach out, if there's something I can help him with the kids that are in school, I'll be willing to do that as my schedule permits. So
Shalom, Mike. I was here the last time you was on the panel, man. I had to. It's crazy for the Bible nigga to step up and defend the scientific brother, but I had to step up and say, all right, y'all been rebuking Mike for probably like 2.5 hours. We're gonna have an intermission and
that was you were here, right?
Yeah, I was here literally. So, and Goldmine, that's my brother too. I love him dearly. I entrust him, you know what I'm saying, with his confidence and leadership. And I think young black men need to see that as well. But after about a couple of hours, I was like, all right, y'all done rebuked Mike long enough, man. This is our brother. We're going to forgive whatever y'all said he did.
Actually, I felt like
move past that.
since you a man of the word, you know what I felt like I was doing? I was throwing my pearls before the swine. What the Bible tell you to do? I mean, you're a man of the scripture.
Yeah, it tells you not to. It tells you not to do that.
Because what happens if you do that?
You know, I mean, it'll fall on deaf ears. I mean, it's a waste of your time
And
too. Give me 1 second, Mike. Bro, I don't want you to leave the platform, and we're happy to have you here, brother.
No. I'm still thinking about it. There's a good chance I won't be back, but I do want to leave a message with with everyone that is about something, that want to do things and operate in a certain level of respect and push themselves to be better. To keep pushing, man. Keep pushing. Keep doing the right things. I'm not an atheist. I do believe in God. I do believe in right and wrong, good and evil. And so, that's what I want to stand for. I want to be on the right side of the equation. But anyway, yeah, I mean, as far as rebuking me, I can't be rebuked by evil person. I mean, if I could be rebuked by someone that's righteous. If you tell me something that's wrong that I'm doing, then I don't care who you are. I'm gonna respect the fact that what you said was right. If what you say is right and is righteous, it stands on something, I'm gonna humble myself to that. Not to the man, but to the message.
Right. My dad used to tell me that all the time. It's not about who's right, it's about what's right.
That's it. I'm good with that. I'm good with that all day long. So, and then I got out of, and I don't like getting to the point where I feel like I have to go there. I don't want to do that, man. That's it's not a good thing to do.
Mike, you woke up looking for the broccoli. You was like, man, I do 700 push-ups a day. You was ready, because I'm a fighter, Mike. I was like, oh, okay, Mike ready to go.
Well, I mean,
Mike ready to go.
I'm not gonna,
But I am a fighter though, Mike. I referee fights. I've been in kickboxing matches and
okay.
Yeah, I'm a black belt in the Black Karate Federation. I've been in matches and I've been in a few cage fights. But still, I think that I've learned a lot from just listening to you talk about science, about physics, especially about things concerning nuclear power and reactors. And like I said, it's always a treat and a blessing for us to have a brother like you come on the panel. And I love Goldmine too. That's my archbishop right there. So I just want us to get to the point where even when we get nasty and talk a little trash to each other, it doesn't go past the point of us recognizing that we brothers.
I hear you 100%. But the thing with me, man, I mean, I'm a real man, right? And the reason why I say that, what that means really, that means that I'm going to come at every human being, every man that I approach with a certain level of respect. It's just that plain and simple. And because I give that respect, I give that love and respect because it's so important to me. There's nothing more important to me in this life than respect. Not love. I can do without love. I can't do without respect. I mean, as a man, you got to live and die by that.
Right.
So because I'm not going to step out of pocket and just disrespect another man because I'm over the internet, I'm not going to say something to a man over the internet that I wouldn't say to his face.
I don't trust me, Mike, when I tell you I done lost my cool on panels. I've gone as far as I've even invited brothers to come up and sign a waiver and fight with me at a gym where I live, where they live. And I mean, in reality, it should never get to that point. But I see what you're saying, though, Mike. It's a reason why men don't talk to each other like that in public and face to face, because somebody's either gonna get beat up, die, or worse. So it usually ends up in those three places.
When you're dealing with a real man, when you step out of that range, that place of respect and go into disrespect, you're putting yourself in a life and death situation, period. Because anything can happen.
Yeah, it can get dangerous quick.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why, because I understand the nature of respect and why it's so important, I don't step out of that range. And when I do step out of that, I'm not stepping out of it for fun. It's a serious issue for me. It's very serious. And that's why, I can't deal with people over the internet who don't know how to just maintain a basic level of human respect for everyone, especially when you're dealing with another man. I mean, because you can die over that. I mean, what?
Right, I've seen it happen. I'm from South Central Los Angeles, Mike. I was born on 80th and Figueroa in 1985. I done seen people die over tennis shoes. I mean, over the smallest and most minute of things. So respect is definitely extremely important, and sometimes having respect will help you keep your life.
And it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I tell my wife all the time, I don't really care if you love me. I mean, be nice if you love me. But that's not really the most important thing to me. It's not. And I've missed a lot of opportunities in my life because I will not give up my dignity as a man for nobody. And in other words, you're going to have to kill me. That's how important.
And you know, Mike, we don't need you in them type of situations ever. I think you're an extremely valuable example. It would be nice for a lot of our younger black men to see the things that you have accomplished. Now. And I think it's important for us to see a brother like yourself, to know that it is possible for us to achieve great things in academia, that it is possible for us to become nuclear physicists or to achieve just great things in academia in general. So I think it is important for the young black man to see the example that you set and what you have accomplished. So I would hate for you not to come back to the platform, brother. We definitely want you here at all times.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
But are you gonna keep holding that over our head though? I mean, like either you make a decision or not. Either a decision is gonna be made. We don't need to be doing in the middle of another project or having a discussion. And then out of the clear blue sky, we have to be reminded of what happened to you, back in this one weekend in February where you didn't like it. And you said back then on that day, that's it. I'm never coming back. So we were tasked with, hey, he may not have been forever or on the panel, but, we weren't going to rearrange our program and our day for it. Now you're saying, I thought about it. I'm still thinking about it. So basically what I'm getting for that is I want other people to think about it. Like this is going to be like a priority, whether Mike is going to come back or not. I mean, people have a whole bunch of stuff on their priority list, like agendas. I got this to knock out this week, that to knock out next month, this, that, and other thing. I didn't expect Mike not to come to the panel to make it on my list of 1,000 things to accomplish, within the next year or two. So thank you, Mike, for adding that to my list. Now, that's one extra thing that's going to keep me up late at night, not knowing is tonight going to be the night that you don't come back? Or are you going to change your mind a few days later? And then we're supposed to forget about, what happened. But I try to keep it in the classroom.
You done?
Not really.
I just wanted to say this real quick before you speak back.
I cut the screen off because you just went on your rant about, what happened with you and somebody that's not even here. I mean, I could see if they were here, but they're not even here.
Hey, Deb, I just want to say this real quick. I want to say peace and blessings to P-Folk in the chat and Viasa.
And Suave ain't doing nothing but gaslight you up. He's ready to go off the flame at any goddamn fucking second. He don't give a fuck about no goddamn phone.
Y'all are like kind of Dexter's Laboratory ass niggas. Mike is a real deal Dexter's Laboratory type of nigga.
On how to solve for what's case on that.
You niggas are kind of scientists.
You ready to get amped up?
All right, fuck that shit. I woke up looking for the broccoli, man. Kwame Yasharala.
So if you're done, I'm gonna say this. You one of the reasons why I don't want to come back. That was because you're ignorant. I see you as a very ignorant person.
What you said last time, but you still keep coming back though.
You definitely.
You said that last time. You said that last time.
You definitely.
You cussed me
I
out.
see you in the comment section too, Fontaine. You
You did
nigga,
the
you.
same
Shout
thing
out
to
to all
me.
the
We
new
did the
niggas.
gold mine.
But you
That's all.
know you're ignorant though, right?
But what I'm saying though, I'm not coming back to you.
But you know you're ignorant,
You're
right?
running back to the panel.
No.
So we're dropping everything that we do. We're pausing that because we did have a complex, well, not a complex, a rather similar algebra problem on the screen. And we've been looking at it, Mike, for the last 2 hours. Not one, but two. We've been looking at going over one algebra problem for 2 hours. Now we're talking about Mike threatening the panel on not coming back based on his interaction with me, Goldmine, and a few other contestants last week.
Yeah, because you're some ignorant motherfuckers, right?
Right.
Right. Just
So
be honest.
we're not
Be
gonna
honest
move
about it.
forward. We're just gonna have to be reminded and get interrupted whenever you feel like coming back or hitting the panel. And for me, it's trying to make it seem like, yeah, I'm gonna hold it over your head and I'm gonna make you feel bad or some kind of way about doing it or saying it. I mean, that's what it's coming off at.
Bro, I can't stand this nigga Viaster. This nigga gonna call me Martin
I'm just
Swords
weighing it out
King
one
and
by
shit.
one.
Motherfucker, you.
Yeah.
You like this white black nigga Viaster gonna call me Martin Swords King and shit. You
So we
motherfucker,
could have
you.
just kept it on the formula. Because this is what we had on the screen right here. We had this on the screen for about 2 hours in some form or fashion. One version, one way, and another version that way. He just kind of wrote it out, getting kind of a little bit nostalgic on the scratch paper. I know a lot of the modern, math students and enthusiasts, you kind of got attached to Chat GPT and their, shortcuts. We would like to express it all the way out. But we're no longer talking about that now. We're on some other shit.
Oh boy.
You're gonna feel bad if I never show my face again. And I'm gonna keep you up all night thinking about it.
Honestly, Mike, it's not even that serious, bro. They
Late
give
for that.
everyone a hard time.
Too late for that shit.
It's not unique to you that they're giving you a hard time. Everyone gets a hard time over here, Mike. It's not that serious.
You don't look at it like that.
And it's not all the time. I don't even look at it as if they don't respect you and stuff. In my opinion, they respect you a lot. But that doesn't mean they're gonna treat you soft.
I mean, the way you interpreted that last engagement, I'm pretty sure you took offense to that. But what you didn't take offense on the way it appeared of you coming off in the middle of several different people that had nothing to do with what you were involved with last week. We're clearly on some nerd shit. But in your eyes, fuck that. I want somebody to be reminded of what I went through last week. I went through hell last week. And you were a part of it. Devastating for you because you allowed it to go on for hours. 3 hours, according to Swarthy. As a matter of fact, of pure hell. And I'm going to make you pay for it now. Oh, man.
I don't know who haven't been through pure hell at one point or the other on this platform. everyone is not gonna agree with you, or everyone is not gonna be your friend. It's just life.
I didn't even censor you when you kept talking about putting your damn address in the back because somebody didn't agree with you. I don't know if you realize how idiotic that sounds. I want to fight you because you don't agree with me. That's fucking. I don't even know kids that do that, yo. These videos on TikTok where you see people they're doing these little games, man. They're just doing it for clicks and views. Most of them be juiced up on pills. I mean, there is no logic, man. My fault, y'all.
No, my bad, Deb. I had to step away for a minute. Yeah, man, I remember that day that Mike was talking about that. I just happened to come on the panel and Goldmine and somebody else. They was rebuking his ass something crucial over getting upset with some
That
black
nigga
people.
word again.
Right,
That's the only
right.
thing he get in an argument for.
And and Mike dealt with it, and he said, from a contextual standpoint, I shouldn't be using it like that. So it wasn't like he just was too proud to say, "Well, no, I'ma still say it and fuck with you niggas." He didn't do that. But Goldmine was on fire though. The Archbishop was Archbishoping for sure.
No, it's the time of rules shit. I want to the rules should be enforced when I feel like it should be.
I just said, catch me
So
outside the
if he
parking lot.
feel that somebody imposed on him, that they should take accountability and do some action. But I don't see the same response if someone says, "Well, Mike imposed on me. Mike came to me wrong." I don't know. He may or may not apologize right away. I don't know. But I know it's very difficult to admit when there are unnecessary steps taken to express an overall point. I just don't get interrupting someone who's clearly engaged in something that don't have nothing to do with personal beefs. We're just up here in nerd hour. When you want
Right.
to bring up some YouTube shit.
Dealing with K
I forgot the
Square and
title. I forgot the title was in the title. My
KQ.
bad.
That's why I keep it on maths and science. When you just keep it on like the actual work, you could only feel disrespected. Or if you feel disrespected, then go study more. Go get better sources. Me personally, I try to avoid the personal shit, the politics, and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I've seen you avoid it. I've seen you avoid it, but I also have seen you get to the point where you're like, okay, you niggas done talked enough shit. I done seen you looking for the broccoli and ready to squabble up too, though.
If I get caught up in it, I'm already in it. Then, I'm a box my way out. But I'm not gonna I'm
Right.
not gonna initiate those conversations. Like,
I done seen you go in the alley street fighting mode too, though, a few times, Evolution.
especially with gold mine, no way.
I'm taking counseling right now. I'm trying not to turn into the terrible one.
I don't know if there's an overall solution. Like we diagnose or consent to someone being off, if you will. So we'll say mental illness, a level of whatever. So how do we know if someone is at the zero, like that they don't have any level of, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Schizophrenia, short temperedness, OCD, ADD, I mean, all the letters combined, whatever it is. How do we know if someone is zero? So for me, because the world is always changing and not really the same, their environment, I'm saying that no one individual on planet Earth is ever at that total zero spot, like total resonance. Zero anxiety, zero pressure, zero, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
So,
it's just like
pretty much everyone is going through something.
something. Damn. Even if it's 0.011%.
Yeah. And that is true. That is true. But
I'm saying at the time that we're saying it, as soon as you leave the platform or as soon as you get into involved, that is going to change. That has changed.
If everyone should like say what they're going through, people would be amazed.
Yeah, people would be blown out their fucking out their seats.
Yeah.
Because they're thinking some people are just nothing to do and just they had nothing going on.
Yeah, mine is definitely ain't 0.0. Mine is like 12 million. It's a couple niggas I still want to squabble up with on YouTube Live.
Based on some stuff that happened over 2 years ago?
No, we're pretty consistently nemesis. So every time we see each other, it's on
So
our
it's
site.
more than 2 years?
It's a continual beef.
5, 6, 7 years of nonstop just chaos. My day is not gonna be complete unless I cuss this nigga out.
It's infinite smoke when I see a couple niggas for sure, though. I got to keep it real, Dev. A few niggas, it's going to be infinite smoke every time. Fuck them niggas.
Yeah,
Kwame
you got
Yasharala.
the energy now for that, Swati. I'm just telling you, you got the energy for it now. I'll check in with you on the other side of, whatever that number is.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
At some point in time, I'm going to be too tired for it.
No, I'm saying my number was early. Like where I'm at now, I was here in my 30s, like 38, 39. I didn't wait till 50 to figure out, oh shit, I can't do the same shit I was doing in my 20s. No.
That part.
Yeah.
All right, Dev, you ready?
Yeah.
We about to we finna get back. We finna get back on the Geek Squad tip. You ready? Okay, this should be an easy one. What's the largest planet in our solar system?
Where are you getting these questions from?
I got a whole list of them too. Hold on, I'll be right back. I got a whole list of them too, though.
The largest planet in the solar system. That's
I mean, you basing that on what? Math? Yeah, because if you going by gas, I mean, how are we supposed to measure that? Largest. So you don't know if it's Jupiter or Saturn.
I think Jupiter have it either way. Jupiter is a giant. Jupiter is so big that it's the only thing in our solar system that rivals the gravitational pull of the sun. So if our sun disappears, If the sun should disappear right now, the most of the planet, especially those in the Goldilocks zone, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, not Mars, Earth, and Venus, would start to orbit Jupiter. That's how powerful and big Jupiter is. Its gravitational pull is enough for the Earth to orbit Jupiter. We just wouldn't have no light, just be in darkness, or probably get light from somewhere else, some distant star. But that's given that Jupiter doesn't drift and go haywire. If it keeps a constant orbit, then everything around it would literally orbit Jupiter. The only reason why we don't is because the sun is so powerful. It pulls stronger than Jupiter. So we orbit the sun.
The Jupiter is the correct answer.
Jupiter is correct. How many times do you think we heard that question in our lifetime, Suarez?
These are easy scientific, quite a bit, because these are easy science trivia questions. These are not hard ones. Let me see.
No,
everyone should know number two. Number two.
The hard one is a quiz on the moons.
Yeah.
Moons in our solar system, because most people do not know anything about the moons, including myself.
I mean, some people aren't even aware of the fact that there's more than one moon in our solar system.
Yeah. I don't know if I think Venus have moon, but I don't know.
Okay,
Mercury
I got
has one little moon. I don't know if Venus.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Mars have two, Earth have one. Earth used to have two moons, but one turned into dust.
Okay, I got another one for y'all. How many elements are on the periodic table of elements?
Elements.
118.
I mean, that's literally 7th grade.
Hey, yo, this nigga Amir can't answer no more questions.
118. 19.
Nah, Amir, you a chemistry teacher. Yeah, you disqualified. That's correct, though.
Nah, that's 7th grade, man.
About 96 of those are found naturally. But
okay, but that was correct though. The 118, yeah, you on point, Amir. Well, Amir's the damn teacher, so.
The atomic numbers are down there, man.
I'm just a regular participant.
I counted them motherfuckers out. Hell.
Some of these simple questions, niggas done forgot for a fact.
That's because motherfuckers ain't seen a periodic table since goddamn fucking 11th grade.
That part. I keep one. I got one on my phone, actually.
Yeah, I used to have a shower curtain, man. I missed that shit. I got that when I first started driving. I forgot where I got that damn thing from.
Yeah. That's an easy one.
No, even some of the easy ones. I see somebody say common knowledge. No, the largest planet in the solar system, not so common.
Nope.
Out of 10 average people that walk by, regardless of gender, race, education level, income, whatever, yeah, more than 5 will get that answer wrong everywhere.
Right. You would think that pretty much anybody you ask about the largest planet in our solar system would hands down say Jupiter.
No, I wouldn't think it. Nah. That's just me coming from a rural South 80s, not privileged. Maybe if I had grew up on the East Coast, Northeast corner, in an more English, area.
Yeah, you'd have grew up in LA.
That's way late.
We still exist in a time where people don't believe that there's other planets and stuff.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Not so common.
What is the most abundant element in the universe?
Elements. One.
There is abundance on many different levels. In the universe, it would be.
What is the most abundant?
Hydrogen in the universe.
Keyword one. One is the atomic number for hydrogen, Mr. Swarthy. Don't ever forget that. One.
The most abundant element on Earth. That's a little bit different.
What is the most abundant element on Earth, Amir?
Just Earth. Just Earth.
Make a guess. I shouldn't say think about it. Make a guess.
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
H2O.
That's
element. It would have to be. That's a gathering of element. Yeah. The most abundant element on Earth.
Think about it. It's one of the most important, by the way.
Is it carbon?
Very. That's a good contender. I'm not gonna say if it's carbon.
Okay. Just based on him, it sounds like it's a gas.
The Earth's surface is carbon based. The interior is silicon based.
It's oxygen. It's oxygen.
Marty, get out of here. Get out of here, Marty.
Marley, he's correct, huh? That's what's up. Marley got it.
Marley,
what's up, Marley?
How is oxygen the most abundant element on Earth? Explain that.
You said all over. It's literally all over the planet and everywhere.
All over? No, Marley, it's not all over, man.
I mean, not all over. I mean, in the Earth's atmosphere. My bad.
No, it's not in the Earth atmosphere. It's in the Earth crust.
What is the most abundant?
For the center,
he's coming.
It's nickel and iron. The crust is silicon oxide. The crystals, the dirt, the mineral, the rock. Every single rock is made of some variation of silicon and oxygen with impurities. So like a silicon oxide with an impurity of aluminum, I think we call that ruby. A silicon oxide with an impurity of chromium or magnesium, we might call that something else,
Oh, really?
So that is why, yeah.
Oh,
oxygen, it's like oxygen locked in mineral. That's why oxygen is most abundant on Earth. Hydrogen is not, because hydrogen is so light. Unless it's locked in a molecular form.
I mean, nitrogen makes up a lot of the Earth atmosphere, though. Nitrogen
is the most abundant gas. Yeah.
Yeah, gas. Yeah.
Why nitrogen is not hydrogen? Hydrogen is so light it diffuses to the outermost atmosphere, the exosphere, where it eventually drift off into outer space. So on the outer edge, like this is outside the realms of the moon, or the boundaries of the moon, is where you find a lot of hydrogen and helium, and those gases just keep drifting off, and carbon, some carbon. But nitrogen.
So oxygen is the most abundant element on the planet?
On Earth, yeah. Oxygen.
Okay. Marley was correct. Is that what you said, Marley?
Abundant on Earth.
Yeah, I said oxygen. Yeah.
Okay, Marley was correct. I remember some of these, man, from school. How do you determine the age of a tree?
Rings.
That's correct.
You could count the growth rings, but
count
the growth.
Yeah,
rings.
That's the correct answer. Yeah, it says count. Its growth
you know how I do.
The second would be carbon dating. You could carbon date any tree to get the age. And the good thing is, if it's not that old and still have growth rings, you could verify your experiment by carbon dating a tree and counting the growth rate. So, for instance, the tree is 50 or 80 years old, and you got 80 growth rings when you cut the bark horizontal. So you count those, you got 80 growth rings. Now you carbon date the tree, and the carbon date goes back to 80 years. So one experiment verifies the other. So you know for sure that these growth rings are actually yearly. They appears annually. And you also know that the carbon dating method is pretty accurate for dating stuff within that range.
Right. My man, I mean, be having a science on smash, B. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Marley, it's nerd out.
Carbon dating the most accurate determine how something is right now? Is that the most effective technique we have?
I think up to I'm not Googling right now, but I would say up to around 50 years. Carbon dating should be pretty accurate. But if we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years or even millions in the millions, which we could radioactive dating back that far, but you wouldn't be using carbon. You'll be using like uranium. I think uranium is a good element that they use, and some other transitional elements I think they use for dating stuff that goes that far back. Not carbon. Carbon is used for dating pretty recent stuff.
Okay. These right here, I came across a group question. These are a little bit harder than the ones I just came across. It says, what does the C stand for in Einstein's E equals mc squared?
The C stands for the speed of light.
Speed of light.
Yeah, that's correct. Do you know how fast the speed of light is, Amir? Bonus points?
I haven't. I should know, but I forgot. I don't know. I don't memorize it.
It's like 3 times 10 to the 10
3
meters.
times 10 to the 0.
10 to the third power.
No, it's larger than that.
3 times. No. Is it 3 times 10?
It's 3 times 10 to the power of, I think, 10.
It's to the 10th power?
Yeah, I believe so. And if you do meters per second, let me check.
Yo,
That's actually what I was looking for.
That dude Zaman, did he come back?
186,000 miles per second.
Did that dude Zaman ever come back? Because he was cooking y'all last time. He was embarrassing y'all.
It's 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second, or 3 times 10 to the 10 centimeters per second.
The speed of light, right?
Yeah.
It is 186,000 miles. It says the speed of light is a vacuum approximately 186,282 miles per second.
Oh, I thought you said per hour.
No, I said per second.
Black Oppenheimer. I'm the black. Yeah.
No, Marley. Zamani got cooked by Q and he didn't come back after that.
He got cooked and he never came.
Well, I mean, you gotta think of it. If Q had to cook him, because Q is one of the teachers over here, then that means he made it pretty far. If Q had to step up and cook him,
You could look at it that way. But I think he got cooked from the
Well, that's his last confrontation was with him directly.
Okay, see, I didn't know this one right here. What is the theoretical boundary around a black hole known as?
I hate those black hole questions.
The event horizon or the accretion disk?
The answer, it says event horizontal.
The event horizon, yeah.
The event horizon. Thank you. Yep, event horizon is the answer. Oh shit! I would have never got this one. What and how many? It says which and how many moons does Jupiter have?
Oh man,
What is the significance of knowing how many moons?
Yeah, so let's talk
These are
about
scientific trivia questions.
let's talk about how the
Jupiter
laws of let's talk about how the
16
laws of
moons.
motion
Hold on,
let's talk
16
about how the
moons.
laws of motion is let's talk about how the laws of motion is not really universal.
Say that one more time, Willie.
Huh?
Say that one more time.
The laws of motion is not universal.
No, it is.
Nah, it's not. It's not.
I'll explain.
Care to elaborate there,
It
Marley?
doesn't it doesn't apply to Mercury, to the planet Mercury, and it doesn't apply to microscopic organisms like cells.
The laws of
Well,
motion does apply to Mercury. I don't know where you get that from. And
Yeah, I never heard of that. Yeah, I never heard of that.
Yeah, well, y'all heard of it today. Fuck
motion.
out of here.
Oh
Y'all
yeah.
niggas don't know more than me.
Wait,
Fuck
wait,
wrong
wait,
with y'all
Mark.
niggas.
Yeah.
Always acting like y'all know some shit. Y'all don't know shit.
Because
Fuck out of here. Think y'all know everything. Tired of y'all
when we're
niggas.
talking about the laws of motion, we're talking about Newton laws of
You said the laws of motion are not universal, Marley.
but
Yeah.
however, when you're talking
It
about
says
no,
it says the
what he's
Newton laws of motion are considered universal.
it is universal.
well,
Considered,
what he's actually saying is
considered.
he's speaking about the boundaries because there's
Right.
boundaries when you're
Yeah,
talking about like things with matter. When you start going down to microscopic, nanoscale, the properties change. This is why we're trying to figure out what the hell's going
that
on
is
with
why I'm saying.
black holes, and it's doing something
Yeah,
that
that's what
we
I'm saying.
don't have
Laws of
any
motion because hold on,
models for.
even though we're not gonna apply Newton laws of motion, considering like inertia and stuff like that, we still gonna apply the laws of physics. We're still gonna use the laws of physics. So we might, like you're talking about cells, we might use other laws, like other forces like electrostatic forces, like we might,
Yeah, because depending on the scale, certain forces dominate.
yeah, certain forces dominate. And if you're talking about like on the cosmic level, we're gonna use Einstein laws of universal gravitational relativity, because things move different on the macro level and on the micro
Yes.
level. But the laws of motion still applies
Yes.
even in other space. That's why you say like it's not constant throughout the universe. It is. That's how we use the laws of motion to
Matter of fact, no. You're right. You're right. No, hold on. Wait. Let me retract. You're right about the mercury part, but when it comes to the microscopic organisms, it doesn't apply.
Well, because you're in a different scale. Like, so when the matter gets so small, like you can't just put it on. It doesn't operate in the same way that like matter the size of us would operate. When you start going to larger when you start getting more and more microscopic, and you're getting down to like the size of an atom, like that, there are other forces that dominate.
For us, we do not experience surface tension. For instance, none of us can just stand on a water bubble or just stand on the surface of a water. But there is bacteria or even animals like ants that could walk over a droplet of water. So for them, surface tension and electrostatic forces, these are much stronger forces.
Nah. I know I'm just fucking around. Yeah, I know it's universal.
These are
but
just stronger forces than friction, which we mostly experience.
But it's universal in its domain though, and under conditions.
Within its boundaries.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. So yes, it is you. It is universal.
The macroscopic level, even on the quantum level.
Yeah,
what we know as the laws of motion doesn't apply.
Right. So it is universal, but when it's applied under certain conditions, right? So the law itself, the law of motion, when it was first established, it was to describe the motion of large objects, right? So it wasn't used for things outside of that domain specifically. So just like how 1 + 1 in arithmetic is 2, and that's universal in that domain. In Boolean math, 1 + 1 = 1, and it's universal in that domain. And in binary math, 1 + 1 = 10, and that's universal in that domain. So in that domain, underneath those conditions, it's not going to apply to the microscopic organisms, but it's universal, but in its domain, under conditions.
Yeah.
So in other words, you broke up the quiz for nothing.
Huh?
I
You
said,
said
in other
what?
words, you broke up the quiz for nothing.
I broke up the what?
The quiz.
The quiz?
Yeah. Hey, because the first set of questions I had, GQ, wasn't that hard, right? But this new set of questions I got right here, some of this stuff is like, man, you got to be on your shit.
What's happening, Molly Ma?
What's going on, man?
You
I
got
gave them the answers. I gave them the answers.
No, you came with some other shit to say you was wrong.
Okay, Marley the God, you got your hand grenade and your goggles and your parachute. You ready?
Yo, Swarty, he used to jump out of the military helicopters for real, huh?
No, man, I wasn't trying to be no airborne ranger. I wasn't built like that.
Marley was. Marley used to be jumping out of them parachuters.
Nah, that was lovely. Nah.
Yeah. But yeah. Continue with the hard pause, the questions.
With the hard science?
Yeah.
What was the question you wanted to ask though, Swaby?
I think he's gone looking for it.
Yeah, because
I thought he had a physics book.
Who? Swaby?
Yeah.
Said he's not saw them have physics book.
Yeah, why do I need to know how many moons is it on some other planet that's not Earth?
Amir can't answer no more questions, man. He a damn teacher, so he's his ass is answering all the questions 100% correctly.
Nah, but he said it's basic though, so I'm pretty sure anyone could get those correct.
Dude, we just went over one fucking probably the most simplest goddamn equation for 2 hours fucking straight.
That algebra
like
question,
literally
right?
the same goddamn fucking problem. From 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay, Shalom. Okay, Marley, I'm back. I had to help a customer real quick. I'm back. Okay, Marley, you got your hand, you got your goggles and your parachute.
You know what, Dev? If you put it up again, most people couldn't do it.
Okay, it says what is the rarest natural occurring element on Earth?
What is the what?
It says what is the rarest natural occurring element on Earth?
Oh, I don't even know. So I'm gonna keep it real.
This is the chemistry and Earth section. You know what it is, Amir?
No, but let me think. The rarest natural occurring.
His name is Amin, not Amir. His name is Amin, not Amir.
Amin, my apologies for mispronouncing your name. I believe somebody just said the correct answer right now.
I'm like, who's Amir? I'm like, who? That's a new nigga?
My apologies for miscorrecting your name, sir.
Yeah, I'm outside, man. I don't want nobody thinking I'm in front of a computer. Titanium.
I think Identity just gave the correct answer.
Titanium?
Oh, what was it?
No, it's not titanium.
It's another.
I didn't even say anything. I don't know.
Somebody just said it. It's a strontium.
Oh, strontium.
Strontium.
Had on Black Panther, right?
Was
That's vibranium.
Vibranium is going to be the 119th element.
What is the most abundant gas in Earth's atmosphere?
Gas. Not weed.
Human fart.
Yeah.
What is the most abundant gas? Not going to the dispensary looking for the Girl Scout cookie weed, but what is the most abundant gas in Earth's atmosphere?
Carbon
Not
monoxide.
sour diesel. It's not sour diesel. No.
No.
The carbon monoxide?
No.
Nitrogen.
Say it one more time.
Nitrogen. It's a good old nitrogen.
Hydrogen.
Nitrogen is correct. It's 78%. Nitrogen is correct.
So I said that earlier. Nitrogen.
The cold.
It's in the Earth's it's in the Earth's
You said
atmosphere.
oxygen.
No, I said no to the gas question. When they said the gas, remember? I was like nitrogen, and he was like, yeah, in the atmosphere. But I did say oxygen.
Okay.
We said the other thing though.
This biology and medical, yeah, this is about to get real. What is the rarest blood type in humans?
B positive. B.
No, O positive.
O positive.
It's O positive.
It's O.
It's O positive.
O something.
It's O positive.
O
Whatever it is my blood type. I got that blood type that.
I ain't never seen this answer that it says it is. I've never even seen this before. It's a capital R H, and then it says
Reese's.
What?
Oh, what? Reese's what? That's what the RH stands for.
Oh, that's what the R and the H stands for?
Yeah, Reese's.
I think O negative, man. O negative is the rarest. At least that's what I was taught.
I thought it was O something, but maybe it's RH. I ain't never even heard of it, so it gotta be rare.
Yeah, me neither, GQ. I didn't know. I was like, damn, I don't even know how I'm gonna give
That
this
would make
answer.
it very rare.
They're measuring it. Yeah. I think it's the way they're measuring it.
RH, is that a new blood type?
I've never heard of it before.
It's defining what's considered the type. What are we saying when we're saying type? Are we saying the actual components? The actual you know what I'm saying?
Blood. It's just the antigen that's present in your blood.
Yeah.
Natural antigen. So that's it. So what was the answer, Sorry?
RH.
It's kind of. It says it's where it says answer. It says it's a capital R, a lowercase h, and then it's NULL.
Oh, RH null.
Yes, that's exactly what it says. So that's the rarest blood type.
So RH negative
is the rarest blood type. Okay.
I think that's O negative.
Yeah, it ain't the 6 niggas on earth got that blood.
You say you think that's O negative, so low key GQ was correct. He just worded it a little different.
He just worded that shit different.
Okay, so GQ was correct on that. It says, what is the name of the protein in red blood cells that carries oxygen?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Swarthy. What is the name?
This is. Hold on, Taz. How you gonna just crash my party like that, man? We know you the championship, but this is a Bible nigga putting Dexter's Laboratory niggas on the hot seat right now. Nigga, how you just gonna kick in the door on my party like that?
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, it's
it's not. Everyone
know what that is.
A hell of a question.
What is red blood cell?
Yeah, I hated on this question. I did. My bad, Taz. Go ahead, brother.
That question he's about to ask you, boy, I'm telling you, you probably didn't want to hear that motherfucker. I can tell how you
that's why I interrupted this nigga. I interrupted this nigga on purpose like a motherfucker. I was pissed off too. I said, God damn it, nigga, I'm a Bible nigga putting the Dexter's Laboratory niggas on the hot seat right now. You gonna come up in here with this shit? No, that's it for now, family.
Y'all still doing the quiz? Because I got some questions, man. I got some questions about what's happening.
Because I went to what I did. You said you got questions about what, brother?
Break the monotony.
Yeah, I got some questions about what's happening here. It seems that, when I try to present information about black people shit that niggas should have studied, they don't know a motherfucking thing. But I hear Tedder's up here talking greasy, great about science. All this science shit. But you don't know shit about my people, though. You don't know shit about my motherfucking people, though. But all this science dumb fuck shit. But when we start talking that black shit, you niggas is black in name only. You ain't studied nothing about black folks. You don't know our history. You can't really help us intellectually. Nigga, go study some motherfucking science. Like I said, be pro-science. I'm tired of these fake ass pro-blacks. Niggas who ain't studied nothing, don't know shit about our history. You pull up, ask them some shit. I don't know nothing about. I don't know shit about the Civil War. I don't know shit about Rosewood. I don't know nothing about Tulsa. Ask these motherfuckers about the elements in the air. These motherfuckers start talking for 10, 15 minutes. So what's
1877?
Yo, bro, why you coming over here? Why you coming over here starting trouble?
Because I just want to know, fam, like, is our race that, like,
come on, son. This nigga wild.
It's a talking point for a lot of niggas, bro. It really, just sitting back listening to the level of knowledge that was happening with science, fam, I'm telling you, it don't happen with our history. Niggas don't know our history like that. How is that not a problem? Right, I know.
Hey, just blow that girl
Okay.
Yo, that's a gap.
That's came over here.
I know y'all got an answer for that. Respond for that.
That's an uppercut.
That's easy work.
No.
Nigga, you grew up in a black house, you know black history. That's all that's the only history you've ever been exposed to. So growing up black and studying science, to me, that is something beneficial. That's bringing a new perspective to the black community. After the 1,000 miles, you're gonna need someone who knows to make boots. When you want to go reach far, you're gonna need someone who knows to make weapons, who knows to make telecommunication like technology. From 80 to 90, you're gonna need someone to make fuel, to make the car, to make transportation. So you're gonna need a scientist, and a scientist growing up in a black house. The only history they know is black. They might not know black history from 1794, but they know black history from 2000 to 2026. That's enough black people. Like, what are the black history they need to know?
Oh, okay. You're gonna learn today. Who was the first African American woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize for literature?
I want to deal with what he said, though. I mean, that is really.
All right, go ahead.
So look, like I want him to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that not that science is the problem, but that the pursuit of things that matter to us only matter when you start talking that white man shit in terms of chasing our history. What we need to know moving forward about black people. You saying everybody know that shit. I'm telling you they don't. Hey, the same shit he doing right now with science, we can do the same shit with history and everybody will Google. You're going to have to. Because we have not pursued that information the way we pursued everything else. I've been here long enough to, fam, people done pursued 13, 14, 1500s more than the goddamn 60s. People know more about Christopher Columbus and natives not being here than they know about the civil rights movement. I'm not just saying this shit. It's a reality that I've dealt with. So no, they don't know history. They assume history based on what other people have said. And I mean, I'm telling you, that ain't good enough, bro. It's not good enough. They repeat what other people told them history was. They ain't studied it. They ain't read it. They don't know no dates. And as a result, everybody running around talking like they can get us forward in a reparations conversation, and they can't, because they ain't studied none of this shit. That's how Tariq gets into this position. Studying a little bit and having the ability to lead a fucking cult. Just know a little something. That's all you need now. Look at these.
So you don't think it could be a balance, a little bit of both history and science?
I don't know where the science part. You got to show me where that shit matters, and like before we get grown. Like I get how
all everything to do about making money, you have to use some sort of fucking science.
Right, but I'm saying when you get old enough to make money, right? But when niggas was studying and pursuing something, I'm saying if you was pursuing science and it didn't turn into like a STEM field or some shit, what was it? How did it work out for us? What does knowing the planets fucking mean? Who gives a fuck where the planets are? How the fuck does that matter?
Well, that's the first. That's the first step of taking control of yourself and taking control of your domain. I hear people talking about developing communities, developing neighborhood, building this, building that. How are you gonna build shit when you don't know shit? You can't build nothing off talking points. You actually need actual science that you could practically implement to build stuff. To build a road, for instance, to build a road that cut through an empty land. You got the 40 acres. What are you gonna do? Just preach to the fucking deers and the grass?
That's right, brother.
You need engineers to develop.
If you think he cooking, my nigga, you better stop.
Scientists.
I'm gonna fuck his tether ass up soon as you done talking.
You need educated people. You need educated people to build schools, to build hospitals, to build institution that's gonna nurture the next generation. Not just people that talk and march. You need people that can actually do shit. And those people are the educated people.
Do you know who made Jimison
not
was?
that other people ain't valuable.
Stop laughing, Wally. Your ass is crazy.
I just want to know something.
There has to be a balance because that's what the community is going to build. But you can't be outcasting those that actually have the strength and the mental faculty to actually build shit.
Yeah, I'm actually going to do that though. Like you're a fucking tether, so you don't know what you're talking about.
This nigga.
Do you know who made Jimison?
That's a weak
Let's play the same game. Let's play the same game, little dirty tether boy. Let's play the same game. Do you know who made Jimison was?
You're a tether.
Do you know who made Jimison was?
We all have the same ancestors, nigga. We all have the same ancestors. We all were on the fucking ship.
Who made what?
Do you know who made Jimison was? Do you know who made Jimison was?
Made Jimison.
Yes, I know who made Jemison was.
Right.
Yes,
So
I know
now
who made Jemison was.
Right. So since you know, perfect. So in terms of like traveling to space and doing science, you can't do that junk. She has to go and work for NASA and be, in that position. And there's only a handful of hers versus all of us who need to know our history. I'm telling you that the handful of scientists that we can point to, they didn't build no fucking community.
You know
what community did science build? Hey, what community did science build?
Thousands of Black American women who graduated from many universities with their PhD in astrophysics, who were inspired by Mae Jemison.
Yes. What community did they build?
She was one person working at NASA. But what she represented was more than just one individual. She represented the whole fucking generation.
Where is the community?
As an iconic figure of Black woman in science.
A Black woman, right? Black in name fucking only, nigga, because you only know her for science.
Black in name only.
You didn't even realize the point. You walked right into it. You only recognize her for science. Then you want to throw Black on top of it to make it sound like you're down with us. No, nigga.
Oh shit, this nigga
you niggas only because when you made that assessment talk, show me what science built in 200 years. What the fuck did science build for my community? I'm listening.
Boy, you sound crazy as fuck.
I'm asking. Y'all sounded crazy sitting up here talking about negative and all that shit. But when we get to talking about my people,
don't lump us in the same category with Swarthy nigga. That's him fucking being random as hell. Shit, when nobody talking about no goddamn blood type. You just came in at the wrong goddamn fucking time.
While a very small amount of us, while a very minute amount of black people were practicing science, majority of the community was doing exactly what you're telling them to do.
No, they're not.
To march and argue. That's what they were doing. March. One day, Black Panther, NOI, like over 1,000 different black organizations, all pushing the same rhetoric.
None of those were focused on black history.
If they were focused on science, maybe we would have an automotive industry. Maybe we would have a mining industry. Maybe we would have an industry.
See what I'm saying? This is the problem. This is the problem right here. He thinks you think the Black Panthers had time to focus on science?
We isolate those that can help.
You think the Black Panthers could have had time to focus on science?
It's not about science alone.
What set of Panthers could have focused on science?
Focus on being educated and developing a certain kind of self-discipline.
They couldn't. They had to focus on staying alive.
That's why
they had to focus on staying alive. What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure they're not the only ones. They have to focus on staying alive too.
No, Mae Jemison was born in what, 1955 or something?
Yes, that means it was even harder for her.
No, it does not. That means by the time she became an adult, she was in integrated schools. Tether. Know what the fuck you talking about, nigga? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, again, if you actually took out the time to read some black history, I think you would understand my point. That we have been set back because what you keep arguing about building a community, I'm saying y'all done built white man shit. The space argument, that's a white man shit. We ain't built shit because we don't know our history, nigga. We don't even know we can build shit. We don't even know how many niggas done built shit. None of you niggas on this panel right now tell me none of the fucking homesteads from the 1870s. It was our communities. Our communities.
How would we know? How would we know? There's no one doing it.
They've done it.
There's no one teaching it. How would
They've done it. It's plenty teaching it. It's not as relevant. Nobody cares. I'm telling you why they don't care. Because y'all got them chasing around protons and neutrons. Why would they care about our history? It's Black History Month. It's the only time niggas even talk about history. And you barely do it now.
That's a cap. That's a cap. That's a cap.
Shit, take me to the history channels.
90% of the time, you guys over here talking about history, politics, and shit like that.
Yeah, that's because the true story, fam.
What we don't talk about is what we're talking about today.
That's because of Beyonce,
what we
nigga.
don't do over here is science and maths. What we do every day is get up, talk about history, race, and politics. History, race, and politics, and crash.
Yes. That's what's important in America, not science. Science is important where you are because ain't no niggas there. Ain't no black people there. So yeah, you got plenty of time to talk about degrees and Fahrenheit and the barometers and shit.
It's important to you guys, so you guys will always be dependent. It's important to Elon Musk. And he's the one that's going to be servicing you guys with satellite services and all that good stuff that you guys could develop for yourself. Science is not important, so you guys always going to be dependent on big pharma. Science is not important, so you guys always going to be dependent on big petrol.
I'm saying, so again, you're not from here, so you don't see how stupid you sound, right? So I try again. Because science is intertwined with the system. Every time you go into that science, you're moving deeper into their system.
So what's not intertwined with the system? I don't get
our history. More knowledge of our history will move you away from the system.
We've been doing that for the past 40 years. Have you ever heard about John Henry Clark, Dr. Penn, Francis?
But I don't fuck with that clown ass
what
nigga.
the fuck is wrong with
You
you?
sound like a brain.
John
You
Henry
sound like
Clark was a
Frankenstein,
fucking
nigga.
clown. What are you talking about? That's some of these niggas is dumb. These fucking African niggas, these Pan-Africans, they don't count. Niggas who would have counted you, niggas who would have counted you in my count, they don't count, nigga.
We have never heard Black history until
I promise you, this was not my intentions, family. I promise you, it wasn't.
Relax, Swarty.
Hey, what it mean do to you though, Taz, bro? What's up?
My smoke ain't with him per se. It's the principle. It's the principle, bro.
It's all you niggas. Like niggas don't know shit about motherfucking history. Y'all, nothing about our history. Y'all niggas, I don't know what the fuck wrong with y'all.
Which niggas cheek you hyping it.
Yeah, that nigga Taz ain't playing with Dexter's Laboratory niggas today.
Yeah, geez.
Shit, I don't see how shit. Motherfucking science got way more to do with just some goddamn fucking how many moons and the fucking stars and shit. And wasn't nobody focusing in on that goddamn shit. We was actually doing something that was related to Earth and practicality.
Yeah, Dale had already said what the fuck do it matter how many moons on Pluto, goddamn.
Yeah, I already said that.
Right, exactly. So
but that doesn't mean fuck science altogether, though. I ain't say that.
No, you ain't gonna say
right.
that.
That's when you stop short of the truth, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I want.
No, it's not stopping short. It's knowing when to fucking cut shit off. God damn.
It's important, but we definitely need science. We ain't gonna kick science to the curb.
Yeah, you gonna kick science to the curb. You wild, Taz. But I definitely do believe.
So let me ask a question then. So who's the most important scientist since the death of George Washington Carver?
God damn.
Depends on who you fucking ask, shit.
Right.
You saying the word best?
If you asked me about our history, it wouldn't have been no story.
Right. So you saying the word best is subjective to only you.
I said most important.
That's what I'm saying.
Most important is important, man.
Yeah.
Science is
I don't know. Taz, enlighten us, bro. Get up here and teach instead of cussing everybody out, motherfucker.
What? Over here trying to embarrass niggas and shit like that in front of the world.
That's what I'm saying. I'm arguing that science takes you deep into the white man shit. That's why in the chat I said I see why they call it the white man science, because this is taking you away from your roots in blackness. I'm listening to it. I was listening to y'all. I'm not just
you heard Swarthy ask a couple questions that didn't relate to anything on planet Earth, and you just ran with that shit. So,
hey, real
I don't want to hear that shit.
Real quick,
you can't do a goddamn thing without no motherfucking science, nigga.
Yes, the fuck you can.
No, the fuck you can't, motherfucker.
You can do anything without science.
You can't even get up out of bed without no science, motherfucker. Shit, what the fuck are you talking about?
Let's talk about the black.
I'm listening. I'm trying to hear you. I'm trying to hear your scientific explanation. I don't
Here's the thing. You're talking about two elements that are both needed. It's not one doesn't need the other. They're both needed. Yeah, we need somebody passionate like Taz about knowing the history, but we also need somebody like a man that's in that science world that we don't represent. So I think that it's two paths. I'm not saying that Taz should pick up a physics book. That might not be his thing. But if it's history, hey, do your thing, man. I say don't lose that.
We got Dr. Makia Corbett.
That's what I was saying. That's what I said. Why I can't coexist? Why I can't be a combination of both things? Why I can't be a blend?
I want the answer to that question you asked, bro.
But no, he did say that like we're not represented in that space. That's why it's considered the white man space. But that's the problem in some aspect, right? We're not represented in that space. But it is bigger than the white man, though. The science is bigger than the white man. It's not only white men that's using it. So this is a planetary thing.
It stole all our fucking patents and shit. God damn it! That's what the fuck.
Say that again.
because they hijacked and stole all of our patents. They wouldn't even let us make the patents for the shit at the time.
Granted, there's a history of suppression. I get that. I get that piece, but that does not mean we shouldn't go after it. Like, it's still there. It's not going anywhere. And it's not the white man's, which is the funny part. A lot of when people say white man science, it's not his.
It's great for conversation. This is STEM channel. We already know what that is.
I'm arguing it is. I'm
arguing what I want to know,
more niggas won't in on that white man science than this black man history. Yes, that's what I'm arguing. Niggas won't in on that white man science. You won't exclude it from the black man science.
Wait. What do you mean by that? I didn't understand the statement.
I think you have way more niggas that's interested in the history than in the science, and that may be problematic, but that's just a fact.
That's a fact. That's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Just make sure you hear me say this, bro. What you're basing that on is what I mean said. You basing that on that dumb shit that motherfucking Tether said. Everybody, listen, bro. Listen to me, GQ. Listen to me, please. You're basing that on what he said because that is the reality. Niggas think they know history, so they don't even feel the need to study it. Niggas think they know it already. That's why you got so many dumb son of a bitches who think 40 acres and a mule is a real thing. Now go ask some niggas that. Go ask black people that.
Hallelujah.
Lord ass motherfuckers. Niggas don't know.
I study history, nigga. I'm a history buff. I'm not a science buff. I'm a history buff.
Hey, Taz, real quick.
I listen to Truth. I listen to goddamn Viasa, and I take notes.
History.
I read books. Goddamn it, I look at that. Hey, that's my interest. But I want to know the answer to the goddamn question: who is the most important scientist since George Washington Carver?
Yeah, I want to know.
I'm asking you.
Nigga, I was asking for somebody to tell me. For one, and the other point of it was.
That's why I'm asking you, brother.
But the other point, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. But the other point in that was
nobody up here know the answer to the goddamn question. So you're saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
That's what I would answer. But it was open for anyone to give the answer that they thought. And I'm saying that the point is black scientists are not that relevant to the point where niggas didn't even name one.
No, they named a couple in the chat. No, they did. They did name a couple.
Hey, Taz, is there an expectation from you that people should know the history as well as you?
Yes.
I would ask how is that possible? You're gonna be disappointed a lot if you expect people to know what you know because you studied it. You took the time and put the time in. The average person ain't doing that.
Because I was serious about
it. But you're Taz, you're a historian though.
No, but just 1 second, bro. Let me respond to that because I'm saying
hold on.
The problem is people are going to argue me down about history they've never studied. So that's where the problem comes in because you have somebody who read this and studied that and science this and religion that. Fam, you ain't even read this shit, but as soon as we start talking history, like Amin said, niggas think they know this shit because they heard 100 other people say it.
Yeah.
But you do understand people try to flex on you for points, right? Like that. I think that's going to come in the nature of knowing that you know. I'm sure a lot of people will come in here and try and flex on you. They really don't know. I think you could probably expose them. But the point I was making is that just shows your passion in that subject. Now, I wouldn't say throw away everything else and only study this. We all can't do that. That's not like a move for the group. That can't be a good move. We got to have specialists in certain. We can be black first, but we can't all be historians. All of us cannot be. All of us can't be scientists. All of us can't be like we're going to have a certain pocket where people are just going to run the show.
Can you give me the black first scientific argument?
Chaz know that shit.
We're not in it. I'm just trying to get in the door and try and make the numbers go up. That's the first goal for me. Like I'm not in there. I want to be in there. I want my kids to be in there. I want my future. I want representation that's not there. So I can sit around and say, hey, we don't know all this stuff. Or I could just focus my energy on trying to make a difference in getting that number up. Because it's not going anywhere. I think that's part of the problem. It's not solving everything, but
do you think identity as a community, though? Do you think we prioritize knowing Black history and our history, Black American history, in the way that we really should, though? Is it something that we really prioritize?
That's why I said somebody like Taz is a necessity. You can't, but I don't want him to feel like everybody should be at his level because that's a different level. That's not normal to everybody.
I'm saying, having been me and watching how this plays out, no, Black history is not a necessity. It's you can mail it in the same way Amin explained to y'all.
No. I said you. I said you, not the history. I said you. Somebody like you is the necessity.
So somebody, but I'm telling you, I'm not, because I'm sitting around listening to people who have never studied history argue with me because I'm correcting them.
Well, who else gonna call it out but you? You're the only one probably equipped, other than some other handful of people, maybe, that's going to call that bullshit out.
Because I'm guilty of it. I was the main motherfucker used to argue with him about the history, but not even knowing he was a motherfucking historian. And I was arguing with him about the 40 acres in the mule and a whole bunch of other shit, but I had to get corrected. I've been learning since I've been on this mother.
Now, who else going to correct you on that?
I'll take accountability.
But that's not. But GQ, what I'm saying is, it's not. People are not even open to the correction. Because I get what he's
that's saying. A different story, Taz.
But that's why they're not open to it, is because they think they know it. Back to what Amin said, which is true. They think they know it already. So who the fuck are you to tell me? And then, okay, share my screen, I'll show you. Now you mad because I one-upped you in front of a crowd or some shit. It's never about knowing our history being the bottom line.
I don't do history, though.
So that's who you call dumb, because they're not even trying to learn. When you sit up there and present them with the information, hold on a minute. You sit up there and present the information and they still, won't accept it. That's somebody who really not serious about this shit.
But that's most niggas in this space.
Yeah, I would say it's a necessity.
If I turn the volume down on that bullshit,
Who's that?
Some music playing.
At least hit the mute button on that shit.
That's who Dev.
No, it ain't me.
I think it's the video. It was the video playing. It had some music on it.
Man, that shit, that little music would drive me crazy.
Okay. It was like circus music.
That shit sound like some fucking nails on the chalkboard.
Now, hey, Chaz, bro, you gonna be pulling your hair out trying to argue with some people that think they got the answer, bro. Because the odds are they don't have it. They don't have
many
it.
motherfuckers on here that can't never be wrong about shit. That's the biggest guy.
Yeah, you know what it is? Niggas is not humble.
That's a different problem. Not trying to be even humble yourself. You got to know that's a skill set, yo. That doesn't come easy with everybody, yo.
But listen, what I'm saying though, bro. It's like when people get up here and talk about the Earth being flat and shit. niggas are insulted by a motherfucker even saying that, right? And I'm saying I get that, but if we felt like that about Black history, niggas would get my point. The level of insult that it is to hear some of the shit people say, and it don't have to be corrected because so many people believe it. That's my issue, bro. And I'm saying again, I'm watching this shit play out to where our history ain't as important as everything else. Like science, math, astronomy, psychology, all of that seems to take the front seat over Black history.
Let me throw psychology
Yeah,
up in
y'all
there,
know who
nigga. Don't
Moses
nobody
West
be
is?
talking about no
I wasn't
psychology over
even
here.
thinking about you, Marley. If I was, I promise I made it sound so much more fucked up. It sounded so fucked up. If I'd have been thinking about you, I would have been thinking about you. I'd have put some cap on that shit. Like that's why they send niggas through the military and then let them out and be psychologists, nigga. I'd have said some crazy shit, Marley. I wouldn't even think about you, bro.
Honestly, though, I get your point, though.
Nah, I know you wasn't. I'm just
agree with
fucking
your
with you,
point.
child. I know you wasn't.
Hey, who was Moses West, y'all science heads?
I get what Taz saying, sir, but I don't really agree with his point because, again, when I first come in this community, all people were talking about was Black history. That's all they were teaching. Maybe not what you were teaching, not Black American history or the one specific to America, but most of the conversation were like about Black history, Black people in the 1800, Black people 2,000-3,000 years ago, Black people in Arabia, Black people in Africa. That's all they were talking about.
Yeah, you talking about Sonnet and them though, right?
Not only Sonnetter, most of the YouTube. Because if it's not that, you got like the Umar Johnson type.
But you know what though? That's true. And you know, but hold on. But you know why? You know why? You know why you teach? Hold on.
He was a Pan-African. He was talking that shit. You know, you got like that.
Have you noticed in a lot of those? Have you noticed in a lot of those spaces, they're not really talking about Black American history like that because that's something that's like really taught in school. Like you know what I'm saying? For the most part. So I think
the atmosphere changes.
You're right. I mean, you're right with that. But I am talking about Black American history, but I'm not talking about that shit they was talking about 1300.
Right, but they go into a lot of history about Black people that is not taught in public educational system schools, like you know, like for example, like Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King. They ain't talking about shit like that. They talking about some other shit, like you know what I'm saying, like what the meme was saying, like the Nubians, like you just not mentioning ancient Egypt,
the Nubians, the Moors,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that ain't history.
Dr. Ben shit and the you know.
I don't count that as, so I get what you're saying, and I'm saying I don't count that as it. That's not our history, bro. That's the problem now is niggas spent 6-7 years watching niggas talk about that dumb shit, and now they want to flip it up and turn it into the important conversation about our history here. But now I challenge you to go look at these FBA channels. Look at what they talking about. These bitch ass niggas ain't teaching.
You're saying that's not Black American history, but you're not saying that's not Black history. You're just saying that's not Black American history.
Right.
Yeah,
that's not correcting it. That's why I corrected. I'm not saying that's not Black history. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's not relevant Black history, though. That's not relevant Black history. What
relevant
time
to what? Relevant to what?
Bearing straight ain't relevant to our existence today.
What do you mean? It's not. What do you mean? It's not modern. It's not modern. It's not modern. It's not modern Black history. Is what he's saying. It's not modern.
No, he's saying
I said the right word. I said relevant. I said relevant
because a lot of time when you look into those history that they used to talk, you can't verify anything that you're saying. It was made up. A lot of shit was made up. A lot of shit was just being said for you to feel good.
And it has no bearing on what's happening today.
Exactly.
It's irrelevant.
Right.
But,
So I'm saying I agree with you when you say, nah, they was teaching history when I came into space, but that's what I'm pushing back against. I've never been conscious community. I've never supported that as our history. That ain't our motherfucking history.
Talk good talk.
Well, that's new. That's new.
Hey, Moses West?
I've always said that, bro. Like people don't like that. I bring this conversation for reparations and shit up into the 1800s because I do feel like there's been such an emphasis on Christopher Columbus and all these explorers and all that. That's supposed to be a specialized understanding. All of us, Black people in America, we supposed to understand from 1776 in that goddamn Constitution how it's relevant to Black people on in. Anything previous to that shit don't fucking matter, nigga. That's specialized studies.
I
It don't
personally
matter to who.
It don't matter to our everyday existence, Dad.
Nah,
It does
I
not matter
personally
to our
believe
everyday
that
existence.
if they were teaching it that way, Taz, then we wouldn't be caught up in the whole FBA and the whole ABOs, and we were here.
That's why we are caught up in it, because we
would avoid all of that and have a mutual understanding of where people come from.
No, we are taught in this country a simple transition from being African to being American with the snap of a motherfucking finger.
No, it ain't.
Shit, give me the process. I'm listening. Give me the process you was taught in school.
Shit, it ain't no snap of a goddamn finger. Shit.
Give me the motherfucking process your old ass was taught when you was in school, nigga. As if you remember.
As soon as you goddamn fucking born, what the fuck do you want me to say? Shit. You made it seem like somebody had to do something, nigga.
No, in these textbooks, they go from 1776 to the Trail of Tears to the goddamn Civil War. That is
you're throwing me off when you say a book starts at 1776. I don't remember any book starting at 1776. It was either 1492 or in the 1400s or early Jamestown. By the time you got to 76, dude, that's like at least two or three chapters in. That's what I'm saying. Your starting point is off. Everybody didn't learn the same thing at the same time.
Ain't that the problem? If y'all niggas gonna talk that black shit?
Well, that's why I don't understand why you hooked on goddamn 1776.
Because black people and their relevance in this country starts in 1776.
No, it actually starts before that, but I mean, I can see probably why you making an argument.
Tell me how.
Why you saying start at 1776, Taz? Why wouldn't it start prior to that? Because Harriet Tubman was operating before 1776.
Nigga, she wasn't even fucking born before 1776. Shut the fuck up. That's the shit I'm talking about right there. Now, before I say any goddamn thing else, look up and tell me what year she was born, nigga.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. That was 1800. We ain't got shit before 1776.
I mean, I'm saying
that's what I'm finna sit up here and listen to.
No, you finna explain it because I'm saying we don't. I'm saying the history that we can look back to is history of black people doing shit with white people for white people in a white nation being established for white people. That's our history in 1776. We're there. We're involved. We're in the building.
What about the
first? We also slaves. But we're also
the first black settlement. The first black settlement in St. Augustine. When was that?
Down in Florida would have been in the 1700s. But again, those are settlements because I like to deal with what we could possibly get reparations for. If we're gonna get deep into this conversation about black history, it should be some end game. I'm saying that end game is supposed to be getting that restitution. If we're gonna do that, how do we do that studying history that does not apply to right now? That's what
Taz, you gotta remember too, though. Like he didn't grow up in America. Hold on, GQ. He didn't grow up in America, so he don't really know about a lot of Black American history like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know what he went. He went to school in Jamaica, right? Yeah, he went to school in Jamaica, so he ain't not learning the same history in elementary that we learned.
But that's what I'm saying, because what I'm saying don't really apply to him in that aspect because he don't live here. And this ain't really his history. And so, fine, I'm not saying ancestors before 1776 don't matter. I'm saying tell their stories. That needs to be done. But stop trying to tie shit that does not matter today into today. That's why you have FBA trying to tie you back to 1526, but can't tie 1526 to reparations. You're watching it happen. You don't agree with it as it happens, but you disagree with me saying it how it needs to be said. 1526. Explain to me the reparations conversation that starts there. You can't, because there isn't one. It's cap.
Okay.
And they're exploiting Black history, which is only making it worse. They're exploiting, like they rewriting the history and turning niggas into Indians. But you saying niggas know history? All these goddamn motherfucking pretendians running around this bitch who became an Indian in the last 5 years, but we know history. You want to rethink that shit, nigga? All of these gullible ass Dane Calloway ass niggas for real? Come on, bro. No, but as soon as niggas heard something that they thought was sounding good about Black people, they chased that shit. Didn't go study it to make sure, could care less about the real history. And I'm saying it's because knowing the real history don't matter. That's why you can be FBA. That's why you can be a pretendian. Being one of us don't matter.
I understand what GQ was saying in terms of niggas maybe into the more we would say pseudo history in the community, or thinking that they're getting into the history, but you know what I'm saying, even the science too, niggas is more into the pseudo science as well. There's the pseudo science and the pseudo history, you know.
You're right about that. I didn't think about that, but you're right.
We are into a lot of like fake shit, like, you know what I'm saying, and I just think it's like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we're not like the only ones. You know, we felt like, you know, I remember going back to Psycho old shows and talking about a lot of the white people, a lot of the white pseudos, and, you know, and how he broke it down and how we follow a lot of Black people follow a lot of the white pseudos and shit like that. Just because they're white and they're talking about the system, which is a common enemy, right? Because, you know what I'm saying, niggas was oppressed over here by the system. So they hear white folks talking about the system in a negative way, who made these pseudos and got all these conspiracy theories and shit like that. Black people was going to be attracted to it because there's other groups of white folks talking about white folks too. So niggas is looking at white folks like they superior, or they could be. They're going to take what they saying is valid and follow those same shits and follow these conspiracy theories that they read upon from white folks and all of that. So that happens a lot too. And then niggas get books in jail in the hood, like Behold the Pale Horse, and then they come back to the block and they come back to the hood, and you know what I'm saying, they start talking like they know what the fuck is going on, and then you sitting outside on the block in front of the building and you hear niggas talking about these Illuminati and you just like, yeah, now you think you got the knowledge. Like, you know what I'm saying? So shit like that be happening, bro.
Free the guys,
Shit.
man.
Yeah. Yeah, free young deity, B.
Man, we got okay, I got you on something. Let me see. We got the first slave revolt. Goddamn it, 1631.
Yeah, that's right. So okay, so again, I'm not against using those slave rebellions because those are Black people. However, again, when we start talking about America, that didn't happen in the United States.
Okay.
Why? Because there is no United States yet.
Yeah.
I'm because like I say, I don't want to turn that into, man, fuck that time period and fuck them people. But like the honest understanding of that is, before the country existed, what's your claim of Black people being important to a country that didn't exist? I'm not saying they're not important.
I read you. I get where you're coming from. We talking about America, goddamn it. America didn't exist before that.
Yeah, like I say, the land mass is here, and the conversation is held as if there isn't a time period where things change, and I don't think we can do that. Things do change at some point.
Yeah, about
and I do feel like that's going to
be became a country where we can hold them accountable.
Like I feel like we're supposed to start at that 3/5 compromise and shit like that, because this country was supposed to be built on a specific principle that they didn't uphold. Before the country, they don't have that principle to uphold.
But truth be told, to make myself, you know, because I start to do things to make myself feel better. Like, Black folks is not the only group of people who don't really know a history and shit like that, to keep it 100. Because I had different experiences where I went to different groups, whether it was white, you know what I'm saying, Asians, Africans. A lot of Africans don't be knowing their history. You know what I'm saying? It just so happens that they're born into that culture and they have, like, you know, their language or whatever case. But a lot of them, they don't know where that shit come from. Like, you know what I'm saying? and then you ask some white folks
benefit from their history though, because I'm saying we stand to benefit from knowing our history.
Yeah.
I don't know if they stand to benefit from their history like that.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. I don't want people to think like, because it's the narrative that goes around it. Oh, we the only ones who don't know our history, and like that was always going around in the hood when I was growing up. We the only ones who don't know our history. So I'm just like, nah.
We the only ones who owed something that don't know our history though. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you ask the Italians about their history in this country, they're gonna get to talking about them lynchings and shit in the 1800s. Like a motherfucker that they gonna know the parts of their history that's relevant to today. I'm saying we don't know that. Or playing fucking multiple choice with it.
No. I'm not even talking about the relevant history, but I'm just talking about in general how you were saying earlier in terms of like even like the niggas who believe in like who don't know where they from, right? Or whatever the case. There's some white folks who acting like, yo, where you from, yo? And niggas will tell you like, I don't even know. My grandmother was Irish. I'm a mutt. I don't even know. Yeah, how many times you heard white folks say that? That's like, keep it real. A lot of them niggas don't know where they come from neither, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? You ask them niggas. No. I know, and I'm the last one. I'm the last one who should be making that argument, right? Hold on.
No,
I'm the last person.
I want to make that argument. It just fucked them crackers, and it's fucked them. Both of them ain't.
I'm saying this nigga go. It's not gonna hurt them to not know their history. That's not gonna hurt them to not know their history. It hurts us to not know our history. We take an L not knowing our history. We missing out on something. They don't miss out on shit not knowing their history. They're not taking no L.
It's more detrimental for us.
Well, hey, y'all niggas go, son. Hey, nigga, deep in the back end is more detrimental to us.
I understand the argument, though. I'm saying when you talk about reparations, you talk about trying to make a motherfucker pay. You got to know what the fuck happens, though. I mean, it's real, though.
Oh yeah. In terms of. Right. In terms of, but I'm not even just
you can't
talking
pull
about
the receipts and provide the evidence. To know the history is to present the evidence. It's basically to know the evidence.
That's all I'm talking about, Marley. I ain't just saying. I ain't trying to, I ain't the victim role, or whatever.
I know. No, I'm saying I don't want us to feel like, like I said, it was always this narrative growing up in the hood. People would say, we're the only ones who don't know our history, right? Not extending what Taz just said, the only ones who know our history, but that just general statement, right?
Well, that's the exact truth.
And I'm not using it as because me, I'm the last one, because I'm completely against this. I'm not saying because other groups is doing it's okay. What I'm saying is like, I don't want us to think that or feel that bad that we don't be knowing about certain X, Y, and Z, because you'll be surprised about about other shit that, even though the shit is beneficial, like how y'all said, don't know. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, we should know in terms of these things and showing the receipts.
Well, I mean, I agree. When you say it as a whole, though, it's real. Say we the only ones don't know our history, because I mean we can go back. We can go as far as West Africa. That's about it. We can't tell you what tribe, what motherfucking country. We can't. And the majority of them motherfuckers can do that. Like not just saying the average motherfucker you walk up on is gonna know, but it wouldn't be shit for them to trace it back to Ireland or
right. And the only reason why I brought that up too, because even with the whole we not from Africa and it's not just only niggas that's heads like that. That's always bring up South African. They do the same thing. They was always in South Africa. They not descendants of West Africa. They was always there. As a matter of fact, the South Africans shits on the Nigerians. You know what I'm saying? When they come to the country, and that's where they come from, eastern Nigeria, Bantu. So that's where they migrated from and shit like that. So that's what I'm saying. This is like, it's not only, it's just that we're just hearing these spaces. And a lot of times I hear Taz be like, yo, why y'all niggas never get at these? Because we don't even live around these niggas, number one. We don't be in these niggas say, and they don't even come over here like that, number two. You know what I'm saying? But if niggas was over there, or if niggas is, niggas would be like, oh shit, like you hear these things? Because we're not over there in South Africa to be sitting here and what's going on. But them niggas is doing shit over there too, and you know what I'm saying?
They said tripping like
yeah. Right. So it's not just here, you know what I'm saying? It ain't just here, you know what I mean? Here it's more popularized because it's America. You know what I'm saying? America is the most popular. So, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the, everything is, here. Like, you know what I mean? So, and it spreads out, but it's other, like I said, GP, I'm the last one to say everybody else is doing it. So I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That this is going on. So a lot of these, you know what I'm saying, as much as niggas think that a lot of these Africans got, and they also got their own little dysfunctions as well too. That's you know what I'm saying, that's that really got nothing to do with us, but whatever shit that they got going on over there with them, then we got our dysfunctions over here. You know what I'm saying, that we got. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's real.
Yeah.
I tell you all the time, the world is a goddamn ghetto. So
Yeah, because when I experienced it, I felt a little better. I was like, oh shit, so niggas is not the only ones over here that I was like, woof. I had to wipe my hand, the back of my hand on my forehead that the sweat came on. I'm like, oh gosh. I said, I thought we was the only niggas over here talking that shit.
Niggas doing this shit all
Nah,
over.
yeah, in different places, and and that's what I'm saying. It's for me traveling and going to different places and having these experiences and shit like that. It's just like it's like an eye
this
it's
shit
eye
real,
opener for me.
bro.
Yeah, shit real, yeah.
You know what
And
tripped
you'll
me
be
out?
able to
Like,
see.
every time an African come on here, right? Come on
Mhm.
this panel right here on Q Butter Channel.
Any Africans will be telling me, they be like, damn, you know my history a little bit more than I do. Like, they don't be, a lot of them niggas don't even be knowing their own shit over
Yeah,
there.
and when I ask them all the same thing, you paying African, right? They be like, hell no. Like,
Yeah, so.
That's what be tripping me out. Like, god damn, that's all you motherfuckers in African. Ain't none of you motherfuckers paying African. This shit is crazy.
It took me a long time to understand that. Like I said, I mean, I give them a pass on that. It just means I'm not of the belief that we should be paying African. It don't take away from them. It's just recognizing that we ain't gonna be able to make them get together. And so why would we be more Pan-African than people from the African continent? You know what I'm saying? I try not to hold it against
No,
me.
I understand that though, Tez. I understand why, because that's because we don't know exactly where the fuck we from in Africa. So we pan African. We just take up the whole continent. Like fuck it, we pan African. They know where they from in Africa, so they will be not pan African.
Well, but GQ, that ain't even really true, because it took me a long time to realize that niggas only took about like a third of the continent. You know what I'm saying? They're not talking about the whole continent. Like, it's a whole part of the continent. They gonna call some motherfuckers they ain't black. You know what I'm saying? Like, they gonna say them motherfuckers ain't even black. Like, so
like Africa, but Arabs and all this.
Like when you ain't kind of Afrocentric and that type of shit like that, you just know black people, air quote, come from Africa and whatnot. You just cool with that. That ain't enough, because eventually you come to know you can't just say black is synonymous with African unless you in America. But then when you really talking about the continent, black ain't actually synonymous with Africa.
Right.
Because it damn sure ain't synonymous with America.
That's
why you have to say the motherfucker.
It is for you, veteran ass nigga. I quit, bro. I don't feel like arguing with you.
Shit, that's the whole reason why you have to say the word black first. Because it never was associated with
Hey, yo, this
black
nigga
folks.
Marley and this nigga Dev, they some Lieutenant Dan ass niggas.
Here we go.
Yeah, I know we get kind of complicated on the symbols. I just wanted to go with some complex ones, but they was talking.
But Pan-African wasn't supposed to mean global African. That wasn't the meaning of Pan-African. It was supposed to unite diasporal African. That's what it was for. And it wasn't for
So is it just for us, or so the continent in itself and the countries in the continent don't have anything to do with Pan-Africanism? Like, it's only for the niggas who got kicked out of Africa and went to slavery?
But it wasn't the entire Africa. It was really about diasporal African and Western and Central Africa.
But why do they have an issue with us, though?
What issue? because these superficial issue I hear about, it's usually anecdotal and limited to just YouTube.
No, I'm being real with you, bro. So when you say anecdotal, right, I agree, right? I agree with you. But the problem becomes when there's a pattern of those anecdotal experiences. And I'm saying I only had one or two. Most of my experiences were not bad, but I've had a couple experiences where it was not bad. My brother, like the one Nigerian that I worked with told me, "You're my cousin. We closer to cousin. We ain't brothers though." Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like, fam, that was like 2016. That shit was like, for real, bro. Like, damn, like, I look at you as a brother. Like, damn, you shitted on me, bro.
But hold on, Taz.
Just like quick, Marty, just right quick. It wasn't, because I just want to make sure it's understood. It wasn't a negative context. This is somebody I work with. This is somebody I'm cool with, and we having a conversation. And when I'm talking about a brotherhood, he's telling me, nah, bro, I don't identify with it like that. Like, we good, but we closer to cousins. We ain't brothers. And like I said, it wasn't necessarily hurtful, but it's a reality check. Like, damn, okay, well, yeah, fam, I wouldn't have corrected you if you'd have told me we like brothers. In fact, if you'd have said we like cousins, I'd have told you, nah, bro, we more like brothers. But you corrected me. And I'm saying, moving forward from that, I've seen more of that sentiment. And
but do you think
I've had that experience?
Do you think? Hold on. So do you think from that experience that you had with that particular African individual, right? And that same time, was he saying it because he's African and you're Black American, or was he saying it and just in general? And do you think you just took it that way and in that context? And
that was the conversation. No, that was contextual.
Did you ask him why? Did you like, yo, why? Yo, like, why? What he said?
Yeah, he said we don't grow up together. We're not from the same place. He's from Nigeria. He's an actual Nigerian that was
he said we didn't. Okay, big culture. All right. But I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna say like this. I've had, like you said, I agree with you, a few mostly good experiences, right? But one or two, right? Like, I'll say one. It was this dude from Ghana at my old job when I was a security guard. Once he found out I was American, and I told him, like, I'm American, and he was like, oh, he started treating me a little bit different. And then once he started to see, like, I was cool and shit like that, with, saying, that's he started changing. I'm just like, yo, why you was behaving that way? And what he told me was that, hold on, I'm like, no, I asked him, like, yo, why you, I'm like, I ain't say it like this, like I'm talking, I'm like, yo, why you was acting like that? And he was like, nah, a lot of Black Americans don't like to claim, they African background. That's what I told him, I was Pan-African, whatever the case is. And in fact, I told him, I was like, I look more African than you do. Like, just fucking around with him. He started laughing. He was like, oh yeah, that's true. But there's some who have those experiences. As a matter of fact, a lot of Black people, before they come to America, and even experienced Black Americans, a lot of the times they look up to Black Americans because they see a lot of Black Americans on TV. I'm not even talking about this generation. I'm talking about, like, for my moms and, like, people who came here in the 80s and shit like that. I don't know about now. Right now might be a little bit different because we got internet now and there's a lot more exposure to different things and X, Y, and Z. But a lot of them is influenced by, like, you see niggas on TV and movies and shit, TV shows like the Jeffersons, like I always mentioned, a lot of these different TV shows come up when they was coming up as kids. And then is when they get to America and they see certain things, like even like shit like in the 1960s, like a lot of people in the world didn't know what was happening to black Americans in the 1960s outside of America like that. You know what I'm saying? So, it was when Malcolm X was threatening to bring it to the international court. They didn't want that. America didn't want that to go public, like, about what was actually going on here with Black people in this country. So a lot of people didn't really know what was happening here like that. If a lot of people knew what was happening here like this, niggas,
so what's good with y'all niggas, man? What's good? I'm on my way home to see my beautiful African wife, my East African queen.
Yeah, shalom, Damo. Peace and blessings to you and your family, brother.
So even
look, I could only say that because I fuck with y'all niggas. Because if it was anybody else, niggas would have been like, nigga, fuck that tether ass. And I had to be fighting niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Even if you go to Europe, you see a lot of those Africans, you know, they into hip hop culture. They trying to rap. They trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they influence.
Hey, I'm
Niggas
always
is
shout her
influence.
out though, but it's gonna be fuck you, nigga, forever, nigga. But nah,
bro,
look,
why y'all up here? Why? Nah, fuck that.
No, I gotta tell you something though, bro. I gotta tell you something. So look, I found myself in a precarious situation yesterday, bro. I'm on a panel and they reviewing that fucking Clifton Powell video. And guess who fucking sitting there? Guess who fucking sitting there, bro?
You already know.
Like, bro, like, nigga, I'm talking shit about this nigga 1 week, and now I'm glad to defend the nigga yesterday. Like, bro, that nigga married, bro. What the fuck you niggas talking about? Like niggas don't even like niggas just be saying shit. So they say he was having a conversation with a bunch of gay men, bro. And so you know what I mean? Like that shit was kind of fucked up, and it was like, nah, but like, you don't even know, dude. Like, nah, dude, no, like, dude got a big crazy ass name, like channel and shit. Like, they just didn't know who he was. They had no idea.
Yeah.
So that's
good.
Your brother, nigga.
Look, I appreciate it. That nigga was there. He was like, bro, you seen the clips? I'm like, man, I done seen some of that shit, but I don't pay no attention to that type of content, so I ain't even really seen the whole shit. But yeah, bro. Actually, them same people who put on that event, they doing another one, I think in Louisiana, in like about a month or so. So yeah, they gonna that shit gonna go up again.
That's just an example of we could talk shit about each other, but another motherfucker, we ain't having that shit. Hold on,
that goes.
I had to hop on the panel to stop that shit, bro. Fuck y'all niggas talking about, bro. Hold on, bro. I say some, but that's my people, bro. What you on, fam?
Exactly. and 2 days later, like, nigga, fuck you, nigga. That's why you whoop the whoop.
Like, hey, that's my people, bro. What you on, fam? Like, nah, because I ain't review that shit. I done seen it reviewed like 100 times now, so I ain't really interested in reviewing that shit. But yeah, that shit making its rounds though.
That nigga Clifton Powell popped off, nigga. I was like, yeah, that sound about right. Actually, sound about right. But but fuck that. Why y'all let this nigga sit up here and talk about white man science? Y'all be too nice to this nigga, bro.
We let the nigga vet shit. You know he gotta.
I can substantiate the argument. Let's go.
That nigga Taz came up on the panel and just turned into a destructive tornado, just like that.
I can substantiate the argument because the argument ain't that what the science belongs to the white man, is that the white man controls the science. Let's get it.
What? That's what I'm saying. But that's what I mean. I don't think the white man controls the science. The white man controls scientific narrative.
Nah, I'm saying,
and that's the pushback, right? Because for example, white man, because I agree that there's a such thing as white man science, but when I say that though, I'm thinking of, for example, race science. You know what I'm saying? Scientific racism. Yeah, you just like that type of shit. Like, so when white people attempt to use science to say, oh, black people have these different whatever that make them more animalistic, which is why they muscles twitch fat and all that other shit. It's like, that's the shit where a nigga like,
niggas can take pain more than white people.
Right.
Yeah, that's science.
but it's not, because science, there is no science to back that up.
Yeah, nobody said
the white man said it though, right? And I'm saying he controls science. These are things now that people have to go out and disprove. Am I right or wrong?
That's funny you said that.
I'm cold with this shit. That's fucking
argue.
But it's already been disproven. It's already been disproven.
Right.
Pseudoscience. So it's
come on, Kaz, you let that nigga move the goalpost because okay, we know that crazy ass cracker shit is not real, but we talking about the white man controlling the science. Now that's real. What? Let's
Yeah, I'm
talk
letting
about
you
that.
move it, but
No. Wait a minute.
Hold on. White
Hold
man's not
on.
controlling no science. Hold on.
Hold
That
on.
sounds crazy.
The white
Yeah,
man,
y'all
if he's
reaching.
saying the white man controlling the science, I think it should be better said he controlled at some point your interaction with science, your
Right,
impact with
right,
science. He
right,
doesn't
right, right,
charge or
right,
control
right,
science. Science
right,
is
right,
discovery, bro. So
right,
so
right,
I
right.
get
It's
the history
it's
that there was some
observation like a
level of
motherfucker.
yeah, it's holding the people back from it. That was
Right.
deliberate. But that's not
Yeah.
controlling the science. It's controlling
Right,
your
right. Yeah,
science
yeah,
Well,
yeah. Nobody's
at a
identity,
certain
if
controlling
he
that.
period.
has
Controlling the
the
science brings
ability,
all
let
the
me ask the question.
hold
So let me
on,
ask the question.
identity. If he has the ability to subdue you with weaponry, with an army, and if he can control exactly how you can advance in science, I would argue that he does control science because he's
and he
aware
controls
of
the
the fact.
institutions, the
That's
magazines,
why I
the,
said it's
Right.
not. There's a
Thank
the
you.
history of
journals.
yes. If you read a book,
Yeah,
you
but
die.
that's not.
Like that.
Yeah,
That was
but that's not
Right.
impactful, right?
controlling. Yeah, yeah,
That
but
was
that's not
Right.
controlling
impactful. But
science.
we are not like under that level of oppression to where we can't get the science. The science is
Right,
there. It's just
right. Yeah,
discovery.
science
Yeah.
is there.
I'm
It's just
glad you
discovery,
But
right?
I'm glad you
Nah,
said that level, ID. I'm glad
Yes,
you
because
did
I'm not
that.
going to denounce the fact that it happened. Yes, there was a time where you died if
You're
you read
right.
a book.
We're not under that level of
We're
oppression
not under that
anymore,
level.
but we're still under a level of oppression when it comes to science because they run all the institutions,
Yeah,
all
but
the
not enough to keep you from it.
Yeah, not enough to keep you
well,
from it,
Not enough
bro.
to keep you from it.
But
I
no,
would
that's what I'm saying.
argue.
They don't run it. But they don't run all. They don't run all the institutions. They run institutions here in America, but science is a global effort.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
You
a
know what I mean?
global effort, right?
global
That's what I'm
and
effort,
they
but
saying.
it
run
doesn't
it all
become
over
relevant until
the
you're
globe.
involved.
But when you look at the way
Except
you can
maybe
use
China.
science to liberate yourself, when you look at the way that you can use science to combat and liberate yourself, right? We have to have a sense of knowing that there are certain levels of science that the so-called white man doesn't want the black
Yeah, but
man
how
to
will we
ever
know that?
reach.
How will we know
Well,
that just by default?
if you think about it, well, where are our nuclear? Okay, let me answer that then. Where are our nuclear power plants? Where's our space stations that are not overseen by the
Well,
so-called white?
The white
But
man.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
well,
just
again,
having. My
Hold on.
fault.
That has
go
to
Go
do
ahead.
with
ahead,
wait,
son.
hold on, wait, hold on. That has to do with funding in those countries and what their money is going towards to in those countries, right? So like
Okay,
say for example like these hold on, let's say for example like these predominantly black countries like in the Caribbean, them niggas ain't focused on that right now. Them niggas probably even got the bread to focus on that right now with the economy. Some of them
but
African countries, they probably ain't even
Marley,
got
you
the
don't think that's
economy
by the
to focus
Marley? You
on
don't
that
think
shit
that's
right now.
Marley? You
That
don't
ain't
think
got
that's
nothing
by
to do with
design?
it, though, Molly.
You don't think
Huh?
that's by
Yeah,
design?
That just
yeah,
further
but see,
I
trying
mean, I
but hold
mean,
on, but
I,
are we expanding? Let me ask this. Let me ask this. Are we expanding our understanding of science outside of like the physical sciences and into the social sciences? Are we doing that? Right, because like
yeah, we
government
can.
is a like
Probably not
government
to the
is a
level we
social.
should.
Yeah,
No.
we
Right,
we can
I
get
don't think
because
into
when we
there's
talk
any
about like for
space we
example
shouldn't.
when we talk about like who has nuclear weapons and who doesn't, that's not a question of understanding how to create nuclear weapons or understanding
right,
what goes into
exactly.
creating it. It's a
Right,
question of
right,
it's a
exactly.
question of government and
Right,
how social sciences describe uh nations or groups of people that are able to
right,
develop the resources and
right,
infrastructure
right,
necessary
right.
to
To develop
develop
those weapons.
nuclear
Right,
weapons.
right.
Yeah.
So the social sciences, the nuances to why these other places may not have like Damo was just now saying. Now, in terms of knowing how
black
to
around the
knowing how to
social
do those,
science.
hold on. So wait, hold on. In order to like knowing how to do those things, that's available to a lot of people around the world, everywhere. On how to,
Well,
you just got to get the information to make it. But it's not like to
I
say
don't think
like.
there's a space we shouldn't be in.
Get the information to make it. That's what I'm saying. You can go to jail playing with science, nigga.
Right,
Talking about.
Can't even collect rainwater around this mother.
right.
And if you can't collect rainwater, what makes you think the so-called white man is going to let you go and mine for uranium and plutonium and just watch you do it?
right,
Right.
right. But that's less of a
Talk that
question.
Hebrew
That's
shit, boy.
But that's less of a question of understanding how rain happens, which is science, as opposed to the laws that govern our relationship with rain.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
in
saying? Those are
Kenya,
I would say that like whiteness, for example, or white supremacy, white nationalism, those are forms of white social sciences and developing an understanding of how to view people through a Eurocentric framing. I give them. That's their science. Racism is their science. But in terms of the science as a field, right? As a part of observing natural phenomenon, then it's like to say like that's where we fuck up when we label science as something that can be white people's. It can't be theirs.
It is,
and
but
I mean, it only because they stole everything. Like I always say, they just stole every motherfucking thing. But they dumb in the motherfucker. They not smarter than us, but they the
So it was only one person at first.
They just better thieves.
Can this country stop another country from learning a thing?
No.
Yes,
Kenya just went into outer space in 2016.
Yes, they've done it. They've done it.
They can stop another country from learning shit. Them motherfuckers, they get all into another country education system, run their shit and everything. These motherfuckers hell now. Talking about
Again, because some of those countries actually come here for that. I'm sorry.
Cuba about to damn near collapse like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the top global research institutions, and we don't run none of
America.
But why would you expect that? Why would you expect any black institute to be that deep in when it's not? It's not a. That's the purpose of trying to get in. Like pretty much. Look, I want to.
Science is something that's not only restricted to them right identity. Instead of trying to get into their science institutions, why is it that we can't establish our own if science is not something that is exclusively?
Honestly, who gives the shit where you get the information? Just get the damn information. Like that's we have the freedom to do that. You can go to a black university. You can go. You can study on your own if you want. You can study on your own.
But I do think though also it's a question of resources, right? Like
that too.
Right, like so, like when we ask like why we don't have our own. Well, one, black people do have research institutions. We do have think tanks. We have these things. They're just not as prominent or influential because they don't have access to the same level of resources that mainstream institutions do, right? Like the MIT.
Right, that's my point though, Domo. That's my point. That's by design.
But see, I'm not saying that.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. Yeah,
the information belongs to the white. I'm not saying the information belongs to him. I'm saying the control of the information. He controls it. Not only do he control the information, he's also able to control the implementation of science. Now, show me where I'm wrong.
I'm a little lost on the part where he's control. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, because I think we got the same question. When you say control the implementation of science, what do you mean by that?
Right. So somebody in the chat says about the look at the calendar. That's science, bitch ass nigga. You ain't create no calendar. Niggas ain't created no calendar. It's his shit. It going down. Your motherfucker, you gonna say it's 15 degrees because you're looking at his motherfucking scale. Niggas ain't got their own scale. And so I don't even be on that type of time, but I'm just being real with you. These are his systems that have been adopted, and there's no way to overshadow.
But they stole that shit, Taz. Re-rocked it and gave it back to us.
All right. Let's use GQ's point. If they stole it, then that means we had it.
Yes, indeed.
So then they got it when they didn't have it. Yeah, and now they're keeping us from it.
Soul of it. That's what I'm
saying. So if again, I get the point that yes, there's a history of suppressing anything, any piece of knowledge that a black man had in this country. Yes, I get it. But again, that doesn't mean you walk away from the table. If it's running the table, not you, GQ. I'm just saying in general. If it's on the table and we want to be part of that discussion. How do you get in it without getting in it? Like, how do you do that?
I think I was talking about earlier before Taz came up here and started shitting on us with the science and shit. You know what I'm saying? We trying to make this shit cultural, and he like, yo, fuck all of that shit. That nigga
I told you, man. Taz is on a level, man, that I think, and I told you, Dad, you gonna pull your hair out trying to expect people to be on the level of deep thought and all that stuff like you on. That's the same exact thing we need, but in that space. That's fine. Everybody's not going to be you though. Don't expect that at all.
Yeah.
Even if somebody up there fronting and all that shit.
But
we
they
need
are.
both though. We need the we need we need the
They
history. We need
black.
the
They have
history.
the capacity. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we
People
need
have the intellectual capacity to know the same shit. They desire to know the shit that's fun to them. Science is fun to them. Tinkering with science shit is fun to niggas.
Yes.
And that's the
I'll
problem.
tell you, it's a lot more fun for me than history. To be honest, I'm not a history buff. I don't really focus a lot of energy on that. But I knew that was going to be the case going in. If I go crazy with this stuff, I'm going to be losing some stuff. I can't study everything. But
listen,
I'm
if we being
with
for
this
real,
one
if we
thing
be-
I'm
if we being for
focusing
real,
You know
on.
what?
if we being for real,
point though, right? History is
niggas
extremely
don't.
important for African Americans because
Yes,
those
it
are
is
literal
important.
History
receipts.
is
Those
important
are
for
the literal
everybody.
receipts from
History is
for us
But
important
here's
for
the
everybody.
thing. Here's the
for us
thing.
in
I'm not getting
particular.
mad at Taz. I'm not going
That's
to
the
get mad at
evidence.
Taz because he doesn't know a triple integral.
Well,
I wouldn't get
that's the
mad at him
evidence
for
for the
that.
claim.
You
No, I
That's the
wouldn't.
evidence for the claim
Unless
that we
he's
have for
claiming that's his
reparations.
field.
What's the importance? What's the importance of it? What is
If you were in the sciences, it would make more sense. This is why I said I wouldn't expect you to know that unless that's your field of study. You put the time in to understand why that's critical, depending on the system that you're talking about, depending if it's electrical, mechanical, environmental. These things have uses in the real world. It may not have any
For
use to an
identity,
average
what you
man
have to
on the street
understand
just
for
thinking about
African
it.
Americans,
It means a
the
lot to
understanding
somebody
of black
studying this.
for African
I'm not
Americans, I would
disputing
argue that our history means a lot more than other groups of people because these are the receipts
I'm not
and this is the
arguing we shouldn't
evidence.
have history. That's my point. I'm
No,
not arguing that we
saying.
shouldn't have it.
I'm just talking about the unique situation of African Americans. Why African American history is so crucial to us because these are the receipts to the crimes against humanity against us for our claim to reparations. So us learning our history is different than everybody else.
That's what Taz was saying.
No, right. Okay, so we can say that there's some importance to that, right? And that's fine. But the problem that we run into, I mean,
He looking for that passion, yo. He looking for that passion, bro.
Goddamn right.
I mean, like if I'm being for real,
February, motherfucker.
If I'm being for real, like one, when it comes to how niggas approach science, like the main issue we run into is when niggas talk this white science shit, it's an excuse to make shit up and be ignorant as hell, right? Like it's an excuse, and I'm not saying you doing that, Taz. I'm saying the narrative turns into, oh well, you can't trust what gravity is because the white man told you what gravity is. You can't trust DNA. And listen, I'm not making shit up, bro. I'm saying these are literal arguments I've heard. Like gravity.
That's true. But Damo, that's what he was talking. That's what he was talking about in the terms of history too. Taz was saying that they
he was saying the same thing about history.
Taz was saying they do the same
like I
thing
just
with
made
history
up
too,
Harriet
Damo.
Tubman was
It's not. Hold on, GQ. It's not only just with the science. Is that they do this shit with the history too, Damo. So we just into pseudoscience or a pseudo information altogether. And
but here's the difference though, Marley. Here's the difference. Like in my debate with Suave about Dr. Sabi, nigga, the amount of people that died from shit like HIV and cancer because they didn't trust the white man's science. Even Steve Jobs had a very preventable cancer that he died from, but this nigga was trying to go the holistic route to cure cancer. You see, and so I get the history part is definitely important. You got to understand where you come from, and who you are in relation to where you come from, and all of that other shit. All of that's extremely important for sure. But when we've entered into a time where, again, especially in 2026, where niggas will be like, nah, all that shit about germs and shit, that shit's not real, because that's just the shit that white people told you to try to sell you medicine. We have a major problem. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't even count. Like the amount of people who died from COVID is innumerable because nobody keeps track of the amount of motherfuckers that's like, I ain't doing this because the white man, and I ain't doing that because the white man. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it becomes a bit more pressing and a bit more life-threatening than understanding history. Because if you willing to allow your body to deteriorate because the white man said XYZ is good for you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, then we run it. Yeah. I mean, listen, niggas could be on some dumb shit, not knowing their history, and I'm with it.
Right, but hold on. But going back to what Taz was saying, hold on. Going back to what Taz was saying, and also Damo made very good points. So what we was talking about earlier today. So Taz made a good point, and also Damo. Yeah, I made the same point, but in two different subjects. Taz made it in history, and you made it in science. And now what happened? We get the pseudo information. It's like they rejecting, like what Taz was saying, they're rejecting the actual information. So they're not only doing it with history, they're actually doing it with science too. That's why Identity said.
I'm gonna show you where. Hold on. Let me say this right quick. I'm gonna show you where it interjects real quick. Just on the point of what Domo said about niggas not believing in germs, talking about this white man science or whatever, because it's a fact. If you know your history, just to show you how important the history is, if you know your history, it's a fact that we taught the cracker about bacteria and germs and shit. They didn't know nothing about washing their hands and boiling towels and shit when giving birth and shit. They had a high mortality rate with the women and the babies passing during childbirth because them motherfuckers didn't even know. The slaves' mortality rate during birth was way lower than the fucking slave master because they wasn't hip to cleaning their fucking hands and boiling towels and shit and making sure everything is sterile when giving birth. We taught them motherfuckers about the germs. But like I say, they re-rock everything and sell it back to us. You know what I'm saying? Now they the authority on bacteria and germs and virals and viruses and shit. When we the motherfuckers who knew about it way before they the motherfuckers wasn't hip to this shit. And this is
so if anybody come up here talking that white man science, I suggest you get on their neck, right? Like, because if that's the real history, like, nah, we taught them, then you should never accept that white man science tag.
Exactly.
And if we being honest, separating history. Yeah, but that's separating history from science. Yeah. Separating history from science because of the problem. Because science is built on previous information, previous observation, previous understanding. You know what I mean? So you can't understand where you at now. Which is why that scientific racism conversation is so important.
Yeah. But like Damo, but like Taz said earlier, but like Taz said earlier with the history, like when niggas don't know and then niggas come like these Dane Callaways and like Amin was saying, all these other people, they come with the science and both the history and it sounds good, especially when you throw what Taz just did, the white man science and that emotional appeal, and it now it makes people back off now, like a white man science, like, oh nah, like you know what I'm saying? So it pushes people away when you say like the white man science, because right. So you can't be saying that like look what happened when the shit with COVID came about. How much people was ignorant towards certain things, and they thinking like, oh, they not really knowing about COVID and vaccines and vaccinations and how vaccines are created.
Okay, hold on, Molly, don't say that. Hold on, Molly, don't say that shit too many times though. They're gonna end up putting a disclaimer on this bitch.
My bad. Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
Why? Because that's the white man fucking science, nigga.
No, because you had all these niggas. Y'all had all these niggas spreading misinformation like a motherfucker.
That's right. But the problem is you niggas don't want to deal with the facts. Who determined that it was misinformation? The white man.
It was evidence. The white man did not determine it. Evidence.
Objective information, Taz. It's evidence. The objective information is what determines. Because remember, it's not subjective with science, right? They're gonna give you the objective facts or the results of whatever they have. Now,
they make it subjective though a lot of times.
Look. Not trusting vaccines is white people shit. They was the first. They was the ones jumping out the window about not fucking with vaccines.
No, it's not.
Right, they was. They were. No,
I can take you back to the Tuskegee experiments and many other reasons why that's just it applies to our community.
No. Okay, so medical distrust is one thing, right? Yes.
Yeah. I
definitely don't want to discount medical distrust.
Right. Both of y'all is right. Is the Tuskegee shit, and also what Donald said that it is some white people that don't believe in taking vaccines neither. A lot of that's what I was saying earlier. A lot of us follow the white pseudos too. Just like I was saying earlier.
It's not a white man talking point. We
a lot of
already
black
had
people did not
before
trust
we heard
medicine.
a cracker ever say it. We was already rocking like that.
No, but hold on. No, we was not against measles vaccines, bro. Black people was not like, hell no, don't get my baby vaccine for the fucking measles.
Jews, right? That was Jews, nigga. That was Jews who was like that. Jews and shit. They don't believe in taking no measles vaccines and all that.
They made that shit mandatory in order for your child to go to school, so niggas had to go take.
Right, but that's because kids were dying from the measles, bro.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I read you on that, but that's not to say niggas wasn't against it.
Nah, but a lot of those
they wasn't. I get medical distrust for sure. Black people have had more than enough reasons to be against just the medical field and how they approach the blackness. I'm with that. But when we start getting into specifics of the measles vaccine is just a trap to give kids autism. Fuck out of here.
But see, it's all these extra nuances.
Verdict's still out on that.
So let me.
Yeah, but it's all these extra nuances that gives you the appearance of being right. I'm just trying to deal with the simple point, right? When it comes,
you just need to jump out the window to try to make me sound wrong. But go ahead.
I'm staying right here at the same point. When it comes to science and who dictates what's right, what's wrong, what can be experimented. Now, all I'm saying is we can come up with whatever we want, but it's got to be filtered through them. That's not the same as dealing with our history, something we should know before we ever approach the science field. That's what I'm saying. You should already be on a pursuit of your history and knowing who you are and knowing what happened with black people while you looking up your protons and neutrons and shit. There's no emphasis on blackness. I'm not saying you can't learn science, but I'm saying that should come later. It's not even relevant until we get into your teens and in later years. Kids
I don't necessarily. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that because I do think that in order, like, you have to have a cultural lens to understand certain shit, a historically cultural lens to understand certain shit.
My bad.
That's why I'm standing on the fact. Like, for example, I argue that race is not biological. It's not. Science tells us this, but it was. Yeah, race is not biological. I stand on that. You already know that shit. What you trying to do? I'm ready to debate.
Keep going, because that's about to go left real quick.
Go ahead. Finish your point.
Crazy though, bro.
Debate your shit, no goddamn
logical.
Yeah, bro. Race was okay. Listen, race was invented.
A white person give birth to a black person? Or am I hearing it right?
I think that logic.
The issues in that logic
is pseudoscientific. I think that logic, like giving birth to a black person, is pseudoscientific.
That is why science is important.
You got me fucked up with this stupid ass motherfucking science shit.
Debate me on it. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Debate me on it. I swear to God, I would love for you to get up there and talk about a white woman can't have a black baby. Nigga, genetically.
This is what I'll debate you on. If you said something and I asked you a motherfucking question based on what you just said, and instead of dealing with what I just said based on what you said, you tried to turn it back onto me as if I said something wrong.
No, I'm saying, hold on. I do think. What I said was is that logic of understanding genetic diversity is pseudoscientific. Race is a social construct that cannot. If you're looking at people genetically, Taz, there are white people that you are closer to genetically than other black people. That's a fact.
No,
that's a fact.
No.
How much you want to bet? This is light work.
No.
That's a fact.
So
listen. Genetic.
I would never position myself to be that close to a cracker. It would never happen.
It's not you. If somebody just took if somebody just took some of your biological material to look at your genes, right? And they took somebody else's biological material to look at their genes. The genes would not say this is a black person, this is a white person. They wouldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to identify somebody's race solely by looking at their genes. That's yes.
And so and that becomes
by looking at the DNA.
So when they say it's one race, it's only one race, it's the human race. You agree with that?
No. Race. The concept of race is a social concept to understand how humans divide themselves.
Right.
Because
so we're all I think what's humans, right?
No, bro. That's what I'm saying. Listen.
Skeletal construction. Cranium.
No, you cannot. Yes, all of that is pseudoscientific. Hold on, wait. GQ. Hold on, GQ. Hold on, stop. GQ. Are you saying that craniology? Are you saying that craniology is accepted science?
I'm saying, how did they know? I'm not answering that, Domo. But what I'm asking you is, how did they know Lucy was black?
No one says
they don't like that, bro. First of all, Lucy. Hold on. Lucy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No one says Lucy was black.
Everybody say Lucy was black. What the fuck is you talking?
No one said.
Pull up the source.
Lucy was a Australopithecus that was found in East Africa.
How is this pro-black? Yes, this is what I'm saying. Scientists.
Bro, you don't have to.
Because
no, bro, you do. Taz, you don't have
the question about
the black
what you
part.
said about race, and I got attacked. I want us to analyze.
No, you didn't get that, bro. You didn't. Hold on, you didn't get. Hold on, you didn't. You didn't get attacked. Let's be clear. You didn't get attacked. I'm saying that if we're being for real, the logic of race is white man science. Your attachment to race being genetic is white people shit. I love my blackness. I love being a black man.
I didn't say it was genetic. I asked you a simple question, and to sidestep that question, now you're giving me an assessment. I don't have one.
No, okay. So wait. So the basis of your question. So let me ask you this: the basis of your question, when you say, "Can a white woman have a black baby?" Are you talking culturally or are you talking genetically?
I'm talking racially.
Okay, are you saying race is genetic or are you saying it's cultural?
I'm asking you,
I'm saying race is cultural.
Because you're making it more difficult than what I'm even saying. I'm not even saying no wild shit. You saying
right. No. Yes, I'm making it more difficult because the conversation is actually more complex than we give it credit for. Race is not genetically definitive. It's not genetically absolute.
Right, so
it's not.
That ain't what Dr. Francis Cresswell said.
If that's the case, then what's wrong with me asking that question about race?
I didn't say there was anything wrong with you asking the question. I'm saying when you ask me that, however, I need to understand how you are understanding race, because you can say that culturally a white woman. Hold on, you could say culturally a white woman can't have a black baby. You can say that based on your cultural understanding of blackness, right? You can say that. But if you was to say, if we're talking genetically, that conversation of a white woman and a black baby is wholly irrelevant from a genetic standpoint. So that's what I'm saying. If we're having a cultural conversation,
wait. So this is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying. It's the white man science. Do you realize you just literally just said we can eliminate race from a conversation? Do you realize you just said that?
If we're talking about genes,
but I just want you to say, but just put a pin right there, okay? I am literally B1. You know, when you doubt that and question that, this is those moments where I have to remind you of what that actually means. I ain't taking race out of shit.
But is being B1 a cultural conversation or a genetic conversation?
It's a genetic.
When you make the claim, you said what?
It's a genetic conversation because
explain how.
Because I don't believe no white bitch can give birth to no another black baby.
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you.
And I did not swing you right back to my point.
No. That ain't what I asked you.
Right back home?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. How is black first? How is black first a genetic conversation? How?
Because if I want to continue the black race, I have to choose black people first. Because once I go
how is that conversation? How is the conversation of the? No, I'm asking another question. How is the black race a question of genetics?
Because we are genetically dominant. That's a recessive. White is a recessive genetic trait.
There are no such thing as white genes. There are no such thing as black genes.
No genetic marker for black or white.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You are listen. When you attempt to make race genetic, you are engaging in white science.
That's the word.
When you attempt to say race, because the idea that race is genetic is scientific racism. That argument is scientific racism.
You're trying to force genes into it. I'm just simply saying
no.
Surface level shit. The procreation, the surface level B1 shit. Right? Procreate with black people, you'll create black people. Now I'm asking.
But the surface level shit is cultural. The surface level shit is cultural.
How?
Because there are no black genes, bro.
So you saying race ain't real?
Right, I never said that. Social constructs are very much real.
Hold
on. Let me answer it like this. Race can be real and not genetic. Race can be real and not genetic.
Like, and you're doing this shit because you know how to fuck with this science shit like that. I know you're wrong.
Why? Because it confuses you, nigga. Because it confuses you, nigga. What are you talking about?
I'm not confused. It's not relevant. You're lying. You're making up shit.
No, I know it's not relevant for you. I know it's not relevant. It doesn't have to be relevant for you.
Or cultural or some shit. I don't study science. You know, I don't know the correct language to use. I know what you're doing.
But hold on. But on some real shit, if you know you don't study it, and I do. I mean, I study genetics as far as this relationship with race. I don't study genetics as a whole, but the relationship between race and like, for example, the question that GQ asked about Lucy. Modern day anthropologists say that when white people were looking at bones and they were saying, "Oh, this must have been they must have been from the white race," anthropologists argued that shit was ridiculous because it's no way that you can make that type of assessment based on looking at bones. Yeah, anthropologists argue.
I'm not talking about those fucking bones. I'm talking about people.
No, I know. I know that, right? I know that. But you do understand that there was a point in history where there were people who looked like us and they didn't use terms like black or white. That is a modern concept.
I'm saying it's
ancient people
to our existence today.
No, well, hold on. This is what I would say it's okay. It becomes relevant when white people use science to attempt to say that because of their genetics, black people are mentally inferior. Because of their genetics, black people can't build their own societies. Because of their genetics, black people can't advance any type of social system.
Why are they able to say that? Watch this, y'all.
Because they made some shit up. Science doesn't say that.
No, motherfucker, because you ain't studied no goddamn history enough to undermine that argument as a fucking race, nigga.
You don't need to. Okay,
we're a race of people.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Going into their arguments, making their way of the argument, we will.
You're making their argument. You're making their argument. Their argument is race is. Their argument is race is genetic. That black people are genetically inferior. That is their argument. They need race to be genetic to say that black people are inferior, and you give them that opportunity when you agree with race being genetic. You're making their argument.
No, our inferiority is based on their ability to lock us out of their institutions. Our inferiority.
No, first of all, we're not inferior at all.
Right.
We
I
aren't
agree.
inferior at
But the
all. We're
foundation
marginalized.
of
We're
them
oppressed.
making, right, but the foundation of making that argument for them is to first do the oppression.
Right,
That's
but
the
you do
history.
understand, but you do understand though that science, when that science as a field, not the people who control it, but the evidence has shown that the genetic conversation that white people attempt to use has been proven false by data. The data has proven that shit false.
Yeah, I'm not saying it hasn't. I'm saying that has nothing to do with the advancement of black people. Wonderful. It's been proven false.
Well, it can no longer be used as an argument of inferiority.
Right. So they still control the systems that put it on paper that we're inferior because of their ability to control said science.
So here's the thing: the ignorance of people could actually make that true, right? If you don't even know that it's not biological, that could definitely go into your lineage of like, hey, we just inferior. So what the fuck? What are we gonna do? But if you have the knowledge of no, that's not scientific, that's like counteracting the bullshit. That's calling out the pseudo. That's checking them at the door. So this is why I said only certain people are going to be able to do that, and those are the ones who took the time to learn that shit. Everybody's not going to have that.
At some point, I'm saying black people did accept that argumentation. That's why they started marrying white bitches, having babies by them.
Most likely, yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Calling them babies black, trying to convince us that white bitches can have black babies. Where do you think that thought process came from? It's that shit Domo talking about right now. So anybody can have a black baby because race ain't real.
Race is
you know what? I'm gonna be honest. So what I'm hearing is like it's a scientific conversation, but then it gets tied into some cultural stuff because it's like there's no science that's saying that race is genetic. There's no genetic marker that says black or white. That's why it's not biological. It's not testable. You can't grab bones and know that it was a black man. Like you there's no known test to do that.
Okay, but the flip side of that identity, what I'm saying about the shit Damo said is you can put two black people in a hospital with a goddamn pregnancy and there ain't no white baby coming, nigga. That's what I'm saying. There ain't no white baby coming, nigga. In no way, shape, or form can that black couple have a white baby. That's nonsense. So at some point, are you telling me that doesn't come into play somewhere? That race never comes into play in science? That's crazy.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying race doesn't play a role. But once you cross that boundary of now we're in a scientific conversation, it should not hold as much weight because it doesn't exist in that space as something detectable. There's nothing to tell you definitively that's a black man's bone.
In a scientific aspect, the phenotypical differences is not enough. So what we see as being colored, black and white.
No. Doesn't he?
Y'all are literally saying, I just want y'all to hear y'all are saying that our blackness gets erased in science.
The fact that you're using the term black, it's not a scientific definitive answer. That's a social. So when we're intermingling, when you intermingle it, you have to know that there is a difference. You can't just one to one mix it and say, it doesn't exist in the same space, is my point. I'm not saying it erases it. I'm saying in a scientific conversation, it doesn't hold weight as something that's detectable.
Right, we not.
Let me identity test. I just want to read this real quick from the National Institution of Health. It says race is considered a social construct, not a biological or genetic reality. While physical traits, phenotypes, are inherently a classification of people into distinctive, discrete racial groups, lacks a scientific basis as human genetics variations is continued. So it's saying basically science is not dealing with race. So if we're science
It's a
guys,
different
right?
It's
conversation.
not even like science is
Hypothetically,
not dealing with
Right.
it, but
Back
there's
to my
no
point.
science
Now
is
y'all see
dealing
what I
with it.
said when I said initially.
Listen,
It's
just like
it's
you
not
want,
eliminating it. It never existed in the conversation, so it's not
Right.
eliminated. It's a
just like
separate
you
combo.
and many other people want race to be there to be a genetic marker for race. There's many other scientists who wants there to be a genetic marker for race, and they're looking for it. But what they have found is that there is no clear boundary across these racial barriers that we created for ourselves. When you look at it, whether it's in a gene, a
that we
DNA,
created for ourselves.
Oh shit!
No,
You
that's
said
not
we.
human beings.
the white man.
Human
That's what
beings.
the white man
Human
science
beings
created that
create-
shit, nigga. Ain't no
No,
fucking
not
we.
science. Science
Ain't
has
no
nothing
we.
to do with race.
Actually, I agree with that statement.
Science,
I agree with that statement.
Science can trace your ancestry. Science can trace your ancestry, go far, way back. And within that ancestry, there will be many different people that does not belong to the quote unquote race that we classify ourselves into. And I'm saying we as human beings, because race is a human construct. Human being created race. It's not a scientific definition.
Do you see how important it is to have somebody in the space that understands it to that level? So then that way that information doesn't get out as, black man ain't shit because they black. Scientifically, they're black, so then they're inferior. Like, somebody needs to check that shit. But how do you do that without knowing the space? You got to know the space.
What I hear y'all saying is we not black. We don't have a race.
No.
We are. A social
No.
construct
That's not
as
the.
a genetic
See,
finding.
now y'all finna try to flip it, right?
It's
I need
not
y'all
a
to stand on race ain't real.
Freedom is a
It's not
social construct. Are you going to say freedom is not important? Freedom is a social construct.
What does that have to do with race?
Race is also a social construct. As human beings, we created social standards and classification so we could navigate our world. Race happened to be a social construct because clearly there is phenotypical difference among us, and not only phenotypical difference, geographical difference,
but see,
and through that comes cultural difference.
Maybe you'll answer. Can you answer the question then? Because I'm saying race ain't no social construct. Put two black people in a motherfucking hospital and show me the motherfucking white baby. Because again, for some reason, y'all keep running from the simplest example. Can two black people have a motherfucking white baby?
How mixed are those black people?
They're black people.
How mixed?
It depends.
They're not mixed.
40% Irish. What?
They're not mixed. They're 100% niggas from the hood. Black
Yeah,
folks.
I'll take 100%.
Nothing's 100% though.
I'll take 100% Congolese and the 100% Nigerian.
Hey, Chaz, did you do your DNA? Did you do your DNA?
Of course not.
And you said these two black people can't have.
Yeah, I know my family, fam. I don't need to go to the white
Yeah,
man.
it's kind of like it's saying that it is a social construct, but then again, it's not. It's not necessarily saying that it's not recognized. I'm gonna read it one more time. It says race is considered a social construct, not a biological or general or genetic reality. While it says while physical traits, phenotypes are inherently the classification for people into distinct, discrete racial groups lacks a scientific basis. So I don't know. It's not necessarily dismissing it altogether, if you ask me. But it is saying it's not scientific. The concept.
Yeah, it eliminates race, fam.
No, it doesn't.
I gotta agree with Taz on that, because if you're a science guy and you're standing on science, then you're supposed to evolve past the concept of race, and you're supposed to go forward with something.
No, it's not. It's not eliminating race. It's not using it as a scientific foundation. That's all. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist and it's bull. Like, you're having two separate conversations right now. If you're talking specifically scientific, it doesn't exist as a marker we can even check for. You would have to have some level of lookership. You have to. Otherwise, how would you know? I mean, what's 20% Nigerian and 10% Irish and 5%? Like, how do you mix all that up and just say black? I don't know. Where's the line? You can create one. This
So
is where
does
we come into
science,
the percentages of, 60%, 70%. You can make any number you want up because it's not a scientific marker. It's just what you call it to
right?
be. Now,
So if
it
it's
doesn't
not a
mean that you
scientific
ain't black.
marker,
It does not
if
mean
it,
you ain't black. That is not
but
what
if it's
that
not
means.
but if it's not a scientific marker, right, then should we abandon the concept of race altogether? Now that
No,
we've
no,
advanced in science?
because it is a real thing in society. It is a foundation of this society. You can't just erase it and say I don't want to deal with it. You're not going to go far if you try that.
But
But the point
scientifically,
is,
when you establish a scientific theory, right, aren't you supposed to continue forward with that once you find something to be true based on the experiments and the research and the data that you've accumulated to prove emphatically this is it? Aren't you supposed to go forward with that?
What scientific theory is telling you about black?
Sorry, but hearing
I wouldn't be able to tell you, brother.
Medicine.
That's the point. That is the exact point. There's no scientific theory that's definitively telling you what black is. There isn't one. So if you try to use that as a foundation for argument and you step outside of science, yeah, you can use it in other spaces. But when you're talking specifically science, it doesn't have any relevance.
When treating sickness and disease, there is no race-based treatment.
What am I gonna do with that information scientifically, right? Scientifically, what do I do with well, actually I can't even capture that information. I don't even know how to capture that information because we don't know how to capture it because currently there's no way to detect it. So anything that we can't detect in the physics world scientifically, what are we going to do with it?
What is carbon?
It's one thing. It's another thing to actually say things like when people speak spiritual. When people start talking spiritual stuff, there's no way to detect that. So you can argue back and forth all day. If you can't detect it and I can't measure it, then it's just a conversation outside of science because I can't do anything with it.
There's only one race. There's only one race, bro. That's the
Madame, chill.
Because I'm
original, bro. What do you mean, chill?
Let me say this real quick, Madonna, and then I'm on etymology.org.
But no, I'm not saying it should erase. It's not erasing.
And when you look at the word race, right, it says people of a common descent, right? It says people descending from a common ancestor, class, or person aligned by committing ancestry, right? It says from the French race. It gives examples, right? So it's when you look at the etymology of the word race, right? If you're standing on science, then I would have to say you probably have to abandon the idea of race. You probably just got to let it go.
There's only one race, bro. That's the black race. Everything else comes after.
If it's not just using, I don't know how you can make race. How do you bring it back into the conversation after science? Where does it come back into the conversation at?
The social.
Well, cosmology.
So race never comes into play with science at all?
No. I'm saying, are we having a scientific conversation or are we having a social conversation? Because that'll
you can't have one without the
conversation. Well, hold on, Madon. The scientific conversation. What am I going to talk about? There's nothing to talk about scientifically because I can't even prove that it's a thing scientifically. I can't.
Why do they say like certain when they talk about medication they say but this is typically shows up in X, Y, Z.
Most commentary is most common in African Americans, or it's most common in right.
It typically shows up. And part two of that question is why, if it's not genetic, why are we smarter, faster, stronger, last longer, everything else than the crack?
Go back 80, 100 years. I guarantee you that narrative didn't make sense. That the black man is smarter. The black man is now he might be faster because he's in the field. Like that's a time frame that narrative would be completely different 100 years ago. Now, does that make it true or false? Because it existed 100 years ago.
IQ.
They make it true.
IQ. It don't matter if you hide the books. If my IQ higher than yours, it's just higher than yours. You can hide the book.
Again, you wouldn't even be knowing how to read a book at some point. This is why I said it's a timepiece. It defines itself in that timepiece. Now we can fast forward to now, and now we know that's bullshit. If somebody tell me I can't learn that because I'm black, that's bullshit.
We know that we smarter, faster, stronger. What about it?
Right.
Okay. If you call it
that stuff like that is subjective.
It ain't subjective.
I'm letting them have it because I'm not. What am I going to argue about with this?
You can say that we're not smarter, faster, stronger, last longer. You can say that if you.
It depends. It depends on what we're talking about. But again, are we talking genetically or are we talking race?
It's genetic.
Genetic. Well, race is not genetic.
Genetically,
so we got to be talking two different things here.
In every population of people, there is going to be recessive genes and there is going to be dominant genes.
Exactly.
There is going to be gene expression in every population of people. So even in the white people, as we like to call them, and
the white people
do express dominant and recessive. Black people do express dominant and recessive. It's not a race thing. It's evolution in human population groups.
Hey, GQ, the same way you feel about the statements you made, a white man felt that same way in the time period.
I feel
smarter, faster, stronger, but it's just the time frame.
Wrong with that? I'm just making the argument anyway, though. But
got you.
As far as the
Well, we got to look at who's the dominant on the planet.
White people are genetically defective descendants of recessive genetic mutants. That's what Frances Cress Welsing said. So I'm riding with what she said.
Well, the science prove it ain't but one race, and that's the black race.
Black
people. No, I would have to disagree with that because
science does not blue black anything, Madon.
I would have to disagree with Dave said is that there's only one race, because when you go into the etymology of the word race, it goes into like this word gena. It says gena, also geno, pro-Indo-European root meaning give birth, begot, which derivative references to proclamation and familial.
Well, swarthy.
Let me finish this. Let me get this last off. It says a tribal group, right? So when you look at what race means and you go into the etymology of the word, it is talking about a distinctive group of subhumans. Like it's talking about like the Ashanti and the Yoruba technically could be considered two different races when you look at some of the context of what race means. Because
race is only one race. Come on, bro.
And groups of tribes.
There's only one race, and that's the black race. Hold on, Swarthy. Everything come out of the black race, bro. It's only one race, and that's black.
But there are different subgroups of humans.
Races on it.
Hey Taz, this is exactly why when Madon talks, this is why we need people that know the space before they come in talking. I get the frustration
you can't disprove what I'm saying.
You get when somebody come in talking that history, Taz. I'm getting that frustration now because I know
history, bro.
He didn't study.
That's real science.
I know he didn't study anything. He's coming in with these YouTube talking points, and he doesn't have any foundation of anything he's saying.
Nigga, please.
The evolution. Go ahead and speak on it. You was about to bring something out. Go ahead and speak on it.
Don't have no scientific argument.
Nah, I'm saying
science already proved that.
If race,
see, look, he just talking out his ass. Pause.
What does science prove, Madon?
Show your face. Say what else,
Science prove.
Already did, bro.
Wait, Madon, are you saying science prove race?
All people on the planet come out of black people, bro. That's just scientific.
So is there proof? Is there scientific proof of it?
Yeah, all science tell you that the origin of people, the origin of people, come from black people, bro.
But see, they don't use the term black people, Madon. You're wrong. They do not use that term.
Of course they ain't. Of course they ain't.
Put that in Chat GPT, and it's gonna say the origin of all people came from black people. I mean, I take my time out to do it if you're telling me that's what it say, but I'm asking you to clean that up.
Don't waste your time, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying it just like that. I'm keeping it plain.
Y'all ain't shit.
Bring up the source or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, ain't no source. Ain't no source for that. Yo, bullshit.
Well, when you deal with dominant and recessive, you can't get the dominant from the recessive. You can only get the
And
recessive from the
now he
dominant.
wants to build on the stupidity. This is what
Bro, that's
happens,
not
Taz.
stupidity. That's just a
He's
fact,
building
bro.
on the
This is
stupidity
a
without
fact,
listening to the information. And this is the frustration I get.
bro.
The same way you get with the history stuff.
Smoke.
This is bothering me.
Well, go play in the sand or something. Whatever you do best.
See, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing.
I'm just saying, bro. You up here yelling. I mean, goddamn.
You ain't got nothing, bro. God darn, you came in here just to shit on the convo, bro.
Gonna change the world. It's not.
I didn't say it would, but what you're saying is
you
not
coming up here like
advancing
it is.
anything, bro.
Bro, that's a lie.
We spent the whole hour sitting there pretty much reiterating the fact that black is not detected in any test that you can take. It's not detectable. And you came up here saying everything's based on being black. Like, whoa, wait. How do you say that when you can't even find out whether somebody's black or not if you find just bones? That's a genetic marker that doesn't exist, at least not yet, if it ever will. But you want to come up here with some false statements, no proof of evidence, nothing. Somebody asked you for a damn source, and you're telling them what? ChatGPT, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to look up?
Because ChatGPT does not agree with you. ChatGPT is saying what they're saying, and I'm saying that erases blackness. So you
okay? What did all people come from
on that? It does erase blackness.
Well, where did all people come from then?
They didn't refer to them as black people, Madon. They didn't refer to the early humans as black people.
Bro, we can look at their skin tone and see what it is. Come on, man. You want to get into the semantics now, nigga.
No, I'm just telling the truth. They didn't call them that. They didn't call themselves that.
Of course, they spoke a different language.
You know what you guys are doing? You guys are pretty much like conflating two things that does not belong. If you're talking about science, you talk about
black people don't belong in science. I agree.
Nah, bro, that's the narrative we're trying to change.
In that case, black, white, yellow, no.
Okay, well, tell us where the races come. Where all the races come from then?
Science, because you can't find it there. So it's not only black doesn't belong, white doesn't belong either. No race belong in science. What belongs?
Hey, Madon, did you do your DNA?
Population of people.
Why would I give that which is holy?
And just say no. Just say no. Just say no.
Why would I give that which is no? I
don't know why, man.
Why would I give that which is holy over to the dog, bro?
Oh my God. All right. So hypothetically speaking, you did your DNA test, right? You get your results back. It says part Nigerian. It says part Irish. I don't know. European. Whatever percentages it is. Where do you draw the line on being black?
What you mean? Black is the origin, bro. I don't give a damn if you
again. You can't. Bro, you show me where you can test for that, and then we can talk. You said the evidence is out there that we can. It's the foundation of everything. Show me where it says that, bro. Show me where you can even see it in a freaking just a test. Anything. I don't get anything. You got any source? Anything? Before you start building 10 arguments on top of this bullshit?
I only made one argument and it stayed the same. What are you talking about?
And you keep building on it. That's the problem, bro.
Bro, you building on it. I'm keeping it the same.
Oh, my God. Okay. I can't keep up with this convo, man. I can't. I'm sorry.
Don't understand how phenotypic.
Damn near 4 years I ain't saying that.
Hold on, GQ, because people are confused as to how.
Well, you can't debunk what I'm saying.
As to how phenotypic
there we go.
is not enough to make biological difference. And I'm gonna let you know how. No one sees a pit bull, a brown pit bull and a black pit bull, and claim these are two different race of dog. No one does that.
Race of dog.
Here we go.
Oh, see what I'm saying, bro? Like, come on now, bro. I'll be talking about.
All right, then. No one
gotta start reaching.
No one sees
try it again.
a white horse and a
Got
brown
breeds,
horse.
got the breeds.
Always want to compare us to a damn animal.
But I'm showing you the same thing. When you
You
look
ain't
at
gonna say a pit bull and a poodle is the same.
wait, because animal express more phenotypical differences than human.
Okay, where do the origins of dogs come from?
Shut up.
Jesus.
No, answer the question, nigga.
A white horse
Shut
and
up.
a black horse.
What I'm saying. See how quick you get the bump?
Horse and a black horse and claim
The thing is,
because
all dogs comes out of wolves, right?
If you
so
want
the
to
thing,
go like
Madame,
animals like
please, man, we on
there's cows.
scientific time. Chill.
There are cows that have so much phenotypical differences. They literally look like two different species, but no one says these are two different races of cow. They're still cows.
But like, you gotta stop with the races of animals, bro. Like this is.
I'm showing you because with all the phenotypical differences amongst dogs,
this is insane.
They're all
They had different
considered
breeds of
one
dogs.
species domestic dog. That's the right thing for them. One species.
I would have to say that race is not scientific.
All dogs the same. I mean,
how do you get all kind of dogs? By
all
what?
dogs are all considered the same species.
But they're not
genetic what? Bro, it's genetic manipulation. That's how you get all these different dogs. We got dogs now. You can fit in a person. So, but it all goes back to the wolf, right? We know the origin of all dogs goes back to the wolf,
Let that nigga get
which
on
is the
your
one.
nerves, identity, man. Don't
All right, man, y'all trying to get off
Science
Madonna, can you be a part?
Science says about race. Science says we are one race of human, Homo sapien sapien. That's it, one race. I
already said that.
Find me the other race. Since we want to be scientific about it, find me the other race of human being walking around.
I just told you all races come out of the black race.
And show
just
me,
like all dogs comes out of the wolf. All dogs come out of the wolf.
Socially,
all people come out of black people.
Racist reason you have and choose not to like this person socially, and show me that this person is not a Homo sapien sapien human being just like you. Find me the person walking around who is not a human being just like you.
Wait, he's also saying you're a black man birthing white people. Chaz, get on him, man, because that's what he just said. Black people birthing white people.
Well, we can see this. We can see this.
According to y'all, that can happen.
Yeah, isolation.
He's making the claim.
It's called isolation over time. If you isolate different people over time, you can come up with different colors. That's what happens.
Because I thought that's what Damo was saying before he ran, fam. Like that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm confused at, because I still don't get what y'all argument is if you're not saying race ain't real.
I don't think he said race ain't real. I thought he specifically said it is real. You can have two. You can have them both exist.
Race ain't real.
You can have them both exist, but they don't overlap. Like one doesn't define the other. That's the point. It's this separation that it seems like this conversation keeps trying to get pulled into one thing, but it can't, because one thing is scientific and the other one's not. You can't just intermingle it and then hope for the best. Like that's where the contention is.
Well, no, my contention is that we live in an environment that's racist. So if you're studying science, you're moving away from race. Are you not? I am.
No, that's not what that means.
Oh my God, I am fucking amazing.
That's not what that means, bro.
Studying science.
His mind don't work, Taz.
No one
thanks, Madonna.
If race does not exist within science, how are you dealing with race when you're dealing with science?
I said race is undetectable in science. I didn't say it doesn't exist. I said it's undetectable.
If racist ass people.
If science can't test it, repeatedly test it, measure it, count it, if it can't do anything with it, it doesn't exist in that space. It's not a usable thing to build anything on. It's not a data point. Until you step out of science and you start going into more social conversations, now it's more important in that space. I'm not saying it eliminates it. It can't do anything with it. What is it going to do with it?
Well, identity, how does it not eliminate race when you can be of the black race and you can genetically have an ancestor or a descendant that's not of the black race. And if you're rocking with science, then that means you have to rock with your ancestry over your race. You have to acknowledge the
It's
science.
in the subjective nature of the conversation. When you say black, everybody that looks like you ain't claiming that, bro. And everybody that looks half the shade of you is claiming it. Now, what are we arguing?
Okay,
It's
what's
subjective in
the
nature.
definition of science?
It's subjective in nature because it's initially lookership, right? That's usually the default.
But
That's the default.
But we gonna get on them for not acknowledging their race, though. You don't get past not acknowledging your race.
I agree. I agree. I don't believe in that. Okay, I just don't believe in that part of it. No. Again, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist in this world. This world is not all just scientific. There's a lot of levels outside of science that exist in this world. I am not saying it eliminates it. It can't do anything with it. There's nothing it can do with it. So no, it's not eliminating it because it can't. It doesn't operate outside of science. Science doesn't operate.
You know what the word homo means?
Oh my God, John, what are you doing, bro?
Identity, I would argue that it does.
Homo sapien.
Because scientifically, there are people that are your ancestors and descendants that are not of your race. So I would argue that science does eliminate the concept of race.
Were they black in the 15, 14, 1300s?
And see, that's what I'm saying.
This makes it a timepiece now. This makes it a timepiece because if white people didn't exist at that point either, were they white? Were they calling themselves white?
But even with the concept of white and black today, right? There are ancestors that we have in our family trees that do not belong to the black race.
Well, you know they use in other languages.
I don't know about that.
Because here's the thing: identity. If a black man has E1B1A and a white man has E1B1A, even though they're not the same race, they're still family. That's still his people. They still are ancestors. They still come from the same Y chromosome.
What specifically is E1B1A?
If E1B1A is found in 63% of African Americans in the Americas have the E1B1A Y chromosome genetic haplogroup marker, right? There are non-black people that have that same genetic marker, right? What I'm saying is, even though they're not black, that's still your family. So
because genetically there's a link.
Science does eliminate race.
Genetically, there's a link.
Okay,
is that a correct statement?
If you do a 23andMe right now and you see that it's a non-black person in your family tree, is that your family? Yes or no?
Genetically, me personally, it's more genetic than anything.
And the field of genetics. Let me say this, and let me land with this identity. The field of genetics is a part of science. It's eliminating race. Go ahead.
Because you can detect it. Because you can. There's markers. That's scientific.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
The link to it being black, that's where it becomes subjective. This is why, and I don't want to speak for Domo because he's not up here, but what I could hear him say was that's like culturally, you can be black. Yeah. Culturally. That's how you're raised. That's your environment. That's the people you look like, sound like, act like culturally, you can be black. You can also denounce it if you want. I mean, it's a choice, right? But when you walk out to the front door, society might correct you on all of that bullshit. But again, it doesn't erase it. You can't erase it.
If we're accepting science as the measuring stick for the natural world, then aren't we supposed to abandon the concept of race?
We're not accepting what science says about. We're not accepting that as the definitive. There is no definitive is the point. It doesn't see it. So it can't erase it if it can't see it. It doesn't know it exists scientifically. It has no clue that exists. It could tell you your lineage. It could tell you your DNA strains and your common, ancestry. Okay, yeah, you can check those markers and probability of being a part of this part of the world. And okay, cool. Is he black or white? Well,
black.
you can assume based on the percentage of the genealogy that maybe that person could have been black. If they're like 40-50% Nigerian, odds are they probably were. But again, it's ambiguous. It's once you start muddying the waters of, well, what's 80% versus 60%.
Exactly.
I had the same argument with I'm sorry, I gotta hop off real quick, but I wanted to say I had a similar question up here before when I asked if anybody up here feels like they're blacker than George Macon, please raise your hand. Please. Because technically he could call himself black. Yes, he's in the black culture, he's in the black space, but what's 100% black? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I can say the same exact argument for somebody like Malcolm X. Tell me anybody on this panel blacker than Malcolm X. Genetically, you might be. I would probably say you are, genetically. But as far as being a black man on this planet, dying for the cause that he felt was true, hey, look, I wouldn't even argue. That's true black. That's trusted blackness. I believe I'm black. I know I'm black. I'm a die
don't get me
black.
wrong. John Brown is of an honorable mention, but he wasn't a black man. No, John Brown is of honorable mention, but he wasn't black though.
Who's that?
He clearly wasn't black.
Who?
John Brown is this white guy that used to fight for black people to be free. So, granted, he was a great asset to us. He probably was around us, but that doesn't make him black.
I didn't say him. Did I
Y'all
say
still
that name?
dealing with the white man concept of black.
I use it as an example of you. Even if you're not black, just because you grew up around black people or grew up in black culture, I don't think you should be accepted or that should define you as black either. I would disagree with that.
And that's because you don't know what black means.
No disrespect to George Bacon if he's listening. I'm only using him as an example. I would argue that he would tell you, I'm a black man in this world.
But you don't know what he means by that, though.
But he knows his lineage. He knows his. I think he gave his DNA.
It's deeper than this lineage. See, that's the thing.
Percentages. Now again, he doesn't hit the marker of some level of like anybody can say whatever percentage you want, whatever. The point is, you can't convince him he's not black. So what does that mean? Does that mean we should does that mean he's not on the team? It's like, yo, you ain't black enough. What does that mean? This is why I said science can't do anything with it. It doesn't know what it is. So it can't eliminate something it doesn't know what it is. There's no clue what it is. So I am not arguing that it replaces or rejects race or eliminates. No, that's not the argument. That's nowhere near the argument.
It simply
because I know this runs the world. I know racially. I know there is impact racially. Things I can't touch, but I know is there. There's something. It's there. I'm not saying it's not.
Bruh.
I know it's there. But
we got you, man. Calm down.
I can't do anything. Say, yo, bro, don't ever cut me when I'm talking, bro.
Bro, you sound like an apologist, bro. You need to.
Okay,
and you only heard how you sound.
What's your point, bro?
This is horrible.
You call me an apologist, but you come up as a Trump supporter and you want to flex on me.
Bro, that ain't gonna work. You can't escape this, bro.
Really, bro?
You sound like an apologist.
Hey,
you don't know what black means. You don't know what black means. You don't know the essence of black.
Are you black?
I mean,
Are you black, Madonna?
my nigga.
Are you black, Madonna?
Damn.
Are you black?
Man, don't ask me no questions, man.
Yeah, why are you here, bro? Who sent you, bro?
That's what I'm asking you. You trying to get
you,
us
bro?
The white man, what white folks say, and what white folks say this is about black and black. You don't even know what black means.
Hey, Shalom,
you tell me what black is, man.
Like
tell me what it means.
Apologist.
Tell me what it means. Okay. Forget all the name calling. Tell me what blackness means, Madonna. I'll give you the floor. I'll turn my mic on.
Tell him what it is.
Man, if you don't know by now, bro, I can't help you.
Oh my God! Just answer the damn question.
You don't know what black means by now. I can't help you.
I didn't ask what I think it is. I asked you what you think it is or what you know it to be. Please school me, enlighten me, give me information I don't have. I don't know my blackness. I don't know what level it is. Please school me, Madonna. Help me out, bro.
After all the shit you said, you're going to have to pay me for this. for my answer.
Oh my God.
The way you was
Talk about dodging
apologizing
a
and all
question,
that
bro.
apologist shit with black is this,
Talk
and then you're
about dodging
stumbling,
a
then you're fumbling.
question, bro.
Taz asks you something, and then you're stumbling. Well, I don't mean this. I don't mean this. I mean,
Hey,
goddamn, make
Madon,
your mind up.
I'm gonna let you know, bro. Jedi mind tricks don't work well with me, so
You're
I'm
not
gonna ask the
Jedi, bro.
question
We all
again.
heard you.
I'm gonna answer the
Not
question
Jedi.
again, and you're gonna have to deny it on this live. You're gonna have to deny it again to show your ignorance. Please tell me what blackness means.
Come on,
You have to
Madon.
pay.
Stand
You
on
have
it,
to
bro.
pay me for that answer.
All right. On that note, I'm out, y'all. I appreciate the time. Yo, Taz, we good, bro. Hopefully we won't fall out on this one. This was actually a good conversation. I like it. I'm not siding with Domo. I just some of the things I did agree with though, but I'm not gonna just stand down and let
So
Madon
for
just
the
say
record,
dumb shit all night.
what's your take identity before you go for the record?
Which what? With what?
What is blackness?
I answered that question before, and I'll answer it again. Me personally, it's definitely experience more so than anything else. I can tell you what black culture is because I from what I know of black culture, I've been in it, lived in it, never left it. It is what it is. But also too, I know people that are not in it, and when I see it, I'm like, that's not things. Those aren't things I know to exist in my culture, in my experiences as a black man on this planet. If I had to put a word on it, I would say experience.
What the what?
That's the word I would use. But I mean, it's bigger than that. It's much wider than that. It's way more complex than that. But if I had to be back down to one word, I would say the black experience. So I'm not going to say somebody like that Dolazar chick was black, but she was trying to exemplify what she thought was black experience. She was trying, and it almost worked because everybody was
So
basing it on how she looked. And then
you look
somebody
at
Man,
pulled up some baby
hey,
pictures.
that's crazy
Help him
shit.
out, gold mine.
6, 7, and all that shit.
I think he's having a convo with somebody else.
My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to talk to the little shorty real quick, but hold on. I'm gonna get right back to you.
Yeah, because
Madonna,
I don't think
I'm trying to come lately in this conversation, so you know, and you
there's
making
one
them
answer
pay for
to it
this
though.
blackness. So I don't know what to tell them, Madonna. I think
Well,
you made a.
you know
I
what
don't think
black
there's
is
one answer to this. I
in
don't
its
think one answer can
within its
solve what
essence.
black is, bro.
Gold mine.
I would agree with
Hey,
what he said. I
go
don't think
mine.
it's one answer to
Go
this
mine.
shit.
Go mine. Shalom. This ain't Sparty. The thing
Shalom.
is when we're saying the science eliminate the concept of race, the science eliminate black.
Science don't even want you to say that shit because we went in and
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah. You breaking up,
He
Swarthy.
was asking if does science eliminate black?
Science eliminate the concept of us are supposed to drop being black because of science and genetics say.
Yeah, you need
I
to
think I know what you're trying to say,
scientifically
but yeah, I
move
think I heard
around a little
somebody
bit.
else up here say it too. Science kind of shouldn't be the barometer for blackness because depending on the time period, if you refer to science, you darn sure didn't want to fall under being black. But
Exactly.
one thing I would agree with identity on probably agree with him on a few things, but one thing I would agree with him on is I know I agree with him on it's not one definition. Um, it's not one way we could just define blackness. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely could say there is a black experience. There, but it's a thin line even with that because it's some people that go through some shit that we would be like, darn, that's similar. You know what I'm saying, to blackness, but we probably wouldn't just necessarily call it blackness given how they are, how they look. You know what I'm saying, particularly.
Yeah, I would say black experience includes both good and bad. It's not just all the bad; it's the good
All right,
too. It's a mix.
yeah, it's a good experience when you come in the room and you know what I'm talking about, motherfuckers looking for that dark skin, man. You know what I'm talking about? When you come in that room, them gas looking, hey, it's me, yeah, it's me right here. It's a good experience, you know. I love being a black man when it comes to breeding season, but when it comes to I ain't gonna lie, even in the bad, I still love being me. You know what I mean? If I had a choice, like if I could have chose before I came here, knowing what I know now, I still would have chose to be black, even with the bad shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I couldn't see myself as anything else. Maybe that's just because I am black, but I know there is some black people out here that they was given a choice, they probably would chose to be white, but I couldn't. You know what I'm saying? No shot, no shade, but I don't think I could be white. Dude. I don't think I could be white.
Nah, most of them niggas would have chose to be Indians.
Man, chill, bro. Chill, bro. Cause I ain't gonna lie, bro. Y'all got y'all work cut out with these natives, motherfuckers, man. Y'all got y'all work cut out with this shit, cause listen, they getting their arguments together on y'all ass while y'all been over here infighting this shit. They getting their arguments together. They been bringing up the Negro Act. I mean, what is the Indian Act and all that shit? Boy, they got some shit for y'all ass now. Y'all gotta think about some shit. I don't know if y'all know about the Indian Act that led to
Yo,
the
go,
change.
man.
What's up?
Let me ask you something. When it comes to colors, how do we get all the colors?
Shit, what you mean? How you get all the colors? You talking about the crayon conversation?
Yeah. How do
I
all
mean,
colors come? What's the origin of all colors?
shit. As far as I know, they come from black.
I rest my case. And that's what I'm
Shit.
saying. Everything comes out of blackness, darkness. It's the essence of it all, bro. Even in your mind, right? Your thoughts. You can't see it in your head. It's come out of the darkness of your own brain. Your heart. You can't see a person's heart. Why?
Once
It's
you know
covered.
that is
It's in the
not
darkness of the shit of their body,
I
right?
can rock with.
So the darkness or black is the origins of everything, bro.
Once we
Origins of it
understand
all.
Is it being
So
black or
black,
being African?
black mean you come from that essence of
Is
the
it being
first.
black or is it
First
being African?
black, bro, because it was that which is first.
But when
When we
you
look up
talking
and we
about the
see,
color,
Black
well,
didn't
okay, what
exist.
color? All right, what's the color of space?
Oh
that's like a
shit.
dark purple. I mean,
that is
yeah,
why
we
I'm
would
telling
call
him
it
it's
black,
not
but
Bro, bro,
isn't it
anything
called
he's saying
You
is
said
ultraviolet?
space is dark purple.
Because when
the
you with
scientific
the
truth will
concept that he's
actually
talking
better.
about, the conversation that what he's talking about as far as all the colors coming from black, right? I believe technically black is like the darkest variation of purple, which is ultraviolet. The evolutionists, you can correct me on this if I'm not wording it correctly, but I
No,
think that's what you're
you're
referring
correct.
to.
You're correct. You're correct. And
It's
that's not one
ultraviolet.
color. That's just one spectrum.
I mean, if you mix all the colors together, if you want to look hard enough, you can see all the little effects of the different colors. But overall, if you had to gather what color
When we
you
see
see, what do
dark
you
on
see? It
Earth,
would be black.
the blackness that we see optically and that we observe is just a absorption of all the light, or most
Yes.
of the light. So very little light is being reflected. So there's no color to see because there's nothing being
Is it
reflected.
really little light, or is black really the
No,
light?
it's due to
Mm.
material that absorb light.
It's
Is
light
there more
reflection.
lights out at nighttime, or are
it's
there
the
more
best
lights out in
conductor.
the daytime?
Night and day is due to the rotation of the earth.
No, 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 no,
That's
no.
all.
That's not what I
That's all we're
asked.
experiencing.
I said, is there more lights in the sky in the daytime or at night?
When what we experience as night is the earth being rotated, so
I
the
see
sun, so
you a
we are
scientist,
not
politician.
facing the sun. At that point, we call it night.
Okay,
And
so
because
listen,
hold on,
I'm gonna answer it for you then.
because the
It's only
sunlight
one
is
light
not
out in the
directly,
daytime,
hold
which is
on,
the
you asked a
sun.
question. I'm gonna let you know. Because the sunlight is not directly observed, uh, uh, is not directly in the path of our sight. It's not directly that's not the light that consume everything that we're seeing. We're able to see other object that illuminates light. Those other objects, they're there 24 hours, even in the daytime. In the daytime, if there should be an eclipse long enough, you would see stars. The stars never went away. It's only that the sunlight overpower the luminosity of other lights. That's all.
I mean, the sun is closer to your black ass in the daytime, so you don't get to see the other light.
So
You see how easy you could have
I
said that shit, I mean?
so I mean, what did darkness? So I mean, where did darkness come from?
I just told you.
Lack of light.
You know, Madonna,
Lack of light. What are you saying?
Our eyes can only take in but so many colors at once. You know what I mean? So at a certain point, it begins to block out certain shit, and it appears dark. You know what I'm saying, or black. Like it's
Yeah, I
only a
just want.
certain amount.
No, go ahead.
Darkness.
I was just saying the spectrum in which we can behold after a while, so many colors. You know, in order for the brain to, I guess, take it in, it'll block out a certain amount.
Yeah, and the only way you can see, like, if you got anybody can do this experience, right? Like, if you got a light in your room, right, you can't see the spectrums. But if you look through the dark screen of a TV, you can see the different color spectrums that you can't see with your regular eye. So I said that to say that, you know, blackness reveals.
What?
What did he just say?
I was saying that based off what Goldmine was saying about your eyes can't. Your eye. You was talking about how your eyes can't see certain light spectrums, right? And I was just showing how, how you can just do this experiments, right? If you want to see how the light spectrum working within your room or whatever, look at it through a black screen. Look at the reflection of it, and you can see the way the different
What are you
light
talking
spectrum.
about? The reflection,
bro. I'm talking about how
TVs
light
give
spectrum,
off light.
I'm talking about the black screen. It had a black screen, bro.
A black screen. What are you talking about? I'm lost, bro. I don't. Go ahead. I'm letting you rock.
Well, if you listen to conversation between me,
You
and
looking at TVs and like TVs that's off in the dark, bro. What are we talking about?
Goldmine was talking about how your eyes can't see all the spectrums of light, right?
And you came in and looking at TVs in the dark with the TV off.
If you want to see those light spectrums that you can't see,
put on
turn your TV off and angle, or however you can probably do it with your phone.
You ever heard of the visual spectrum, bro?
And you can see the spectrums that you can't see. So we just talk about spectrum. Yes, you can, bro. I do it. I'm doing it right now. I do it every day.
Okay. So Madonna can see better than any human on the planet. We don't even have to worry about visible light because that don't mean shit to Madonna. He can see light you can't see.
Bro. Once you see the light, bro, just do the experiment. You'll see.
Anything below infrared and above ultraviolet, bro. What are you talking about?
So when you
what are you talking about?
You're
like I said, bro, do the experiment. You'll see.
Who got the keys? Anybody got the keys?
This dude just trying to get part of the convo. God,
Sit your ass back. I thought you was leaving.
I was.
Man, but
I was. Wow. The stupidity called me back, bro. I couldn't take it.
You just want to be part of the gang. I understand.
Man came back. Yo, you said you look at the TV when it's off in the dark, bro.
What?
Nobody said that, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta be part white. How much white do you got in you, bro? That's why
I can't have black conversations with you because you can't tell me what black is, bro.
White man
you can't tell me what it is, bro.
What you mix with, bro?
I said I got the black experience, bro. I'm black in this world. What you talking?
That don't mean shit. You could have grew up in the hood. Bro?
Could have grew up in the hood. That still don't matter. I'm still black in this world. What are you talking about?
Are you mixed? Yes.
Mixed with what?
Bro, white, Mexican,
genetically or culturally?
Man, you wow.
Here we go, man. You know what I'm saying, man?
No, because you want to back me into a corner, but you don't even know what corner to back me into. You're attempting for me to get off the fact that you in the dark looking at a TV that's off.
You can't, bro. Your mind ain't registered. That let me know you got to be a Nephilim.
You just admitted that you can see light you can't see.
Yeah,
let me say it again. Let me say it again. You just said I can see light that I can't see. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's why you should mind your business. Mind your business. That was a conversation between me and Goldmine. Yeah, he
I
got to be a Nephilim, bro.
I hope
Gotta be a
you
Nephilim.
I didn't hear it. I just walked back in. I hope you didn't say that, bro. That's
Nah, this nigga ain't paying attention. Tad, this nigga just want to
Bro,
be
he
part
said
of
you
me
can
and gold
see light
mine.
you can't see, bro.
hope you ain't say that, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah, he sees.
Like I said, bro.
Didn't say what,
If
Tad?
anybody can do that experiment, and if
that ain't there, it ain't.
No, that's not an experiment. I guarantee.
Hold
yes,
on,
it is.
hold on. Let's see
Yes, it
what
is.
Taz walk back in on, y'all. What the fuck you walk back in on, bro?
That what Identity just said that Madonna said.
Nah, identity lying, bro.
About the
I didn't say
TV
that
when
shit,
it's not
Taz.
on.
That nigga just
Why
making it up.
don't you
He just
tell Taz what he
mad.
said? Tell
Them
Taz.
niggas,
Tell him.
them niggas came
Don't get
back
mad at
mad.
me. Just tell him. Just tell him what you said.
That was the first
No,
sentence.
Taz. See what it was, Taz. Me and Goldmine was talking about light spectrums and shit like that, and the spectrums you can't see with your naked eye when you just looking at a light, right? And I was showing him how, like, if you want to see how, like, the light rays reflect off your light within your room, those light spectrums you can't see. If you got a black screen, right, while your light on in your room, if you look at the black screen of your TV, you can see those different rays that you don't see just looking at your light. You know what I mean? If you
In
want to
other
see it,
words, you can see light that you
anybody can
can't
do that
see.
experiments. Yeah, you
Who
see it,
said
bro. It's a fact.
Brown was black?
I know what you mean, bro. That shit sounds
Ain't nobody
crazy.
said that shit.
I know what he means. I mean, I think everybody know what you mean, but that shit sounds
Yeah,
crazy. You say
it
Well, it's
sounds
just a
crazy.
fact. It's just a fact, bro. You can. I mean, this is.
yeah, but
anybody can do
you
that
gotta
shit.
learn to articulate yourself better, bro. You've been
That is simple and plain, my nigga.
Oh, he's sitting in the dark with the
no
TV off and looking
philosophizing.
at it.
you can't see it, though. You can't see it. But you can see it, but you can't.
Identity ain't shit. He said that nigga sit in the dark with watching TV with the TV off. What the fuck?
That's so you can see the light you can't see.
You can tell that's how the mind of a Nephilim work, bro.
Look.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shift the argument, bro.
Niggas a goddamn Nephilim, bro.
Hey, Madonna, my room is dark and my TV off, and I can't see shit, Madonna.
Bro, you gotta be a Nephilim. Only a Nephilim will come in here being apologetic, talking about how you ain't black, you're scientific
I
or
never
whatever. I'm
said
like,
that. I don't know why you say that. I never said that, bro.
Yes, you did.
I never. Okay, I'm not even going to entertain that because that's definitely he's trying to shift the goalposts because
No, I'm
everybody
not,
knows
bro.
up here I didn't
I'm not
say that.
shifting nothing, man. I'm just calling it out.
Yeah. Either way, you can try to shift the argument, bro. But you said something stupid, so I like to stay on that.
What the
Well, like
fuck?
I said, man, you ain't black.
And now you want to
ain't
flip
black.
the board and tell me I'm saying I ain't black.
You ain't black. Hold on, like
Hey,
you said, you
Madonna.
ain't black.
Hey,
You ain't black.
Madonna,
You scientific, bro.
if you
So
rewind this and you hear me say, hold on, because we can dead this right now. We're
bro,
gonna
they
take
was
a bet.
repeating you in the
We're
chat,
gonna
my
take a bet.
nigga.
Hold on.
The
We're gonna
chat,
take a bet.
Hold on,
We're gonna take a bet. Let's do an easy bet. Let's do $100 bet.
Even the
$100
chat
bet.
was amazed by when you said that shit, bro.
Okay, congratulations. Yeah, this is why you don't want to do this. Look, I'm gonna put $100 on. I'm gonna put $100.
All you gotta do is
I'm gonna
rewind
put
the chat.
$100 down right now. If you
Yeah, put
can
100.
find the clip that said I said I was not black, I owe you $100. But if you don't find it, you owe me $100.
I rewind. You can rewind the chat.
No.
They was repeating what
You
you
gotta
said in the
find
chat,
it,
bro.
We got to get to the
Bro,
bottom of this.
they was repeating what you said in the chat.
Again, you said that I said I am not black. That's what you just said.
You said you weren't black. You were scientific.
That's not what I said, bro. Now again, the deal is on the table, bro. $100 on the table right now. If I am wrong, I'm willing to cash app you right now. But if you can't find it, I'd like $100 back.
And
who was that? Who in the chat? Who was that in the chat?
Who the hell
Repeat it
cares
again.
about the chat, bro? Go get the
Because
clip.
the
Why you
chat was
talking?
because the chat was talking shit. When
Give
you
a fuck
said
about
the
what
shit.
the chat was talking shit about me. I'm on the panel. Of course
Bro,
they
because
talking
they
shit.
heard it too. They heard you said the shit.
Again,
so like,
then prove it. Then prove it, Madon. Then prove it, Madon.
Rewind the chat. Who was that in the chat said it? Repeat yourself.
Bring up the source or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's right. Somebody done got Wale on a clip.
That's what it sounded like Wale. What the fuck? I'm like, hold up. I ain't heard old Wale in a minute.
Nah, bro, you trying to like shift the burden there. Look, you said something stupid. It's all good. We say it sometimes, Madonna. We have our moments. You just have more moments than most.
Bro, listen, if you having a burden moment, bro, you might just need to smoke a blunt or something.
Did we learn a word today?
If you feeling
I
like
think we learned a word today.
you just said burden. That's what you just said.
Excuse me?
You did not just use the word burden.
He said,
We getting down tonight or what, GQ? What's the deal, famo?
What y'all doing,
bro?
We getting down tonight or what on the table?
Yeah, for sure. I'm over there. I'm over there on my phone. You probably seen me already. I'm already in the comments.
Yeah, I'm balancing.
I just was over here checking to see if anybody trying to come up, but I was over there on the phone.
Yo, GQ, which one of y'all was playing the other night and try to cut that spade with a club?
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah, Madonna, I'm trying to change the subject. I want to hear how motherfucking identity.
No, somebody did something the other night, man.
I want to hear it too, go. I want to hear it too, go.
Green shit, nigga, Nephilim.
That ain't so. And the Nephilim shit. You
Oh, the
think it's
Nephilim
Lord
shit.
of the Rings
Oh, well,
and
you
shit.
know, when a person is mixed, when a black person is mixed with a white person, that's a Nephilim.
Oh man,
Hold on, bro. He almost made me spit my juice out. He said a mixed.
I ain't never heard this shit like
That nigga just said a mixed motherfucker was a Nephilim.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
Yeah,
man, you.
That's why you got the Steph Currys out here. Your Steph
I would
Currys.
bet.
That's why you got the Steph. Hold on.
I
Let's
would
deal with
bet
it, go
that I am culturally and genetically blacker than you, Madonna.
That nigga a Nephilim for
I'll
being
take
mixed.
that bet culturally and scientifically, even though I can't prove it, but I guarantee you I'm blacker than you, Madonna.
Although I wouldn't say the bar is high. You know what I'm saying? You are talking.
I know. I mean, that's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
I'm one of the greatest of all time. But go, you want to? Let's deal with this. Let's deal with this Nephilim. Let's deal with what is the Nephilim, because I see a lot of people still on this Nephilim shit. So let's deal with it.
Okay, what's
Yeah,
up
but a
with the
Nephilim is a black person mixed with a white person. That's a Nephilim. Steph Curry is a Nephilim. Without Steph Curry, he might not be a Nephilim.
Hey, Madonna, how much of a mixture? How much of a mixture we talking?
Blake Griffin. If he's black and white, he's a Nephilim.
How much of a mixture we talking, Madonna? Come on, give me some numbers. I'm a science man.
But nigga learned the word and want to say that shit 75 times on one shit. But come on, gang.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Nephilim. We've been talking about Nephilim for
But don't say it no more than
20 years.
He
said don't say it no more than that. Hey, is the Nephilim the same as the what's the motherfuckers that's supposed to come back and eat people?
Hold
on. Is it the same? No, is it the Anunnaki? I'm talking about in the Bible. Is it the Nephilim?
Well, the Nephilim, they call that when the sons of God went into the daughters of men.
Right.
This might be hard to hear.
Yeah, we was the sons of God. We was the sons of God. And the white people was the regular people that we went into, and that's how we created the Nephilims.
You talking about they was mankind?
Yeah. We were the sons of God. Yeah, we saw the white women. We saw the white women just like today. We saw the white women just like today. And our people went into the white people, and we created these what they call Nephilims or giants, right? So anybody, that's why you got
That's how you get the.
Your Barack Obama. Obama's a Nephilim. Barack Obama's a Nephilim.
So that's how you get the thick white girls, huh,
Man, I don't get them.
You gonna go with the shit? Nigga, don't do that.
I mean, they fine now. They fine in the motherfucker. But I just don't know that. I ain't gonna take my chance. I ain't gonna take that risk. They fine now. You got that's why you out here fine the motherfucker.
I'm just saying, he said they mixed. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so then the Nephilim bitches. Okay.
A Nephilim is a half of somebody that's mixed.
No, Goldmine, don't.
Y'all call them mulatto, but they really Nephilims.
I'm just saying, who better to tell me about the speckled race than my Hebrew?
But Don, where you getting this information from, man?
Well, would you like to know?
Where you?
Look, he dancing again. He dancing again.
I'm not dancing.
Woody already told me don't let him in.
He just
They
asked you
can't
for a source, bro. He asked you
come
for a
in the
source. Now
king.
bring one.
They can't come in the motherfucking
Thank
king.
you. I did source up on that, Doc.
They can't come
I
in the
go
king.
actually got a great fucking monologue going on over there too, man. Y'all kind of
What they talking? He got a monologue going on.
yeah, you
You know
he
you
got
know
a
I dropped out of high school the day before we were getting out of diplomas. I just didn't show up at graduation, so I don't know what the hell a monologue is.
well, it's when he it's like a commentary when he giving his point of view about some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, nobody do it better. Nobody do it better.
I was just saying he got a good one going on today with Stephen A. Smith and Jesse Jackson and shit.
Oh, no,
hell
not Stephen A.
no. That's a
Smith.